Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever it is, wherever you are. Hello. Let's just take this moment. Calm, cool, collected, together. The way it should be. Hopefully you're feeling good. I'm feeling good. Little Wednesday ASMR for you. The way we should be. How's everybody doing? Hi. How you doing? Feeling good? Feeling good? I'm feeling good. Hopefully you are too. Phone on charger. You know how yesterday we did that little stream and I was like, oh, Wyatt, awesome. Hold on. I have to turn on the sound.
No.
There we go. Okay. It's working now. Isn't that great? So you know how like last stream I was like, oh, I have to pop off because I have to go to like the story time with Lockie and Nikki, and I was so excited. Well, on the drive there, Nikki's phone, which is this Z Flip 4, if I can unplug it. It's a cute little phone. It's one of those folding ones, you know, it flips open and flips closed, right? It's pretty cool, Well, we got in the car and it doesn't open all the way anymore. It stops right about there, and the hinge on the back right there is broken. Something happened, maybe in her pocket, it like twisted a little because it doesn't actually. Yeah, it's a skill issue. It doesn't actually like line up properly anymore. I don't know if you can even see, but like you can see it's crooked. It's crooked. And so it doesn't close flat anymore, and it's also all janky. So it doesn't open anything past there. I feel like I'm going to break it. And then, I mean, you can see the side. It's very crooked. It's supposed to be the same all the way across. It's definitely not. So instead of story time, we had to go get Nikki a new phone, because if your phone like folds open and closed, and then you can't open your phone, you basically don't have a phone. And Samsung, they don't have a fix for this other than sending it off to service, which can take like 3 weeks, which for a human in 2023 is not really that viable. It's like, you just don't have a phone for 3 weeks. It's kind of tough, you know, like, so what we're doing, we got her a phone, and we're going to send this off to service. And hopefully they can fix it. If they fix it, then she can swap back. We can return the new one. If she prefers the new one, we'll just sell this one and do that. I don't know. But yeah, it was kind of an oopsie, kind of a bummer day, if we're being real. But couldn't you recover an old one for 3 weeks? Do you mean like turn or use one of my? Like I have this one, but the battery, I had to power it off. The battery has started to swell. I don't know if you'll actually be able to see this. This is like a Note 8, I think. And it's been in my drawer for ages. I don't think you're going to be able to tell, but the back of it is starting to swell pretty bad. And then this is the one that I cracked the ever living crap out of. Let me see if I can catch the light. Come on. Come on there. No, you can't really see. Yeah, you can sort of see it. It's cracked all the way through. So, I don't know. She might have been able to use this, but I'm scared with it swelling. I don't think you're supposed to use phones that are swelling, you know. Have you tried a hammer to flatten it? Well, what I wanted to do was just like kind of squeeze it and see if it would just pop back in. But like, you can put a lot of force and it doesn't budge an inch. So I don't know. I'd rather it just stay broken like this, send it off to service, have them fix it at service, and then go from there. Then potentially make it like way worse, but I don't know. So that was the whole thing. Fair enough. I threw my phone in a pool a few years back and it broke, so I had to use a 2015 phone until I got it replaced. Well, it's the handy thing of having one backup. Have a backup. Can't go wrong. Can't go wrong. Let's go here. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Oh, I put the alert box behind the chat. What a noob move. Oh my God. ZB Roby, thank you for the sub with Prime. Also, again, thank you, Wyatt, for that sub at tier 1. Appreciate you. Love you dearly. Steel Nips, Luke, please never change your setup and aesthetic. It has a cozy, warming feel to it. Great stuff. Oh, good. I'm glad. That was kind of the hope. Because I find it warm and cozy, too. Even if it's freaking chilly here in Colorado today. It's been a weird, like 3 days ago, it was 73 or something Fahrenheit, 73 Fahrenheit. And then today it's like 28 and kind of miserable. It's just Colorado. It changes so quickly, so frequently. It's a little chaotic, but what are you going to do? Can't do much. Let's see. Luke, I really love your insight in RE4 remake. Are you finishing it on stream? Oh, I already finished it. Yeah, no, I played through all of it. I might do like another run through or something. But I don't know. I thought it was really good. I enjoyed it. Yes, I'm wearing shorts and it's 28 degrees outside. I don't care. Lay off me. But anyway. Have you looked on Reddit or YouTube, see if there's any fixes? Yeah, Nuke, I spent a couple of hours digging through all sorts of Reddit pages, YouTube, possible fix guides and stuff. And pretty much 95% of it was send it to service, but if you can't do that, try this. And it's like guys trying to pry it with a screwdriver and stuff. Apparently it just happens. And sometimes one of the little gears like snaps and then they have to basically replace the whole hinge, which isn't a big deal for Samsung because it's just like a little chunk of metal. But unless you have a replacement hinge, it's not really a thing. And of course they built it so you can't get at the hinge very easily. So there's no easy way to deal with it. It is what it is. Andel, thank you. Andel the Great. Thank you for that. We're going to hit our goal quick today. My goodness. Thank you. Have I finished Brutal Legend? No. I think I will go back when I hit a lull and I don't have enough games to play. But yeah, it does definitely start to get a little dry after a little while. I will be honest. It certainly does. It certainly does. Man, there's a lot to talk about today. There is a lot of random little stuff that we found to discuss, and I'm pretty excited. Even something, this is going to seem random, but even a prediction I made back March 15th of 2017, 6 years ago, is coming full circle. Okay, so I'm going to show you that, and it's going to blow you away. Okay, it's a little crazy. Anyway, Wyatt. Oh yeah, I forgot I have Prime. Just a second, I'll be back, and I'll switch over to that account. Oh, that's crazy, Wyatt. Well, thank you. You don't have to do that, but thank you. Stanza Man, sub Luke. Been enjoying the streams lately while working from home. Oh, great, love it. We have a lot to tackle today. Have you seen Mario yet? No, I'm seeing it tonight. It was the first availability where I live, so we're seeing it tonight. Me and some of the college roommates from back in the day. It's gonna be a good time. I'm excited. I fully expect it to be perfectly It's gonna be a popcorn flick. It's gonna be a movie that is not great, but that is fun. You know, like a lot of Illumination animated movies, you know? Like, do I expect to come out of that movie being like, I'm a changed man? No, I expect to be like, that was stupid, but I think it'll be fun, you know? Rainbow. I like that. Wish you still stream on YouTube, but the content is so good, I'll follow you anywhere. I appreciate that, Rainbow. And I mean, honestly, it's not, we very carefully considered and weighed all of the options when looking at this. And I think we'll still do the occasional special edition.
Daddy chill.
Daddy chill. We'll still do the occasional special occasion stream on YouTube and special stuff like that. But I think for us Twitch currently makes more sense on the streaming side. I know Twitch gets a lot of bad press, and for good reason. They kind of bring a lot of that on themselves. But the reason why everybody attacks Twitch is because Twitch is currently the king of streaming. And unless you have, like we saw on maybe Tuesday or Monday when we were streaming, like one of those streamers hopped over to Kick and he's like, wow, I got 7,000 subs on Kick and I'm making almost $40,000 from it. It's like, yeah, if you have 7,000 subs, 7,000 people willing to throw $5 at you, yeah, you'll make some good money, whether you're on Twitch or on Kick. But when you're trying to grow as a streamer, it's better to go to the place that has better tools for streamers specifically. When we started streaming on YouTube 6 months ago, I popped over there because I was under the impression that YouTube was going to continue making progress. That YouTube was going to continue improving chat, that YouTube was going to improve moderation tools, that YouTube was going to improve native support for integrations like Streamlabs, like Chatterino, apps like that. But they have completely given up on all of it, and all of their focus is in YouTube Shorts right now. They don't give a crap about streaming. They've made zero progress since, I would say, probably fall of 2021. Maybe, yeah, that's about right. They just stopped. Their priority is to take on TikTok. They don't really want to take on Twitch. And a lot of it's because taking on Twitch is freaking expensive. It's not easy to make live content worldwide profitable. It's really not. It's quite difficult. Leonice, let's see. Hi, Luke, love your content, be it YouTube or Twitch. Are you going to get review codes for Dead Island 2? We're trying. It's tricky trying to toe the line because, let's just say, in my experience, they are a little bit sensitive. Like, I don't know. I review a lot of games, but also a lot of these companies don't like it when you are covering the game pre-launch and then you review it, because they know that you probably have kept up on it and you might be a little bit more critical of changes or things. So, and they're like, hey, you've already been covering this game. Why do we need to give you a review code? Like, you're gonna buy the game anyway, so we'll just let you buy it. Why not? So, which I totally get. Like, I'm not really complaining. I don't think it makes sense for a lot of these companies to send me review codes, but if they send it, I'm happy to do it. Even still, like when we don't get review codes, like I didn't get one for Resident Evil 4 remake. If it's a big enough game and if it's one I'm interested in, then I can still tackle it, and we still make videos on it. But little games like even Wolong Fallen Dynasty, I wouldn't have covered that game if I didn't get the review code. So, why have you stopped streaming? One of the major things was chat support is god awful on YouTube. We started having random things where the chat would also, or the stream would randomly drop. It was really, really bizarre, but the whole stream would just drop out for an extended period of time, and YouTube servers would be dropping and going down, which when you're processing a video is not that big of a deal because it drops out for 30 seconds or 2 minutes, then it just finishes processing after it comes back online. But when you're streaming, that's 2 minutes of dead air. That doesn't really work. So it just didn't really make sense. But Twitch's support for all of these other things is also very, very robust. And honestly, and maybe this is just purely selfish of me too, it's a little scary having all of your income tied up in one really unstable platform. YouTube is a phenomenal platform, a great company, as far as I can tell. However, if they decide that they don't want to monetize your stuff anymore, you can't talk to anybody. They don't have humans for you to contact. There's no way to figure out why you were banned or why you aren't getting monetized on your stuff anymore, like what happened with Carrick from ACG. And you just can't do anything. You're screwed. And with a wife and kids, like, I don't love that idea that one day I could just wake up and I can't monetize my videos anymore. That's horrifying. So to be able to go to a separate platform, because, well, to be fair, we had the live channel and the main channel. So yeah, demonetize is one of the channels. They're connected through the same AdSense account. You can't open multiples. So if they demonetize me on one platform, or one channel, I'm screwed on all of them. And so being able to also have monetization avenues through Twitch at least makes it a little bit more stable, because I'm like, okay, if the YouTube boat starts to sink or has some leaks, hopefully Twitch can balance that out so I can still pay rent and stuff, you know. That's the hope, at least. Wait, ACG is not able to monetize? He has like a lot of trouble with it. A lot of trouble. I think what happened is he voted, or he rated a bunch of videos incorrectly according to their thing. Because when you upload a video on YouTube, you have to say whether this is violent, whether this contains profanity. Watch your profanity. You know, that whole thing. Thank you, Ragin Ryan. Thank you for the sub with Prime. Appreciate you. And so I think what happened is he rated some videos incorrectly. He said they had no violence when they had some gameplay violence in them. And that what YouTube does is it then rates your accuracy of ratings to decide whether the algorithm is going to trust you or not. And if they decide that you are being deceptive or you're incorrectly rating your own videos, they're just going to side with caution and not monetize it. So I think he rated enough videos incorrectly in a row, whether it was automated or just an honest mistake or something, that now they don't trust anything he does when he says this is advertiser friendly. They're like, we don't care, we don't trust you, which sucks, because again, there's no way of talking to somebody at YouTube staff or headquarters to figure out why or how you can fix it. You're just screwed, and that's horrifying. It's terrifying. You know, at least if you have sponsors, you can go and like have the sponsors make up the difference. But Carrick's whole thing, you know, is bringing you reviews that aren't 2 minutes long or filled with sponsored BS. So like he kind of shot himself in the foot with that one. Feel bad for the dude. No, Neumann. No, I thought we were going to try it out for the stream. I was going to. The shock mount doesn't show up until today at some point. It got delayed. It was supposed to be here yesterday. So it would just be mounted direct on here, and condensers don't tend to like being outside of a shock mount. They don't like that. I still have it. I did some experimentation with it. I think it's okay. I spent like an hour messing with EQ stuff for the Shure and for the RE20, and I think I got them to the point where they sounded just as good, if I'm being real. And they also picked up less room noise, so I think I'm leaning against it, but we'll see. Kimbis, yes, I set the thing back up with Synergy, which is an app that allows me to swap my mouse and keyboard inputs to a different computer seamlessly that are connected to the same network. So I can just bounce between them. Super easy. Do I use a LUT for my streams? Often, yes. Often, yes. Occasionally, if I'm actively tweaking lighting and stuff, I'll turn it off while I do that. But often, yes. Have you been demonetized? No, Alcatrax, I have not, but we are trying to get ahead of the curve and avoid the full suite of potential problems that could come with that. Just trying to diversify income. That's the idea. Have I ever smoked a blunt? Yeah, I'm in Colorado, dude. Everybody, it's not as frequent now, but like back maybe 2 years ago when people found out that I was in Colorado, everybody was like, oh, so you smoke a lot. So you do that. Like I have some like chocolate edible things in the drawer down there that I don't think I can show on stream. I just don't want to do that. Personally, I don't like smoking. It hurts my throat and my voice, and I talk for a living, so I don't want it to mess with my throat. So I don't smoke anything, but I'm okay with some, chocolate bars that get you a little swifty. Little B or Little Leb. Thank you for the sub with Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you. Congrats on the sub goal. Oh, did we hit it? Boom. Bing, bang, boom. Look at that. Well, I guess we have to update the goal. Well, that's a good problem to have. My goodness. My goodness. Okay. Start a new goal, I guess. Let's do. Before we left Twitch for YouTube. There we go. Odd Eye, thank you. Oh, my wet donkey gifted a sub to Odd Eye Circle. Thank you. Thank you, my wet donkey. And welcome to the sub club, Odd Eye. Very generous. Thank you guys. We're popping off already today. My goodness. Yeah, before we left to go over to YouTube, we had, I think, like 400 thereabouts. Maybe like 390 or something like that. I think we had a good number. Pretty sure. Mandray, oh man, I can't. I don't even know. Mandrayeti. No clue. Thank you for the sub with Prime. Appreciate you. What's wrong with the new Vita? Let's talk about it. Let's tackle this. Let me go to the tab that has it. Oh my god, where is it? Okay, here. Are you ready? I'm gonna miss saying like the stream, folks. Yeah, another example of how YouTube just treats all of this like videos. You know, that's just how they do. But yeah, again, thank you everybody for hitting the sub goal already within the first 27 minutes of the stream. Jesus. That's ridiculous. Thank you very, very much. Let's see. Leonice, how did you figure out when you became a father? I recently became one, and it was an experience. Let me tell you that. We were actually on like a vacation. It was New Year's Eve. I was going deep sea fishing. It was like a thing we had planned for months and months. I went deep sea fishing into the Gulf of Mexico. It was actually when we were in Clearwater, Florida, the headquarters of Scientology. We were out there and we had planned and scheduled this thing to go deep sea fishing. We went out, got some puffer fish, got some like all sorts of things. And we came back and there was like a restaurant maybe 20 feet from the dock, like right there. And if you brought in the fish in like a plastic bag that you had caught out in the Gulf, you could just hand it to the waiter. They would take it back to the kitchen and they would just cook it for you. Like, do you want it blackened or fried or whatever? I was like, blackened. Or do a variety. Mix it up. Like, okay. So they just took it off, took it back, cut it up, and then cook it. It was amazing. It was great. So we had lunch there and then we came back to the little hotel thing that we were staying at. And I remember I walked in and Nikki was just like sitting on the floor, leaning up against the bed, you know, the foot of the bed. And I was like, this is weird. Like the lights are off and she's just sitting there. What's happening? And she said something like, how do you feel about being a dad? And I was like, oh my God. So I remember very clearly that whole thing. I remember very, very clearly. It was very good. It was a good day. It was a good day. And New Year's Eve, right? It was New Year's Eve. So like that whole thing of, it was New Year's Eve, and then within a few hours, no, I won't chill. Within a few hours, we were like standing on the beach watching the fireworks go off and being like, okay, so this is the end of this year. Next year is going to be insane. We're going to be parents. By the end of the year, we're going to have a little kid. Like that, it blew my mind. But it was just about as crazy, like existential a way of finding out that you're going to be a dad as you could possibly imagine. In a good way. It was good. It was good. Going Clear, yes. The book is also very, very good. Goes into more detail, but my goodness, yeah, the documentary is very, very good. So I totally agree. Let me bookmark this. Okay. Thank you for that link, Wyatt. We'll look at that in just a second. Let me pull that up here. And there we go. Okay. Any other things to catch up on before we jump into this? Let's see. My daughter will be here in the next month. I'm excited and nervous. Wyatt, you can do it. You can do it. It's pretty. Is it your first? I don't recall if you said you had others. I think it's your first. If it's your first, my weird piece of dad advice to everybody. Thank you, Nebraska. My weird piece of dad advice that nobody told me, because like I could tell you, oh, get some sleep. Like that's all BS. Okay, everybody knows get some sleep. The one thing nobody told me that I wish somebody had told me was to do lower back exercises before the baby comes. As a dude, you probably don't do a lot of like up, down, down on your knees, bending over, all that stuff. When you have a baby and you're like constantly leaning over cribs, you're constantly getting down to change diapers. My lower back has never hurt so bad in my entire life. But if I had exercised, if I had done some like basic exercises, it would have really, really helped. So like right now, while you're watching the stream, if you can, whatever, I'm telling you, just Google like lower back exercises or lower back yoga or calisthenics or something and do that. I'm being real with you. I wish somebody had known or told me about that because it hurts. And then after like a month, it builds up strength and you're fine. But I didn't know that until it was too late. And then I was sore and oh, it was painful. It was bad. Yeah. A little bit of advice for you, Wyatt. Yeah, take it. Any other listeners too. Rando Steady knows what I'm talking about. Bro, I have a 2-month-old girl and this is so true. Bending down to change diapers. Yeah, it's like, man, it'll wreck you in a good way. Like it's very sweet. You love it, but still. Jonas, Yakuza games, any thoughts if you did? I've not finished any of them, but I do have them all downloaded. I just need to wait until a lull where I'm not working on big reviews, and then I'm going to tackle it. Because everybody says I need to play Yakuza. I just have to do it. Do you have, or 3Bear, do you have a number of kids you want or want to have or nothing planned? I'm guessing 3 is the max. I think 3 is the max. We'll see how we feel about if we want to do another one after this second one comes. But as of right now, I feel like 3 is the max. This will be our second. We'll see how that goes, and then we'll move on from there. On the topic of advice, what is the best advice you've been given in general? Oh, Jesus. I don't know. I could say something that was, I guess I can't get into too many specifics because it had to do with like something in personal life, drama stuff in the last little bit. What I would say is like, on the one hand, don't fight fights that other people will fight for you. If you can deal with something without getting your hands dirty, do it that way. And I don't even know if it's really advice, but just in general, like how I tend to think about things. And I think it's because I played chess so much when I was little. So I was always kind of trying to think ahead. Whenever you're looking at like a decently large decision, just honestly fast forward time and then try to look at it in the rear view mirror. If you're like, hey, I really want that, like I said, I could go out and lease a Tesla right now or buy a Tesla. Would I like to do that? Sure. I think it'd be fun.
That's what she said.
Look in the rear view mirror. But if you want to do something big like that, just fast forward the clocks and be like, okay, for like $800 a month, would I rather get the car and have fun with the car, or in 10 years, will I prefer having had the car or putting that $800 a month into like my IRA, fully maxing it out, and then whatever left over, I go and toss into the S&P 500 or something. And honestly, without a doubt, every single time you're going to be like, I really wish I would have saved the money 10 years ago. Imagine if I was able to just put $100 into a savings account. I was so broke I couldn't have managed it. Maybe like $10 a month. Maybe I was that broke. But 10 years ago I was 15 years old, so of course. But yeah, if we go like 5 years back, even in college, just setting aside $100 a month and then letting compound interest handle it for you works wonders. Because time is the most valuable asset an investor has. So for me, the biggest thing is like those little creature comforts. You think about going out to dinner and spending $50 here, $100 there. If it's something like fancy food is always the dangerous thing, because it's like you're buying something expensive that you're literally going to push out of your butt in like a day. Or maybe even a few hours if it's, for me, Mexican food. Like, you really think about that? it makes it a lot harder to spend a lot of money on food. When you're like, I'm just crapping out $100. Like, oh man, like, I don't know. The food has to be really, really good for me to think that that's worth it. Right. It's not to say be like a stingy dick, but it's just like, you gotta think about these things in long-term perspectives in addition to just the short-term quick gratification, you know? Sorry, Caitlin. I'm sorry. Yeah, just a robo. Yeah, the YouTube live channel, we're posting VODs, so the whole stream VODs will go up there as well. So if people don't want to watch or can't make it to the Twitch stream and they don't like the YouTube VOD or the Twitch VOD player, they can watch on YouTube the full VOD and everything. So we're going to be doing that. All of the video highlights you're used to will continue going on. And yeah, no, it'll just be really, really pretty much the same that you're used to. Nothing too crazy. Imperium, also, Luke, I know this is probably some pointless advice from a childless guy who is telling someone like you who has 9 siblings, but I was always told never to let the children outnumber the parents, just on the topic of you guys wanting 3 kids. That's interesting, yeah. I've never been in like a household for an extended period of time where the kids did not massively outnumber the parents, honestly. Like, and for me, like, my dad traveled a lot for work growing up, so it was basically 10 kids under one roof, and then my mom juggling it all. So I've like the idea of there being 2 parents and then like 1 kid or 2 kids is so foreign to me. Like, from the perspective of the kid, I just don't know how that would even work. I'm like, what would you do with your time? I don't even know. You know, for me, don't compare yourself to others was important to learn. Being happy with yourself is very fulfilling when you get there, no matter your status. That's a good thing in Nebraska. Also, don't perform if you don't have to. This is something Bo Burnham said in his like Make Happy special that I actually really identified with. Everything people do on Instagram, on TikTok, on Facebook, on everything is just performative. Like, you are gifted to be able to live a life where you don't have to seek other people's validation. And so you should treasure that. You should treasure it. Like, that whole ending number that he does in that special is very, very haunting for me, especially because it's like he owes his audience everything he has. So he loves his audience and he wants to make his audience proud and happy and give them the night out that they deserve. But he also is terrified of them because they can turn on him in an instant. They could destroy him just as quickly as they created him. And so it's this weird, like, I brought you into this world, I can take you out kind of mentality. And it's really, really bizarre to be on either side of that interaction. But it can be difficult to go through life when you are in that position and you are always performing. You feel like you always have to have that mask on, which is why I would say, like, if you're going to perform, just take the mask off. It's one of the things like I decided to do a few years ago where I was like, I'm just going to be me. And if people like it, awesome. If people hate me for it, I guess it's just not meant to be. But I just decided, yeah, I'll just do my thing and we'll see how it goes. And it's a lot easier to go through, you know, the performative side of being a content creator, influencer, whatever BS, when you're just being yourself. You know, it's a lot easier. I feel bad for some of these people that have built up like characters and they're the version of them that the audience knows is different from the real version of them. Like, it must be haunting. Like, I saw that interview that Jim Carrey did a year ago or so where he was like, no, even Jim Carrey was a character that I play. Nobody really knows me except for my immediate family and friends. It's like, even the Jim Carrey you saw in interviews and on talk shows and stuff, that's not me. That was the version of me I wanted you to see, but that wasn't me, you know? Yeah, Kimbis, I'm one of 10 kids. Yeah. Harry Potter equals Satan is ironically funny. I don't know. Yeah, dude, it's my whole childhood. No Harry Potter because it's magic and magic is of the devil. Even though, like, in the Bible, there are like talking snakes and donkeys. I'm like, that sounds kind of magical, but like, okay. was like, why can't it just be fantasy? Why can't it just be fun? Like, no, it's the devil. That's our thing. It was really weird. I'm actually a little, I love my parents and I'm very thankful for the childhood I had. However, one of the things I do feel a little bitter about is the fact that I missed out on all of those cultural things that were huge for kids my age. Harry Potter, never experienced it. The Star Wars prequels, never experienced it. Video games and stuff, playing with a DS or a Game Boy, never got to experience any of that stuff. So I feel a little bitterness towards that because I do feel like I missed out on it for not even for a good reason, like for a stupid reason. Do my siblings feel similar? Yeah. I think all of them do. Pretty sure. And like, I don't fault my parents. My parents nowadays, like they got my little brother Eli a Nintendo Switch, and like they've taken care of him, and he is getting, like, he has a lot of the restrictions lifted. He's just doing his thing and he's having a great time. So they kind of figured it out. They loosened up and they figured it out. But for the first wave of us, it was certainly difficult. I remember my older brother, who was probably like 13, 14, 15 at the time. I remember him having the same bedtime as those of us who were little. Like, he was years and years and years older than us, but he still had to go to bed at like 7 p.m. or 7:30 p.m. because that's when everybody else went to bed. And it was like the only way my parents could juggle all of that. It's crazy. Get out of here, Rocky. Welcome, Rocky. Did I upload the stream? Yeah, Jacob said he was handling the titling and thumbnail and stuff. Doop 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 boop boo. Okay, we were gonna. Okay. We were going to talk about this. I just accidentally closed the tab. Oops. Okay. I can already tell. That my throat is very sore. Thought the ice in this would help. It also just like kind of leaked everywhere. So I'm gonna grab the paper towels all the way over here on the other side of the room. Come here. I'm a mess. Dude, I made such a mess with this just now. How? I don't even know what I did. Wow. Yeah. I remember how mad I was when I couldn't play GTA 5 because I was too young in my parents' eyes. I remember going to GameStop and being so excited because I was going to get Far Cry 3 that I was so interested in. I was probably like 15, 16 at the time. And I went, and the guy at GameStop talked my dad out of it and was like, oh, I would not have wanted a younger version of me to play this game. It's so intense and it's so graphic and gory and it's very mature. I would not let a child of mine play this game. I was like, bro, if I ever see that GameStop employee again, I'm going to slap him. I was like, you betrayed me. Your job is to be like, nah, dude, it's cool. That's what GameStop employees are supposed to do with parents that are overly protective. Instead, he was like, oh, yeah, no, this is, oh, man, it's very dark and gritty. So my dad didn't get the game. I was so bitter about that. I'm still bitter about that. I'm filled with rage. Luke, do you know what company handled the God of War PC port? That one seems to run flawlessly compared to the Last of Us port. I don't remember. We could Google it. Do I have a favorite sibling? Be honest. No, they're all great. But if sorry. Jacob for sure, right? Jacob for sure. Let's see. Have your parents changed their views on things like Harry Potter or no? I think they're less like satanic panic about it, but they still think that it's terrible. It's Wednesday, Luke. No trauma dummy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Rocky. Rocky's going to ban me from chat. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, they still are pretty negative towards it. I think like if some of my younger siblings were to watch it openly, like they couldn't watch it openly. They'd watch it on like their phones in private, just not tell my parents. But because I don't think they'd get like super upset, but I think that they would not approve of it being watched casually, you know. Let's see, where did I grow up? Kind of all over the place, mostly in Colorado and Texas. Other than that, like we lived in Minnesota and Kansas. You know, we bounced over multiple places like Houston in Texas, McKinney, you know, right outside of Dallas Fort Worth, and then like Bloomington, Minnesota, and then bounced around northern Colorado a little bit, then back to Texas, then back to Colorado. So we've been like all over the place. All over the place. But most of my time, younger years were spent in Texas. Most of my older years were spent in Colorado. Do my parents watch the streams or critiques at all? Not really. Honestly, they just don't really get it. Jacob and I have talked about that a little bit because we will have family functions or things that we can't make it to. Because say like a game is launching Friday and we didn't get a review code, so I have to play it and then get a video out on Saturday in an iTried or something. So we have to like hustle, you know, and I don't think my parents understand that. They're like, well, just do the video later. Like they really just don't understand like the rush that might be involved with it, which is a little funny, but what are you going to do? And they were, I mean, a lot of people told me that what I was doing with YouTube and streaming and stuff was dumb and was a waste of time. And I can understand why they felt that way. But, you know, now I get to say I told you so, which is very satisfying. Luke, when did you get Jacob on, or when you getting Jacob on stream? I don't know. We could just get him on whenever. We could get him on whenever. I don't know. Well, maybe later in the stream we'll have Jacob pop on and he'll sing us the live rendition of the Dobby song. That was a secret from all that. Okay, let's finally talk about this, okay? Let's finally talk about it. We'll save me for a special occasion. Ooh, gross. Okay, you ready? You ready? Oh, yeah, exactly. Sorry, Mom, can't make it to dinner tonight because a game called Diablo is coming out about hell and I need to review it. Dude, they'd lose their minds. They'd lose their minds. Excited for the Mario movie? Yep, gonna see it tonight. I'm pumped. Whatever happened to press start? A third of our employees wanted to move on. So one of them, but it basically made it so the whole system didn't really work anymore. And so it was a fun experiment, but it just didn't really line up. Okay, we're actually going to do this. Okay. I can already tell my voice is going to go out by the end of the stream. I don't know. It's the allergies, man. It's just tearing me up. Okay, so for those of you not aware, for those of you who have missed it and are not in the loop, first of all, how dare you? Second of all, Sony is reportedly working on a PlayStation handheld device called Q Lite. It will supposedly require a constant internet connection as it's designed for remote play with a PS5 instead of running games locally like a Steam Deck or a Nintendo Switch. A little weird, right? So it's kind of like a PS5 remote with a screen. It's basically what it is. What the hell is even that? I know, right? I'm just as baffled. So it might not be a Vita successor, but Sony is rumored to be developing a new handheld designed specifically for remote play. This was specifically an article through Inside Gaming. If we go there, this is written by Tom Henderson. You guys might recognize Tom. He popped into stream a while back, actually. He has bounced around and so he's a friend of the channel, and he's been all over the place doing tons of really, really cool stuff, specifically with like Assassin's Creed leaks and all sorts of craziness. But what he said and leaked was, quote, codenamed the Q Lite The next PlayStation handheld is the next piece of Sony hardware that aims to be yet another piece of hardware that requires the PS5. Insider Gaming understands that the Q-Lite is not a cloud streaming device, but instead uses remote play with the PS5, a feature the console giant has been pushing these past couple of weeks. As seen in this video that they posted recently. First of all, where can I get that laptop? Isn't that great? Look at those bezels. This thing would break instantly. I know, like, this is really cool, having a phone with no bezels or anything, but let's be real. It's totally impractical. If you so much as breathed on it wrong, it would crack. It'd be terrible. Da, na, 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 na. Now, I hate to be that guy. No, I don't. I love to be this guy. This is just being real, just being honest. I've tried the remote play, and while it's not bad, it definitely does not look this good. Like, they're making it out like it's crisp. It's just like playing natively. Like, it looks nothing like this. It's very blurry, and I'm gonna be real. If you have a mesh network in your house or apartment complex or your dorm, wherever you live, it almost never works properly. Like I have an Eero system. Shout out to Filipino Finesse, Philly. He actually was on stream with us probably at this point 2 years ago. I don't even know if he still watches the stuff. The stuff we do here, but Philly, he recommended I try an Eero system because I was having all sorts of router issues in our last apartment, and it was just a nightmare. I couldn't get it working right, and I finally said, screw it, I'll try the Eero, and if it sucks, I'll return it and I'll blame Philly. And it actually worked great. It was wonderful. However, all of these flippin' like cloud streaming services, remote play things don't work hardly ever on those satellite systems. It just doesn't work on the mesh network stuff, which is a big bummer because they're becoming more and more like common. So it seems like something they should prioritize fixing. I'm assuming the Wi-Fi itself plays a role. I think what it is it depends on which node you're connected to. If you're on, like, if the PS5 here is connected straight in and is wired into the router, and I'm also streaming to like my phone that's connected to this base station, this node of the router, I think it'll work fine. But if I was upstairs in like my bedroom where it is going through one node on the main floor and another node on the top floor, I don't like that. Never works properly. It has to be like within one node, if that makes sense. And so it can work okay, but it's certainly not the fluid, easy to do experience that they're making out right here. And granted, I think a lot of this, they're showing it like their PS5 is right there and then they're streaming it here, which, let's be real, how does this make any damn sense at all? You have a massive TV in the background of this frame and they pulled out like an iPad to play on. It doesn't make any damn sense at all. It really doesn't. Like, yes, I'm sitting in my living room. Let me prop my phone up on this weird stand and play that way. And it's so clearly superimposed. Like, it's not actually running like that. It's just cringe. But what allegedly they are going to be doing is also, this is such a weird sell to me as well. I don't understand why this is like something they're proud of. Hold on, get to it. I just keep skipping past it. Nope. Did I skip? Yeah, here. It works with PS4 controllers. like, cool. But it still requires a PS5. So like what? Like you're going to have the PS5 controller because it requires a PS5. You know, like, so I guess it's, if you have a PS4 controller laying around, then you could bring it and it could be your remote play controller to play games like in your bedroom if the console is in the living room, I guess. I guess that's what they're, like, the point of that is, but it's a weird sell. So anyway, setting all of this aside, Sony has said that they, or has not said anything about this, but they've been pushing the remote play system pretty hard. And when I've tried it, it's cool, it's fine, but it's always inconvenient enough for me to say, screw it, I'm just going to go back to the living room. Because again, it's remote play. It's tied into having a console. It's not like xCloud where you're streaming from a server. It's a totally separate thing. This article by Tom Henderson goes on, sporting adaptive streaming up to 1080p and 60 FPS, the new device will require constant connectivity to the internet. As for the console's physical features, early prototypes show the console will look a lot like the PS5 controller, but with a massive 8-inch LCD touchscreen in the center. So kind of like a Switch or a Steam Deck, just with like the PlayStation controller split off, which, to be fair, having a remote play device with the adaptive triggers would be pretty cool, especially if it has good haptic feedback. That's not bad. It supports adaptive triggers for haptic feedback and will include what you come to expect from a handheld, volume buttons, speakers, and audio input jack, etc. Will it have Bluetooth audio for headphones? Because Jesus Christ, it took the Switch like, what, 3-4 years? Like, pretty hilarious. DJ McElfresh, thank you for 100 bits. Appreciate you. Thank you. Sad to see you leave YouTube Live, but glad to join you here. Do you think RE4 deserves all the 10 out of 10s? If you're a Resi 4 fan and then you play the remake, I think absolutely it makes sense. If you're like somebody like me, I would give it probably like an 8.5, 9 out of 10. I think it's pretty good. I still think that there is some clunk with it. And I ran into a handful of occasions where like I got stuck on a couple of items, or, you know, there's some stuff like that. I wouldn't say it's like a perfect game. A 10 for me is something that like really is phenomenal. Like, I'm going to be talking about this for years. I enjoyed Resi 4, but I don't think I'm going to be talking about it for years and years to come, you know. But it's still great. It's still great. But I'm not the RE4 fan. If I were a hardcore fan of Resident Evil 4, the original, I think I would be much more inclined to give it a 10 as a perfect remake, as a great remake, like the best remake they could have made, if that makes sense. Chris, go ahead. Okay. Boop. Bing, bang, boom. Welcome, Chrissy, to the mod squad. Okay. Let me see. Let me know if you see Devso. Is Devso in here? Devso? Ring, ring. Hello? Devso? Let me know. Okay. They go on to say, Insider Gaming understands that the Q-Lite is in its QA phase, which stands for quality assurance, for those of you not familiar, and is scheduled to release before the PS5 Pro after the detachable disk drive PS5. Yeah, if you're not familiar with these rumored things, there is apparently a disk drive for the PS5 that they're rumored to be making, which will make it so you can have a PS5 diskless, but then occasionally pop in and plug in a disk drive if you want to play games. My hope would be that's for people to, like, that would be for people to be able to play like backwards compatible games, but let's be real, it's probably just so that they can charge you for a disk drive after the fact and after you realize that you needed it. I, for one, have run into problems where I needed a disc like inserted into my digital PS5 because like how it worked is basically I had a copy of Death Stranding. I originally bought the disc version, and then later I got the digital version with the like director's edition, whatever. And on the diskless PS5 I have down here in the studio, it has all sorts of problems where if I try to boot Death Stranding from the digital release, the one that's included in PlayStation Plus, from my digital download of the Director's Edition, it won't boot because it thinks it has to verify with a physical disc. But the operating system within the PS5 is so stupid, it can't tell that it doesn't have a disk drive to just force the online version of the game. So I can't play Death Stranding down here on this console. I just can't. Even though I own like 2 versions of the game, I can't. It's ridiculous. It's insane. It's insane. Rari, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Since this new handheld comes with a screen, do you think it will be a better experience for remote play due to not being your phone? I may get this, to be honest. I may try it myself, depending on like what it actually looks like. And if it has like good battery and if it offers better connectivity and lower latency and things like that than your phone. But let's be real. A modern iPhone, for example, or a modern, S22 Ultra or S23 Ultra, if you're using like a flagship device and it's on you already, then you're dealing with like a very, very high resolution screen, very high quality audio interfaces, ridiculous power, and it's something you carry with you all the time anyways. So having it just clamp in with a controller like that, for a lot of people, is just easier. Plus, it'll already have like pairing to your headphones, so you can just pop in your AirPods and play it that way. The downside, though, Rari brings up a good point. I saw where I was going with this. The downside is that then you don't have your phone, right? Like it's mounted up there and you're playing off of this, and so you can't actually use your phone while you're playing the game. Which some people are like, "Cry me a river. You're playing a video game. Why do you need your phone as well?" But it is a thing. Like if you want to be able to watch a YouTube video, like from Luke Stevens Live Clips, or Luke Stevens, the main channel, you could be watching that separately in addition to playing the game, and that would be nice, right? That would be nice. So I can understand why having a separate device. I just did it again. I like inhaled my own throat. What is happening to me? I sound like a lion choking on a gazelle. Didn't Logitech just launch let's see, streaming device or something? I don't remember what it was called. Maddie did a couple of videos on it. G Cloud Gaming. That's what it was. It was this thing. The G Series Cloud.
Record saying that the Logitech G Cloud, a handheld console designed exclusively for cloud gaming, sounds pretty dumb.
So, for the record, this is basically what Sony is doing. This device is what they're doing. Except it will only work for, as far as we can tell, for PlayStation Remote Play. It's kind of a harder sell if we're being real. Because as far as I understand it, you could still use this G Cloud thing for PlayStation Remote Play even. So, like... Unless it comes out like this PlayStation version of this comes out for significantly cheaper than this, I don't know why you wouldn't just play this.
The planning for this must have started before they heard about Steam Deck.
Holy shit, good luck, Logitech. So I was pretty surprised when Logitech slid into my DMs with an offer to sponsor me to promote the device. I mean, I gave them the usual, yeah, I'm interested. Wouldn't you? Logitech's check's always clear. But I also told them that I needed to experience it in person before we could move forward. And, well, I have. And short answer, it is good enough to accept the sponsorship. Long answer, we didn't accept the sponsorship, which is why this video is brought to you by some other sponsor, like PDQ. PDQ.
I will say, they've got to be offering him a fat check, like a fatty check. Because Linus's videos do so well. But this whole thing is just bizarre. The whole product, like, maybe they have some surveys or something that tell them this is more likely to be successful than it seems to me. But this seems like such a weird product. Like it's almost like you guys might have heard of the upcoming device from Apple. Let me see if I can find the rumored picture of it. Please hold. Older posts. I'm searching this thing. Apple is reportedly working on a VR headset, but a lot of Apple engineers apparently are really worried that it is a product in search, or a solution in search of a problem. It is a product that doesn't really serve any purpose. It's just kind of a thing, you know? I'm sure it's going to be amazing to use, and I'm sure it's going to be intuitive and great, but it's not clear like why you would use this. Like Tim Cook has said in a recent interview, AR could greatly enhance people's communication and connection. Okay, but like if I'm sitting here on stream, why would I need it? If I'm at a coffee shop, why would I put this on? I'm sure it has great pass-through. But like, do you really think I'm going to go sit in a Starbucks with this thing strapped to my dome? Probably not. But then again, I'm sure a lot of people also will. And my fear is that and it can't game as far as we can tell as well, which is mainly what VR is seen for a lot of young people as the main use case for it. Which maybe this is, if anybody could make VR and AR a bigger deal, it would be Apple. So who knows, maybe they'll figure it out. But this seems to be one of those situations where they've created a product that is a solution in search of a problem. And in the case of this product here, my fear is that this is the same sort of thing, where it's a thing Sony has built that services a customer that doesn't really exist with a product that is not that like doesn't have that appealing of a value proposition. Because let's be completely honest, with Sony's past, I would guess that this thing probably costs $300 as well. In which case, again, why wouldn't you just get this thing that can play the Remote Play and xCloud and everything else? Like, it's a lot harder to say that the Sony one is a better value because it's only Remote Play for PlayStation. And furthermore, in the age of the Steam Deck, where stuff is played natively, yes, you're limited by the quality and capabilities of the Steam Deck, but the reason the Steam Deck has been so successful is because you can play stuff offline, which, for example, like if this is Remote Play, it's tied to your console. It's not even necessarily tied to the PlayStation Now cloud streaming thing. Maybe it'll also support that, but this whole article is built on how it's actually specifically that it requires a PlayStation 5. It is not a cloud streaming device. That's what they understand from their sources. And that would mean that there's no bringing this thing to the airport or with you traveling connected to the Wi-Fi and stuff. Like there's nothing like that. Thank you, Rocky. Thank you, Rocky. I'll pull that up. There's nothing like that. It's crazy.
Wow.
Joker boy, my 9-month-old literally just shot up from a nap. Thanks, Luke. Thank you, Rocky, for that one. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Daddy, chill.
Yeah, Daddy chill. Well played, Rocky. Okay. Why doesn't Luke ever open the messages and links that his mods send him?
What the hell is even that?
It's a long story. Oh my God. Okay. Well played, Rocky. You got me.
Daddy, chill.
I didn't recognize the the thing, but it's like it's a link that specifically has like you can hide what it actually sends off to. r.mtdv.me. That's outrageous. I thought it was weird that I didn't get a video preview on Chatterino, but now I know why. Jesus. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. I'm gonna do Okay. There we go. Anyway, moving on. Moving on from that. I don't even remember what we were saying. Anyway, with all this said, my fear with all of this is that it's just a solution in search of a problem. In the case of Sony with this, I don't really know who this caters to. I'm going to be real. I don't know how many people are going to spend because let's be real, I don't think this thing is launching for less than like $200. I really don't think so. If they charge $70 for a controller and they're going to slap a screen on it and then a processor for like remote play stuff and speakers and stuff, they're going to charge at least $200 for this, probably more like $250 to $300. That's what I would guess. They don't have any specific info on pricing, but I don't think this thing launches for less than $250, probably more like $300. And at that point, who is going to be buying a $300 device that can only connect to the PlayStation for remote play and can't even do other cloud stuff? Maybe it can also do PlayStation Now. That makes it a bigger sell and more likely that people would get it. But that's a tough sell, dude. It really, really is. As previously mentioned by industry insider Jeff Grubb, Sony is planning to announce its, quote, second phase of the PlayStation 5, end quote, which was reference to its future game slate. Ironically, though, this second phase is very much true for Sony's hardware offerings, with the new detachable disc drive PS5, Project Nomad, which is wireless earphones, Project Voyager, which is a wireless headset, and Q Lite, which is this thing, all scheduled to release within a very short period. It's also understood that the PS5 Pro is aiming for holiday 24 release. I don't know. So whenever Sony's next PlayStation showcase will be, it will seemingly be a big one. Personally, I don't see any reason to buy wireless headphones or earphones from them. I'm good. I like my AirPods Pro and AirPods Maxes. I don't need more. Project Voyager wireless headset. This could be compelling, especially if they can keep the OLED quality there. I'm worried about the dynamic resolution stuff with the optical tracking stuff that they do, because that relies a lot on latency, and I don't know how that happens wirelessly. But this thing, I mean, if the PSVR 2 headset is $500, a wireless variant is probably up towards $1,000, I would guess. In which case I'm not interested. I'm good. There aren't enough games to justify it at that price point for sure. It's already a tough sell at 500, at 1,000 and closer, even if it's 800 or something. I just don't see it. And the Q Lite, I don't understand why anybody would buy something like this. I really don't. I don't know. Is this thing good? Has anyone heard if this thing's good?
Completely wrong here. I don't hate cloud gaming, and I especially don't hate handheld cloud gaming. I mean, I was probably the single...
Oh my God, young Linus. Look at him there. You remember when he used to do this? He had the two... Oh man, this is taking me back. I used to watch Linus like on the way, and when we had nothing to do at work, I watched all of his stuff. And in high school, I watched some of his stuff when he was tiny. You remember back when Linus was making videos out of that house? And it was just piled with junk and old boxes and stuff. Dude. Oh, I used to do it all the time. I used to watch all of his stuff. I still watch a lot of it, but I mean, it's so big now. His whole platform is so big. It's kind of tough to even figure out what's happening. Let's see. I'm the second person to touch this ROG Ally. Oh, is this the better version? Notice how I previewed the link before clicking on it this time. Professional streamer here. Yeah, he's built an empire. He has, and he's done a great job of it. He really has. It's very impressive. You know, maybe one day we'll be at the point where we have like 15 channels and we're doing all of that stuff. It doesn't like Tim the Tap Man have something insane like 5 or 6 channels? He's got a lot. He has like Tim the Tap Man 2, more Tim the Tap Man Reacts, Tim the Tap Man Shorts. Like, it's ridiculous. But apparently that's the pro strat now. We should all be doing that. What's this?
Inside this box was flown and hand delivered to me by ASUS. And I can tell you with certainty that while I'm not allowed to tell you the exact specs, This is not just another Steam Deck clone, because it's more like 2 Steam Deck clones. They are claiming literally double the performance, twice the refresh rate, more than double the resolution, and I am one of only 2 people outside of ASUS who gets to show off the ROG Ally prototype today.
I haven't heard about this. Is this like brand new?
And I'm the only one who gets to show you our sponsor. Zoho One, who's here to help you take your business to the next level. Their all-in-one software suite has everything you need to streamline your operation. Years charted out the ROG Ally, but their team has actually spent the last 10 years working on various handheld console concepts, just waiting for an opening in a difficult market that has chewed up and spit out numerous experienced players over the years. And the biggest thing that proves this isn't just another copycat design is what I'm doing right now. ASUS obsessed over how people actually use these handheld devices, finding that they don't want them to be too big, they also don't want them to be too small, and they want them to be genuinely comfortable to hold.
I still can't hold my Nintendo Switch for more than like 20 minutes before I have fingers go numb. Like, if you have bigger hands, have you seen these hands? If you have bigger hands, it just kills your circulation somehow. It's like magic. It's horrifying. The video is like 3 days old and the deck isn't out yet. Dude, I would, if what they're saying is true, I'm very intrigued by this. Like, see, this is exciting. This is something that like has a value proposition. For me, being able to take something like this on a plane or a long car ride, that sells it. When it's a cloud device that requires you to be connected to your home Wi-Fi, I'm less about it.
Now, when you first pick up the ROG Ally, it isn't very comfortable, to be perfectly honest with you. I have a hard time reaching the shoulder buttons, and these bottom corners here just like kind of dig into my hand. But then watch this, and it's perfect. These little contours here at the bottom right and left are designed for the device to be held at an angle with the screen actually facing your face, and in many cases resting, either on the desk in front of you or on your lap. In terms of buttons, it's a pretty bog standard Xbox layout. We've got our start and select here and here, or whatever Microsoft calls those buttons. I actually don't know what these other buttons do. Oh, I guess we're gonna find. Oh, okay, so that switches between Windows and your game. Quick switcher, and oh, that brings up their command center. Ooh, I really like this quick switcher between mouse mode. Is this to make it like keyboard jointed mouse or whatever?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. Quick toggle between 60 and 120 hertz refresh rate. Oh man, I have been waiting for someone to do 120 hertz. I know it's worse for battery life. Okay, I know it's more expensive, but there are a lot of games, particularly emulated games, enthusiast, that you totally could run at 120 frames per second and would totally run on this hardware, especially this hardware. I am loving these RGB joysticks.
That actually is kind of cool. I know RGB is stupid, but still.
In terms of buttons, the
Still
good
fun.
thing about the joystick.
Yeah, it reminded that this is a prototype and does not have that many specs yet. It's true. It's true. However, it's still cool. I mean, if what they're saying is good, then I'm interested. I'm very interested. My Steam Deck was a huge save when my flight was delayed by 24 hours. Oof. Yeah, that blows. That blows. Yeah, I've loved my Steam Deck. I have to have the right games for it, but yeah, I'm loving it.
Is their full size, so you'll get the same level of control that you would get with a Steam Deck. The bad news is you'll get the same level of control as you will with the Steam Deck. They're not Hall effect, which means that even though you can calibrate the 0 point, so you shouldn't suffer from drift, knock on wood, you can't fully eliminate dead zones, and they might not have the same level of durability. D-pad feels solidly okay. It's far from the best I felt, but it's not nearly the worst. And while I'm not a huge fan of long travel ABXY buttons, these aren't bad. I mean, I'd say they're about like you'd get on like an Xbox controller. Though it should be noted that this is a prototype device, and I would love for that to improve. ASUS is here supervising. Now that I'm in position, the shoulder and trigger buttons are very easy to access. These seem like analog triggers, though they haven't confirmed that for me yet. And like the Steam Deck, and unlike many other competing Windows handhelds on the market, they've got additional buttons on the back of the device, though not as many as the Steam Deck. This looks flippin' awesome. I'm not allowed to show you guys FPS, but ASUS says that at 15 watts, they are up to 50% faster than the Steam Deck, and at 35 watts, they are double the performance. At 7 inches,
Wow.
1080p looks crazy sharp. Okay. If this is running variable refresh rate, it makes sense that it was so hard for me to nail down what FPS it's running at, because if it dips below the panel's variable refresh rate range, then it'll really start to chug, and as long as it's within that range, it's gonna look shockingly smooth. So if I had to guess, I'd say we're seeing anywhere from 45 FPS down to it's probably dipping to about 20, and that's where I'm really seeing those stutters. No matter how
But running at 1080p though, because I don't think he said it's running at variable resolution. It's just variable refresh rate.
you
That's pretty
slice
good.
it, though, this is incredibly impressive. We're not even in game yet. I am loving this display. Okay, not only does it run at a higher resolution than the Steam Deck, it also hits a peak of 500 nits, which is more than
Oh baby.
I think that's higher than any of the handhelds we've tested recently. And it's rated at just 7 milliseconds for pixel response times. Now, that doesn't sound that impressive compared to some of the latest gaming monitors that boasting sub 1 millisecond response times. But you gotta understand,
Yeah, this freaking LG OLED that they sent has 0.03 millisecond response time. It's ridiculous.
that even on something like a gaming laptop, the native pixel response time is going to be pretty similar to this. They're just overdriving those pixels. So this is going to be at least a clean 7 milliseconds, which at 60 hertz is going to look great, and 120 hertz should be okay. Wow, this is running really smooth. I wasn't even thinking about it, which is the mark of good. Okay, we're only at 720p though. You guys need to change it so that I can toggle to manual mode as well. Once I configure my manual mode, I should be able to just toggle to manual mode. Dude though, this is so smooth. If you play lighter games,
It is like the coolest thing of doing sponsorships and integrations like this, or being invited to preview events for games, because you're talking to the developers and you just be like, hey, this sucks, you should change this. And then they do. It's great. Like when I went to the finals thing, and there were a handful of us there, you know, playing games together, Bruce Green and Danny O'Dwyer and those guys. Like we would run into a bug or we'd run into a clunky thing with the UI. We're like, hey, when I hit this drop down menu and I press the selection, if the selection overlaps with the button underneath it, it clicks the button underneath it and the selection, which causes the whole thing to glitch out. Can you make it so that drop down menu like is over and is above the underlayer and the button underneath it, so that when I press like full screen, windowed, or windowed borderless, if I press on windowed borderless and then there's a button underneath it, it doesn't press that button. Can you separate those? They're like, yeah, give us a second. Then they'd run off, they do some weird thing, and then they come back and they're like, okay, back out, reload. We'd restart the game and then it's fixed. Like, it's so cool. It's so cool. Can you play Elden Ring on that? I mean, you can play Elden Ring on the Steam Deck, so I would be shocked if you couldn't play it on this.
indie games, emulated games. 120 hertz makes so much sense.
By the way, does anybody know if the Dolphin emulator is still coming to Steam? I would be shocked if companies don't try to get that taken down, but I saw some news about it coming. Is it still coming, or did they shut it down?
I'm all the way back down to 15 watts performance mode, and this is still an outstanding experience. It's everything. It's the responsiveness, it's being able to nail the timing, it's the smoothness of the animations. If you're playing lighter games, you know, retro games, emulated games, there's just no comparison here. Really? At 15 watts, you guys are rating this at 20 decibels? I mean, yeah, I believe it. And we've got some insights to share with you guys on how they're getting it so quiet, even though we're not allowed to open it today. First though, let's see if we're even getting the main benefit of these fans being so quiet. Can we play something like a rhythm game on this and actually enjoy it, unlike on the Steam Deck? I can't say I miss Audio Surf, but these speakers sound great though. I've only got this at about 30% right now.
What?
That is a very full sound considering the size of this device. All right. It's not like I don't
All right.
have any complaints, right? No Hall effect joysticks, for example, but ASUS pointed out that they are very replaceable, so it wouldn't be a surprise if
Dude, my Steam Deck still, I love the thing, but man, it causes so many problems when it specifically is trying to rev up for heavier games. That fan, it like slightly clicks too. It's really, really bizarre. It's quite distracting. Like on the plane, I think, you hit the power button and then it's just, it's painful. It's terrible. This thing sounds way quieter.
Third-party options did show up. I didn't notice the weight, but they wanted me to mention that it's exactly 608 grams, which is apparently a lucky number or something like that. The triggers and shoulders no longer bothered me at all once I was actually playing games, but I do want to see the stabilization of these improve. Okay, let's change gears though and talk about cooling. The way that they achieved this level of quiet, aside from just putting in a quality thermal solution instead of like weird janky fans that make a lot of noise, is by using a heat pipe with a 2-element heatsink. So that's why it's got 2 exhausts over here and 2 separate intakes. They managed to pack 2 fans into this thing in addition to this hardware that is double the performance of the Steam Deck under ideal conditions. Now seems like a good time to talk about I/O. There's a headphone jack up here. We've got a micro SD slot. UHS 2, pretty cool. A really funky looking USB-C port, we'll talk more about that later. Volume buttons, as well as a fingerprint sensor that includes a single sign-on, I think is what that's called or whatever. Basically, it caches your fingerprint when you turn on the device and then logs all the way into your Windows profile. So if you have multiple profiles because you share your device with your kids or your SO or whatever, you just turn it on and it'll drop you right in your profile. They're not letting me show the motherboard and the internals to you guys, but I did see them, and there's a couple of things that I'm allowed to share with you. First, that the SSD is a 2230 sized SSD, so likely it'll ship with 1 terabyte max storage. And the second is that the battery capacity should be pretty competitive with the Steam Deck. What I want to know, though, is does it fit in the little handheld storage spot on our backpack? LTTstore.com. Oh, this is not the standard backpack. This is prototype 1. Don't worry too much about that. But it's the same size, and the answer is yes. Okay, remember how I was going to talk about that funky USB-C connector that was like 3 times as wide? The Ally has no Thunderbolt or USB 4, and that's because of that connector. It's ASUS's XG Mobile connection, and it allows you to
Look
plug
at
in an
that
external
monster.
GPU like this one.
Jesus.
There is a part of me that wishes it was Thunderbolt, because that would make it compatible with third-party GPU docks rather than just this one. But there is an advantage to this approach. It's PCIe by 8 rather than PCIe by 4 with a whole bunch of Thunderbolt protocol overhead. So what that means is, unlike Thunderbolt, there's actually a point in connecting an RTX 4090 mobile to this thing. It shouldn't be nearly as bottlenecked. I absolutely love the XG Mobile on my Flow X13. When it works, it can be a little bit flaky. But the difference is that ASUS sent me mine. I didn't have to pay for it. And at the price that this thing costs, it is pretty tough to justify. To be clear, it's not ASUS that I blame for this. They won't confirm the real reason, but I have no doubt in my mind that it's because of NVIDIA. NVIDIA is extremely fussy about the products that their GPUs are built into. And they have arbitrary rules like, well, if it's connected to a laptop, it has to be a mobile chip, even though we're talking about the XG Mobile, which isn't really mobile. It's a product that will only ever run plugged into the wall. So in my mind, ASUS has got to work with AMD then to use desktop class GPUs in, maybe a slightly larger enclosure, or build compatibility with the XG Mobile interface into their eGPU Thunderbolt enclosures for regular graphics cards. That would make the XG Mobile affordable and upgradable.
Dude, I'm so out of the loop on this stuff because I'll be real, I have been talking, of course, with Nikki about like, oh, should we move to Florida? Should we just travel for a bit? Should we try to just get out of Dodge and try some different places? And every time we talk about it, I'm like, okay, well, we've got to be prepared to lug a massive computer and maybe a PS5 as well with us in case a game releases and I need to play it for review. And so then I've got to have the cameras for the stream. And so we're lugging all of this stuff. And pretty soon I have suitcases full of random gear and equipment. But, and like I do have a gaming laptop, but it's like, I don't think you could play a game and stream it. And like, I just don't think it's that capable. But I just totally spaced. There's also solutions like this with external GPUs and all sorts of crazy stuff. Like it's wild. It's wild. And connecting a portable handheld device to a separate external GPU, that's insane, dude. That's wild. Wow. Yeah, make like XQC and Amazon wishlist your household items and get everything fresh. Yeah, for real, dude. He's so freaking rich. It's stupid. It's just outrageous. Oh man, I think it's not made for that. Really, you are really working. You need a full computer. I think it's just about like am not actively editing most of the videos. That's mostly Jacob. So for me, I don't need the video editing workstation. But if we were to travel for like 3-4 weeks, I could make do with streaming off of like one camera, of course, and then the laptop and just do that. It'd be really hard to play games at the same time unless I have like 2 laptops or something, and then I route an HDMI out, and then I have like an external capture card or something, which you can do. It's just like pretty soon you start lugging 2-3 gaming laptops and cameras and everything. It just starts to become much less convenient, you know. Stops making sense. But I don't know, it's woe is me, right? Oh no, if I travel, it's going to be hard to figure out how to bring all this gaming stuff with me.
Right now, it's neither, which is a shame because with it, you can easily turn this thing into the Switch Pro that the market is so hungry for. By the way, Asus asked us to show you a couple of the new products. This isn't one of them, but this is, how the hell do I pronounce this? Raikiri Pro? This is their new Raikiri Pro. It has a screen on it. It's almost exactly the same layout as an Xbox controller, but it's slightly smaller because some people find it to be a little bit big. And it's got 4 buttons on the back, as well as these adjustable, whether you want the trigger to work as a trigger or as just another shoulder button, little switches. I forget what these are called. But they also wanted me to show off this thing. This is actually a super cool companion for the Ally. It allows you to charge the Ally via USB-C. You also get an extra USB port and an HDMI output for the Ally just plugged into the wall. It's really compact. I would use the Raikiri, but it's apparently an engineering unit and does not work yet. Okay, I mean, if this is a Zen 4 mobile CPU, based on what I've seen from Zen 4 so far and its efficiency, I'm going ultimate 4K with this mobile 4090. I mean, it should work, right? You know, it's funny, the Asus reps were like, yeah, we were surprised at how little bottlenecking there is, but mobile 4090 is not as fast as a real 4090. So yeah, it's only PCIe Gen 3 by 8, but that's lots of bandwidth. And because it's not Thunderbolt, there's no bi-directional communication really. Like, it's not outputting over the laptop's display or anything like that. It's just outputting to your monitor over HDMI or over a DisplayPort. It's a plenty fast chip, and this CPU is clearly fast enough.
Wow.
This is well over 60 frames per second. Wow, no, I don't know. Yeah. I love it when the camera.
That's outrageous,
really
man.
great.
It's, so to be clear, just in case you're not seeing it, they have a mobile GPU. That's this thing. Plugged into the little handheld device. And that's what's running this. That's it. That's ridiculous. Granted, the mobile GPU has to be plugged into the wall, but I mean, honestly, I don't see that as a huge issue, especially if you're traveling. Like for me, going to a hotel and being just like plugged into the wall is not that big of a deal. And being able to do something like this is just outrageous. That's crazy. I had no idea this was like a thing. I had no idea.
Hey, come on. Either way, this is running amazing. I mean, it should once you've spent probably about $2,500, but
Yeah,
still.
for real.
Over the past year, we've had several other devices hit the market looking to scratch that next-gen itch that some of the more enthusiast-level handheld gamers are looking for. And truthfully, I am one of them, because as much as I love the Steam Deck, I don't daily drive it. This is partly because of the loud fan, but the size, the more limited game compatibility, and the performance are also factors. Now, obviously the price of the Steam Deck is a major selling point, all other things being equal. But all other things are not equal anymore. We won't know the exact price of this device until it shows up on Best Buy shelves and around the world in the next few months. But being this much faster, all of a sudden it could make sense. And if you were hoping that Valve would simply refresh the Steam Deck to match the Ally's performance but at their existing price, think again. Recently, Valve has gone on the record stating that while they are working on the Steam Deck 2, it's not coming for a long time, which in Valve time is, I mean, I don't know, let's put it this way. We just got Counter-Strike 2. Valve's custom SoC strategy then was a big advantage for them at launch, but it's starting to look like a liability, much like the cycle we see with the traditional console players, where they launch a new console, it's absolutely killer compared to a custom PC, and then it becomes long in the tooth, and a custom PC starts to look like the obvious choice until they refresh and so on and so forth. So while the Steam Deck did a great job of getting people back into handheld gaming, especially playing PC games, and the low barrier to entry is amazing at $400, some of you have more money that you'd like to spend, and this is starting to look like it could offer enough to justify whatever that higher price is. There's going to be a lot more for us to cover in the full review. The faster UHS 2 microSD slot, for example. Does it affect loading times? I don't know.
For me, the main selling point would be that mobile GPU. That's insane. That actually starts to make it much more compelling for me and granted, I have a very, very weird use case. Okay, like it's what I would be doing is not common. It's weird. Not many people are going to be traveling and then be like, okay, I have to have something ultra portable that I can also play a modern AAA game on. The one downside with this is the capture, but I would be routing this through my Ninja 5 Atomos for capture. But I don't know. That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. I still probably, honestly, in my use case, the more I think about it, I'm probably still better off just going the route of like a really high-end gaming laptop. I think that probably makes more sense, but who knows? Who knows? All told, though, it just reaffirms the idea that this whole thing, it just makes no sense. See, we came full circle. This whole thing just doesn't make any damn sense at all. A dedicated device for remote play that cannot play games locally and only does this. And what's funny is, like,
Daddy, chill.
this is something that I actually expected. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready to see Luke from 6 years ago? Baby Luke. Look at baby Luke. Baby Luke. Baby Luke. You ready? I predicted that Sony was going to do something like this. I was like, how should Sony compete with the Switch? Oh, hello? we'll get to baby Luke in a second, but first we have another baby Luke to see. Hold on. Hello? Hi.
Dear, run into that again.
Can you say hi to everybody? Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. His poor eye. His poor eye. Why Suig? I think. Thank you for the sub, my friend. Appreciate you. We're on our way. We're on our way to the sub goal. Oh, he's trying to turn on the AC again. You fiend. Sean, good to see you. Sony just keeps doubling down on their silliness. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense. Everything they're doing is just like, but why though? And normally you can figure it out, but I can't figure this out. You somehow switched it to Celsius. How did you do that?
He's a genius. He would rather be in England. Me too.
Yes, another bun is in the oven. Yes.
No, I just had a big breakfast. Leave me alone.
Oh yeah, Imperium. Lucky, high five. Boom. He's wearing his space shirt. It's got all the planets on it. It's pretty cool. Did you guys go to the library?
We did.
Was it fun?
Yeah, we went to the library and we went and played for a little bit afterwards.
Did you have fun at the library? Did you see some other kids? Oh, it's silly! Oh
Don't you dare.
no! Oh. He's like me. He likes just getting blasted in the face with cold air. Nikki gives me crap because I like to have the AC on in winter. Oh, chilly. Gotta pull out more discs. I mean, you can tell Locke is smart. He's already trying to use the metric system. Yeah, exactly. He's like, this doesn't make any sense, this American thing. What are we doing? Oh, man. Rock, dude, I'm gonna be real. Nikki will have access to the best mod team for real. We now have, I think, all of the parts that we, well, actually, no, we do. Do I still have a, no, okay. Technically, she could stream today if she wanted to, but I was like, I think we could get the AT2020 set up for her as a mic, but for that, I don't think I have the shock mount anymore. We have an extra boom arm, but I don't think we have the shock mount for it. So we might have to get that. Other than that, you could just use the mic and like the webcam, but that, I mean,
Yeah,
you know
then
me, I'm not
connect
going to let that
to
happen.
the gorilla hand, and then you put that with the arm burst, and then you put it in the refrigerator to get it cold, because then it'll be a really strong echo.
Oh, careful, careful, careful. Just
What
set
the
this over
hell
here.
is even that?
Set that over there.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Oh, you found the Gorilla Pod? Pod. Is that fun? I got that back in the heyday of Casey Neistat vlogging, because he would put that in a DSLR. So, like, he'd hold it out like a little handle for it.
The first year of our relationship, Luke vlogged. Like,
I vlogged a lot.
Like, we have a vlog of our first date.
The summer of 2017, I also forced myself to vlog, like, everything. And it helped me get way better at video editing. It was good. It was good. It was useful.
The vlogs weren't good. We are not entertaining.
Oh, the vlogs were
people.
terrible, but
They're horrible.
as a process of learning, it was cool. And plus, now we have like a track record of all those things. One of the first like gifts I got her was I cut together and I edited a video of like the first year of our relationship. It was very cute.
It was pretty cute.
Yeah.
We'd only been together 3 months at that point.
Oh, 3 months. Yeah, I guess it was Christmas. Yeah. Hey, dude. Hi. Yeah.
That's what we'll do. We'll watch all the old vlogs that Luke took of us on our dates and our adventures and review them.
Oh.
We knew each other for a year before we started dating, though. So the vlogging on a first date wasn't like he just showed up off of a Tinder date with a camera in my face.
Can
like,
you imagine? That would have been great.
He'd been doing that for a couple months while we were friends, and then we went on a date. So, I mean, I had every opportunity to run beforehand.
Are you okay, dude?
You turned him down for a whole year? No. We were part of a friend group that, like, made a pact to not date each other.
He's just slowly removing.
Everything. It's all on the floor. He does it to the kitchen after I do the dishes. It's only fair. It's your turn.
Well, oh, look, he's looking at the cyberpunk art book. He loves books. Is that a good book?
The pact wasn't enforced properly. Correct. We did not use enough blood in the sacrifice, and the pact fell apart after a year. Here's the thing, though, is we broke the no dating pact with the understanding that if at any point, like, we didn't see this being endgame. Oh, I hate that I just said that. That we would no longer be around each other. We ended up getting married. It all worked out. Oh no, what happened?
He's fed up with the art. Oh, jeez.
Hey, Lachlan. Oh, then you found the Cyberpunk Steelbook. Very cool. Who did you sacrifice? We don't talk about who we sacrificed. Does anybody talk about who they sacrificed?
Oh, you're leaving?
Bye, see.
He's like, I've done what I needed to do. Need I say more? Oh, careful, that's plugged in. You gotta leave it there.
When is your first stream going to be? I don't know. Whenever Luke has decided that it is set up, I gotta do some research, and whoever the 5 people are that come in and see this stream so-called that I will be doing will have a great look at our guest room.
That'll be great. Thank you, Holy Bill Bam, or Bim Bam. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for objectifying my husband. I agree. I like his biceps more than his calves, though.
Yeah, calves aren't there. Bye. You
You
done?
just want to go? Should we go eat lunch?
Can I have a hug before you go?
Can you get Daddy a hug?
Hug? Oh,
Isn't that so nice? I ask for a hug and he just says, no, mama, and walks away.
Hey, I love you. Hi, you.
You say, I love you. I love
You.
you.
He's just standing on the steel book.
Cool.
Oh.
Alright. I'll beat you up with this thing.
Oh no. Oh,
Love you.
jeez. I love
Bye.
you too. Have a good lunch.
but I'm gonna eat some turkey.
Turkey.
Make some turkey and cheese.
Bye.
Do you want salad or leftovers?
Salad with some of that chicken would be great.
From the freezer.
Say bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. You
Bye,
say,
everybody.
Bye, you. Oh, okay.
I'll see you
Alright,
later.
Let's go. Bye. We'll go upstairs.
Oh, and that's Nikki.
Oh, what did I forget? That's important.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, see ya. They're pretty cool. You see, Nikki, the pact was a facade. Luke never meant to follow it. Yeah, I mean, everybody, it was one of those pacts that, like, you get a group of, like, Cheetos. You get a pack of people who are all kind of interested. Like, this person's interested in this person, this person's interested in this person. They're all like, it's just a web of attraction and drama. And then you're like, okay, nobody do anything about it. It was gonna fall apart eventually. It was destined to happen, let's be real. Twitch drama. Oh, more Twitch drama. Well, first, before I do that, let me show you the thing I was going to, because this is glorious. Let me show you this. Remember I said babyface Luke. I'm not shaved here, so I don't look that baby-faced, but this is 6 years ago. Okay, I was like 19 at the time. 18. No, I would have been 18. No, 19. Wait, when did this get posted? It was posted March 15th. So I was 19. Okay. And let's just see this. This was my prediction for how Sony, and recommendation for how Sony should take on the Switch.
So, Sony, looking at this naturally as any person with any mental
You mean business, but whatever.
capacity would do, you have to look at it and say, well, okay, where are they going with this? What would be the point of pushing this PlayStation Now experience? It frankly doesn't really compete with Game Pass specifically. But what I think it's setting up for is a PlayStation Vita update. Specifically, the Vita hasn't really gone through a formative change in actually quite a number of years. It's been basically the same device with some alterations here and there. But for the most part, it's been the same product without any real reason to purchase it other than, for instance, streaming from your PlayStation onto it, which can be fun and can work. I've done it a few times with a friend's Vita. I don't have one. But what this would allow them to do is allow you to stream. If they hook up the Vita and really optimize the Vita for this service, the PlayStation Now service, it would allow you to stream a game such as the one you see on screen right now, Days Gone, which is an upcoming PS4.
It's 2 years out still. I never thought that it would still be 2 years away. But.
Exclusive. It would allow you to stream that to a handheld device, which would be a console seller for me. If you also look at it, you could stream Uncharted 4 to this device, because all of a sudden the Vita, all it needs to be able to do, it doesn't necessarily have to have a lot of graphics processing power behind it or a lot of pure computational power behind it. It just has to excel in its wireless connectivity or any sort of connection to their servers.
And so at the time, 6 years ago, I was like, oh, all they have to do is have a console that all it is like a Switch form factor, but it can just stream through PlayStation Now. And that'll be a good way to take on the Switch. And that, boom, done. I never thought that Sony would make something that is basically that, but is even less useful. Even less useful. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I was so close. I just assumed that Sony would be smarter about it, but nope. Oh, goodness. Okay. Let's see this. Let's see this next thing that Rocky just sent me. Abacraz or Abe, maybe, I don't know. Since Sean left and Jim Ryan took over, Sony has made weird changes. For me, what it screams of is, was it Mark or Martin? It was like Scully. It was something Scully. John. It was John Scully. John Scully was a weird guy. And he was basically responsible for almost imploding Apple as a company in the 90s. He was an ex-Pepsi CEO, and he came in and brought his Pepsi experience to Apple, and then tried to basically turn Apple into a tech Pepsi, which, if that sounds insane, it does. And so he came in and he tried to just treat Apple like every other company, where you can just run it, you maximize the bottom line, you find like a series of products, you put 15 different types of Pepsis in front of people, see what they like, and then focus on those and sell more of them. And it didn't work. It didn't work at all. And it's because when your business is built on some creative concept, like we're going to offer you products that are innovative and beautiful, something that you don't even realize you wanted until you see it. Like when your business is built on that, but then you come in and you offer them just the most brain dead, throw anything at the wall and see what sticks. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And that's what we saw with Apple in the 90s, where they almost imploded. And then, of course, Steve Jobs came back and was like, "Okay, we're gonna fix this. We're gonna try to figure it out." And when he came back, and go from there. John Scully admits Steve Jobs never forgave him before Jobs died. Yeah, it's crazy. John Scully nearly, like, Apple almost was destroyed completely by this guy. Like this huge company now that's like $1 trillion company, almost completely destroyed by one dude and his poor judgment on product decisions. But when I think of Jim Ryan, I see Jim Ryan. I see something very, very similar. I see a guy that is a businessman who doesn't really prioritize the creative vision that has made Sony so successful this past PS4 generation. And I would personally expect him to continue doing damage to the brand. I know Sony fanboys and Sony bronies get upset at that concept. They're like, "Oh, but the PS5 is really successful." Like, okay, right now, like, we're not saying that right now, day one, things are going to go bad. Like, it takes time for these things to catch up to people. It does. Like, deal with it. And I think that the damage he's doing to the brand of PlayStation is going to be very, very hard to repair. Because what they've done repeatedly now is they've put out products that don't really cater to a mass audience like the PlayStation or the PSVR 2. And they're coming out and doing all of this in a way that just screams big business, not necessarily what's best for the gamers or best for the consumers, which is a bummer. It sucks. It sucks because PlayStation during Sean Layden's time, they dropped some really groundbreaking games that shook to the core what a modern AAA game could be. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What is the background of the man? Let me pull it up. Pull it up. Does he have a LinkedIn? I don't think he does. Geez, huh? Sony Interactive Entertainment. The CEO is Jim Ryan. He doesn't have a Wikipedia page, so you can't look up details. Replacing John Codera, who stepped down in April 2019. Codera will leave SIE in 2021. Andrew House served as president and CEO from 2011 until October 2017 after stepping down the role House of Chairman. It's just a series of corporate takeovers and things. I don't know. Yeah, he does not have a LinkedIn, and he does not have a Wikipedia, so you can't look up details on him. That's weird. That's weird. I don't know. Another PlayStation thing? Okay. Also this, it looks like Bethesda has acquired Nemesis Games in Budapest, Hungary. The studio will now be known as ZeniMax Online Studios Hungary. The team is working on Elder Scrolls Online as well as unannounced projects. And apparently it's roughly 50 people. It's a team of roughly 50 people. Huh. Weird. And they're hiring more people. That's crazy. Growing bigger every day. That's wild. He's a lizard 100%. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, going back to that, I can't think of another time that a major CEO of, or a major head of a giga company like Sony Interactive Entertainment has not had a role like that, or like a Wikipedia page or anything. It's crazy. So apparently Sean Layden was the chairman of Worldwide Studios, and he was the vice president and chief operating officer, or the COO of Sony Network Entertainment International in 2014. But I can't help but notice that since Jim Ryan has taken over as CEO of SIE, he's forced himself into like the front role, like front and center. He wants to be visible as the face of PlayStation. And what it also reminds me of, this is the other thing it reminds me of. It reminds me of Michael Eisner. If you've watched like Defunct Land, you know what I'm talking about. But Michael Eisner is a really strange guy, because he both like helped Disney, and then he also almost destroyed Disney. Not destroy it, like he also did a lot of damage. Like he started really, really well off. It's this guy. He started doing a great job with Disney, fixing a lot of their franchises, getting them through like the golden age of Sony, or of Disney films, and the renaissance of Disney films. And so he did a lot. He established the Disney parks, expanded Disney globally into like, you know, Paris and Japan and all these places. So he did a lot. But then he also just could never decide on anything. He was a very indecisive CEO towards the end, and he was booted out in 2005, and Bob Iger took over after. But he, towards the end of his career, just started to lose focus, and he forgot kind of what the brand was about. And it really, really was clear. He didn't have a clear vision for the company anymore, other than just trying to go bigger and badder. And when that's the whole goal of your company, just like go bigger and do more, it doesn't usually work out too well. It's like Toshiba. You remember Toshiba was everywhere. Everything they did, everything was Toshiba. Toshiba laptops and TVs and computers and everything. And eventually they just overexpanded, and they basically had to shut down. It just didn't work anymore. And I don't think they will necessarily get into the same spot, but like PlayStation will necessarily get into the same spot, but I am worried that something similar is going to happen in a lesser degree, where they're going to end up kind of, I don't know. I don't think you can do this without long-term ramifications. I think if you continue to release products that your customer base is like, what is this? Who's this for? Eventually, you're going to run into problems. You just have to. Like, you can't get away with that forever and expect people to just go along with it. You know, like, I don't think you can do that. I think eventually it catches up to you. Anyway. Let's see this. I can close that. In other news, we've talked a little bit about the whole like FaZe Clan thing that's imploding. I'm sorry that I find this so funny. I tweeted, I like retweeted the FaZe thing is imploding. They're dropping to 50 cents a share and they're getting delisted. Lol, cringe. Like, it was funny to me. It's funny to me still because it's a bunch of like people that were really, really freaking wealthy that now are complaining about their stock of their company that isn't really a company, doesn't do anything. They're complaining that that's dropping, and some people countered and like commented and were like, I don't think it's cool for you to like badmouth a gaming company. We should be in this together. And I'm like, dude, like, I will talk up the good side of the gaming industry, but the bad side, the guys that are just insufferable, the guys that are actively harming the industry, yeah, we'll call those guys out and we'll tease them. And when they fail and they start to do badly, then yeah, we'll revel in that, because why not? And in the case of FaZe, this is like, it never really made sense. And honestly, I think that the whole FaZe thing being listed on the stock exchange was just an example of a get rich quick scheme. And to me, I couldn't prove this in a court, probably. It, to me, seemed to be eerily similar to a pump and dump scheme where they list the business on the open market. They have the core members hold most of the shares of stock. They get their fans who are very, very much fans and are sycophantic and crazy. Thank you, my babe. They get those people to get hyped up on it and inflate the price, and it explodes and goes crazy. And then they dump all their stock when the price starts to rise. They get rich, and then, oh no, the company's delisted from the stock exchange. They don't really care. Like, they got their bag and they got out. They don't care, because it was never supposed to be like, you know, a long-term thing. I think it was just a way to get quick cash. So to me, I'm very, very skeptical of this whole thing. It seems super, super sketchy, and it makes me generally quite uncomfortable. And Penguin tackled it with a little bit of detail. Perhaps the funniest thing is that Snoop Dogg is getting out. Even this whole thing is even too much for Snoop Dogg, and Snoop Dogg is known for being like signing on for some pretty weird projects. It's just like, you can't make it up.
Another disaster in the esports industry. Today, we have to mourn the loss of an esports icon, someone whose passion for the industry as well as their non-stop involvement in the space is something that's very powerful and special, something I think we can all learn from. I'm talking, of course, about Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg,
as you know, is one of the founding fathers of FaZe. He's been with the company for about a year now, and honestly, it's probably what he's most known for now. Aside from all of the other success he's had in his career, FaZe is probably what Snoop Dogg is most known for, and unfortunately, we're gonna have to hold a funeral service for him now. Not because he's like actually dead, but because he's dead to esports. He has resigned from FaZe. According to their...
I don't think he did anything for FaZe like the whole time he was signed on. Basically signed on, apparently he got like a big chunk of stock, and then like was a member of the board and then bailed. And people freaked out about it because they're like, dude, you signed Snoop Dogg to FaZe Clan, and like, he doesn't play, he's not a competitive player, and he had a bigger stake in the company than like even the most senior members. It was wild. It's like, what on earth is happening? Why? It's crazy. It's insane. But it's because they brought him in for quick name recognition to get in some headlines to try to pump the stock up so that they could dump it real quick before anybody realized. Like, it's just crazy. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if in the coming months and years, there's some people that get in some serious trouble for pumping and dumping on this. It's crazy.
SEC filing, it wasn't due to any disagreements between Snoop Dogg and FaZe Clan, and it's only been a little over a year since he joined in the first place. I'm of course kidding. I imagine most of you didn't even know Snoop Dogg was part of FaZe Clan because they made this big hoopla one time when he signed up, but he couldn't even be bothered to show up to the announcement in person, so instead all they've ever done together is have a picture of Snoop Dogg holding the FaZe Clan chain. That's really about it. That's about where his involvement in FaZe stops. He took one picture with their chain, and that's it. He said, all right, my job's done here. Thanks for the shares and the payday, I guess. Glad to be here. And he just kind of rode that for over a year. Just a severe case of goofball brain here with the decision to bring Snoop Dogg on to FaZe as part of their board of directors as well. This isn't a decision that is exclusive to just FaZe. This was actually a trend in the esports space where a lot of mainstream celebrities that have never touched the video game in their life all started being brought on board as kind of the face of organizations. So Snoop Dogg, that was supposed to be his role. And the idea is these mainstream celebrities open their brand up to new viewers, new potential customers, which will hopefully allow them to make more money because those new customers now might buy merch and help them actually generate a profit in an industry where profit is a forbidden, illegal word to use because it just doesn't fucking exist. In esports, profit is like finding a leprechaun's pot of gold. It's impossible. There's no such thing. There's very few orgs that turn any level of profit. It's very rare. So they all got desperate and thought this might be the play. Grab celebrities like Snoop Dogg and hopefully we'll get some new customers that'll help us get in the green. And it clearly has not worked.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing with esports is everybody kind of pitched it as a, like, it was really, really weird. It was basically like people thought that they could make the NFL of gaming, that they could have an organization like the NFL where they have a broader structure, and then you could have teams like FaZe, where that team can come and play in this broader structure, or even if there's no broader structure, just you bring the team to individual tournaments that are all disconnected, and then you could have, you know, fans of that team that buy merch, that would buy tickets to those events, that would watch those streamers, that would support them that way. And they're like, well, the NFL can do it, so surely we can do it. Surely we can turn a profit that way. And it's just frankly not that, it's not that simple. It's actually a little complicated. And it's, you know, when your whole business model is, well, we have a bunch of like semi-famous people on the internet, and then we're going to sell merch. And then like, we'll win some tournaments, some gaming tournaments, and take the prizes. It's like, okay. But like, how is that a business? How is that a bit? Because it's not even like an apparel company where you just have good clothes and good designs where people want to buy it because it's good. Like, you just, in this case, you have just merch for the sake of merch. Like, it's not the same thing at all. It just doesn't work
at all. I think the idea, like the logic behind it, makes sense, but you'd need a celebrity who actually knows what the fuck is going on in the industry, or at the very least plays games. Snoop Dogg streams occasionally, but for over a month he couldn't even be bothered to turn audio on. He streamed completely muted, and he never noticed. He'd go over a month with just a completely fucking muted stream, like you were sitting in a fucking sensory deprivation tank when you had a Snoop Dogg stream on. I guess maybe it was good for like sleep aid. That, you know, might be a real argument you can make, but he is clearly not someone who ever understood esports to begin with. This was just supposed to be like a desperate Hail Mary to hopefully get new audience to, you know, buy into the FaZe brand. And we can really see how well that worked for FaZe in particular here. The proof is in the pudding. This is a recipe for home runs. They can't stop winning here. Look at this fucking stock price, absolutely crushing it. So the point is, it's not something that FaZe alone is struggling with. All of esports is kind of imploding right now. The bubble has finally burst. In addition to Snoop Dogg making his grand departure from the space, CLG yesterday announced that they're pretty much folding as well. I believe they're being purchased by a different entity, but overall their operations are ceasing. They're halting all of their esports spending. I think the only thing they're keeping intact is their league-related arm. All the rest are being flushed down the shitter, so there's been mass layoffs. A ton of people banished to the Shadow Realm overnight here from the CLG closing of their doors, and it's a huge surprise to everybody, especially because even just like a couple weeks ago they were making new signings. Like, they just signed 2 new Smash Brothers Melee players, and now not even a full month later they're like, actually, company's gone, we're completely changing everything. So a spokesperson has apparently said that they're trying to, you know, better position their company for long-term success and, you know, looking at alternative business strategy. I guess that strategy is give up and roll over.
It's not a business. Like, that's what drives me crazy. Is this whole thing is like, if you want a team, a clan, I get that. But I don't know why somebody who's like a successful streamer would join FaZe. I just don't get it. I don't understand it. You know, people are like, well, it's because you join a group of people that are also successful, and then you'll be successful, and you'll have that brand. Okay. Like, I guess, but I just I don't see it. Can somebody in chat explain to me what the like appeal is? Like, say you're a guy who's just been grinding Call of Duty, and you're really good at Warzone. You're really, really good, and you start to get a following on Twitch and TikTok, and you maybe have a few thousand concurrent viewers at a time. And then FaZe approaches you and it's like, sign with us. Is there any reason to do that? Like, you're already making good money. You're already growing. You already have an audience. Why would you need to sign with them? I don't... Like, do you have to be a member of an org to go into these tournaments? I could see that. Like, if Nick Merckx wants to play in a tournament, he has to be a member of an org, I guess? I don't know. Access bigger audience and events. And maybe I'm just so in a bubble that I just don't see it. But do people really go from like, are they just browsing FaZe and then they see what the latest members of FaZe are and then they add them to their follow list and start watching their stream? Do people really do that? I don't know. Nowadays, it doesn't matter. I guess not. I don't know. They do? Okay. I guess I'm the weird one. I don't think in that way, so it's weird for me to hear that people are so tribalistic like that. It just breaks my brain, but...
Because that's what it really feels like, hoping that someone will purchase the, remnants, the skeleton crew of CLG. And it's not like I blame them. Like I said, the industry is just not generating money at all. Esports does not make money. And that is a lesson that everyone is now learning in that space. And it's something that myself, Ludwig, Matt, Danny, all of us knew beforehand when we made Moist Esports. We knew that this industry was held up with fucking imagination, like SpongeBob and Patrick in their box. All it was imaginary valuation on all their shit and hopium that eventually they'll be able to somehow make money. And that's not the reality of the situation. So we knew going into it this was going to be losing money out the wazoo, maybe forever, and we're fine with it because it's a space we are genuinely passionate about. But all these other companies don't have the same luxury that we have. They do need to make money in order to continue to exist, and they really can't right now. So all of their business strategy over the last 5 or 6 years is eating them alive, which is why so many of them are experiencing these massive layoffs or just completely vanishing. Like another one, E-United recently had to fold as well. It's just been a really tumultuous period in the esports scene. I don't think esports as a whole are going to die, like competitive gaming isn't going anywhere, but these orgs are they're having to swallow a very tough pill and learn that they've been making terrible decisions for years now and it's not working out. So CLG is the most recent victim here, but again, them and FaZe, they're still not alone. Even earlier this week, TSM, one of the biggest names in gaming, had to announce that they are going to have to be making changes as well. They're pulling out of several titles as well as just kind of pumping the brakes pretty hard on a lot of their other ventures that they were pursuing. It was even reported that they were considering selling their slot in the LCS, which is almost blasphemous because TSM's been in League of Legends like since the fucking start. I mean, that is crazy. And of course, most of you probably remember that they had a huge deal with FTX, a $200 million deal that was also included with naming rights, so they were TSM FTX. But we all know how FTX, turned out, that fucking fairy tale ending. Absolute disaster, which of course was a huge hit to TSM, but they did make a statement saying that they were strong, profitable, and stable following the cancellation with FTX. But now I've got to question if that's true, or if that was just a load of hooey, because Jesus Christ, this is a huge deal. Selling an LCS slot, especially for an org like TSM, is a crazy thing to even think is right around the corner potentially. Now I understand LCS itself is kind of dying, it's treading water.
I don't know. I guess it's so interesting to me, like all this stuff, because I'm just not familiar with a lot of it. I start watching new streamers 90% through word of mouth. It seems like word of mouth, I have encountered a good number of people through like TikToks. TikTok seems to be a great way to grow. And I feel like by the time I sit down to watch somebody stream, I've probably seen them like 5, 6, 7 times. Or at least I've run across them, right? I've seen them in YouTube shorts, in TikToks, in YouTube videos, or something else. So, but that's also just because like, I've thought about this a lot recently. People complain about Twitch discoverability. And like, we'll just fix it, Twitch. And I honestly think like the easiest way for them to handle it is to basically make like a TikTok variant with clips specifically. Just have an algorithm where you can swipe through on the app, different Twitch stream clips, and then see that. But even that, like, it's not really what Twitch is about. Like, Twitch is about sitting down and watching the stream live and hanging out with this person live for an extended period of time, which is why it's like the barrier to entry to join a stream is a lot higher than a lot of other stuff. It's a lot more difficult to pull that off. Because for you to decide to come in here and hang out with me on stream takes a lot more convincing than watch this TikTok, which requires no barrier to entry, right? You basically just swipe and then you accidentally start watching it effectively. Or YouTube, you see a good title, a good thumbnail, and you're like, oh, that's interesting. And you click on it. Very low barrier to entry. Twitch, it's like, I'm going to hop into the middle of a conversation. I have no idea what's going on, and I've never heard this person talk before. That's really hard to get somebody to do. It doesn't really make sense for you to just pop in randomly to try that. So I think it's less of a big issue with Twitch. It's more of just a reality of what streaming is, at least in my opinion, as far as I can tell. Let's see. New Kwoming Chi tweet about PSVR 2 cutting production by 20% plus other VR headsets not selling well. I think the big thing is just that there's no games to justify, like there's not a lot of big major titles coming out to justify spending $500, $600, $700 on a gaming headset. It just doesn't make sense. And so while as my whole stance on the PSVR 2 thing has been from the start, I'm sure the hardware is amazing. I've not personally tried it, but everybody who tries it says the tech is amazing. I just don't know how you could justify spending $500 on something you'll use maybe for a week, because you'll play through Call of the Wild or Call of the Mountain, then you'll play through some of these other VR games. Maybe you're really into Beat Saber and you'll put 5,000 hours into Beat Saber, but I'm not even sure if Beat Saber's on the PSVR 2. Hopefully it is, because that's a no duh. But like all of these things, I just don't know how you can justify the huge expense for the little, like, oh, this tech's really good, I'm going to use it once or twice a week. Like even the Switch now, like if they released a Switch Pro, I honestly don't know if I'd buy it. And I love buying new gear and hardware like that because, oh, it's not, Jesus Christ. That's ridiculous. But like, even if they released a Switch Pro with the new Zelda, if it came out after the new Zelda comes out, I don't think I'd get it because there's just no games that I actively play on the Switch. So I'd be buying cool hardware that I would never use. It just doesn't make sense. It's just a waste. It's like that handheld Sony Vita thing that we were talking about earlier. It's like that. I'm sure it's going to be cool. It's probably going to be built well, but I don't know if I would spend $300 on something that isn't that useful. Like, I just don't see it. Yeah, I haven't used my Switch. I used my Switch a few days ago because Nikki's sister came to visit and we played like Mario Party. But that was the first time I had to actually wipe the dust off with my finger off of the screen because it had been sitting in a cabinet for so long. But anyway. It helps when YouTubers stream on Twitch because people already know about them from other platforms. Yeah, I think that helps, and it's the same thing that the Twitch CEO said, is he's like, if you want to grow on Twitch, you need to build an audience elsewhere and then bring it to Twitch, which people, of course, clipped and were like, made a meme out of it. Like, he's recommending people go to other sites to grow their audience on his site, which, of course, is a terrible look. It's just a terrible, terrible look. Oh, the ex-CEO? Oh, that was the I thought it was the president who's now the CEO. But okay, well, the person who was at the time very high up in Twitch said, build your audience somewhere else and bring it over. And I mean, that's just, it is hilarious to be like that. It's just, I mean, it is ridiculous. But I also kind of get what he's saying because it is just way easier to grow an audience on YouTube or TikTok or somewhere else and then try to bring it over. And I mean, that's why we're investing a lot in TikToks and stuff. We're trying to build those out and, you know, we're doing our thing. By the way, if any of you guys make clips and like if you make a clip, submit it in the Discord in Stream Clips, the channel Stream Clips. And if you, if that clip we decide is going to get turned into a TikTok or a YouTube short, we will, I'll gift you a sub. Easy. Bing, bang, boom. Why not, right? So make sure to have your stuff connected so that I can do that. But if you clip a segment of the stream that is particularly like workable for a YouTube short or something, then I'll give you a sub because why not?
Let's just call it like it is. We don't need to be huffing any copium here. The LCS itself has not been doing great. League overall has been fine. Like other regions have been doing great in some cases, but the LCS in particular, not so much. Viewership is not looking amazing. People don't really get excited about it. So that is also something to consider with the TSM situation here. Like maybe they just feel like it's in their best interest to sell it, you know, because they want to ensure that they can remain profitable and stable. So they could be doing this as a preventative cautionary measure to make sure they don't bite off more than they can chew down the line should the esports industry continue to get worse. So maybe they aren't as bad as it initially appears here with them like halting a lot of things and pulling out of some titles. But either way, it's still at least alarming because the industry itself, all of esports, is just not healthy at all. It is held together by fucking toothpicks and glue. It's like making those old like spaghetti fortresses like back in science class where you're supposed to like make a little spaghetti building. Like that is pretty much the entire esports space, and right now that spaghetti building is really wobbling. It's sad to see, but it was also the most predictable shit ever. I don't know how people didn't see this coming sooner. Like, even on the outside, I know a lot of viewers are like, man, how the fuck are these esports orgs even profitable? And the answer was always, they're not. But for some reason, the orgs themselves never had this eureka moment, this, flip of the light switch, like, holy shit, this is going to be bad pretty soon. We're not able to actually recoup our costs. And now they're panicking, they're folding, and it's chaos, pandemonium. And I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because obviously I'm in the industry with Moist Esports, of course, so I see a lot of it and I have a lot of information on like the back end of what's going on with other orgs, and it's always just so surprising to hear that this is something they didn't foresee and didn't plan for accordingly. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of go over this whole topic, and once again, it is sad to see Snoop Dogg leave. I know most of gamers out there looked up to him as a hero in the esports scene, as kind of their inspiration behind the drive to compete in esports, and now he's left FaZe, so that's rough. But anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Today, we're doing
Oof.
just a quick little thing.
Oof. It is. I think what it is we are in a weird environment where a lot of businesses that are frankly not profitable have gotten away with being unprofitable for a very long time. Oh, thank you, Sean. Sean just gifted 2 subs to Caitlin and to Dipe. I never know how to pronounce it. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Sean. Welcome to the sub club, guys. But anyway. Kimbus, I don't really have a TikTok, but I don't really get the appeal for it, but maybe I'll get it for you. Well, also, our goal is to also put the shorter ones on YouTube Shorts, because those do really well as well. So we'll see. It's just tough. It's tricky. Build your audience on OnlyFans and bring them over. Yeah, that's what I gotta do. What's next critique we're tackling? My hope is that we can do it for Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and we're gonna do sort of like a mini critique for Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. So we're working on that. I've been looking into the Jurassic Park books, and they're horrifying. Yeah, they're very good. They're very good. But it's always tricky. It's always tricky because like we don't really know what video is going to be massive until we decide to tackle it, and then it's like, okay, there's enough to talk about where this video is going to turn into something massive, What's up, Mango? Yeah. But Instagram Reels are my favorite. I never get on Instagram. I need to do it. Or like what I did for a while is I paid that company to produce TikToks and shorts for me. They did an okay job for a while, but eventually it just didn't really work. It wasn't working for me. I can't remember, was the delay because they were implementing a fast travel, or was that a fever dream of mine for Survivor? I don't remember them specifying why they delayed it, but I know that they said that there is a fast travel system, but I don't know if that's why they delayed it. I think that they did show the fast travel system, but I don't think that's like why they did the thing, Oh, maybe I missed it. Maybe I missed the thing. Who knows? Let's see. For which game? Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Back from dinner. Awesome. I like Instagram Reels. I find so much funny stuff on there. What's the time limit on them? Is it 60 seconds as well, or is it like 15 seconds? I don't actually know. I can't remember. No, I read that. I don't know. Anyway, I forgot who sent me this, but apparently Maddie is covering the new Cyberpunk DLC stuff, and there's stuff to say about that. One of the other cool things, so apparently they are bringing full path ray tracing to Cyberpunk. And so I'm just going to play this little video, and I want you to remember that all of the footage you're seeing is running on a 4090, okay? The highest end hardware. Just buckle up for this. Showcases path tracing, also known as full ray tracing, an advanced GPU-intensive form of ray tracing that accurately simulates light throughout the entire scene. In other words, actual light diffraction bouncing off of walls and everywhere. It's crazy. It's wild. And previously, this is something that like you could only do in like feature-length films where it takes 20 minutes to render a single frame on a server farm, right? Like this has never been something that you could really realistically do in a AAA like open world video game. It's outrageous. Previous techniques separately addressed ray traced shadows, reflections, and global illumination for a small number of light sources. This is what ray tracing has typically been, where it is just reflections. It's not actually tracing the light, it's tracing the reflection for this particular object. And even then, it usually isn't rendering certain objects in the distance. It's like kind of cheating, right? It's kind of cheating. This is the full thing. Full ray tracing models all properties of light from an unlimited number of emissive sources, delivering physically correct shadows, reflections, and global illumination on all objects. This is captured on a 4090 at 4K with DLSS 3 enabled. And then they're going to start turning it off. So what you're seeing here is what it looks like when it's running properly. It's outrageously beautiful. And then wait till they turn it off. And you'll realize, like, okay, this is what I've been playing with. Off. It looks like garbage. Okay, it doesn't look like garbage, but it's way worse. Now, this is the most ridiculous thing, okay? Now, with all of these like cutting edge graphical improvements, the question is always, okay, that's cool, but is it practical? A lot of the time it isn't practical. One of the things with ray tracing has been that you can't really do it at really high resolutions with good performance, because you have to path trace every little thing and then render that out to individual pixels, millions and millions of pixels. It just is super intensive and it doesn't really work. So what NVIDIA has started doing is they have, you know, an AI trained to use deep learning super sampling to actually upscale images. So they only have to render it at 720p, which is much easier to do. And then they can upscale it to 4K intelligently. And you're going to see just how freaking important DLSS is for something like this. It's outrageous. On a 4090 with the full ray tracing, I'm assuming they say 4K. I think they said 4K is what it's running at. So 4K resolution, it runs at 16 FPS on a 4090, like a $1,500 graphics card. 16 frames with DLSS turned off. Yeah, I backed up for a second, okay? DLSS 3, they can get 127. That's ridiculous. Now, I can point out, I'm sure when you're playing it, it's harder to point this out, but with, you know, with the video recorded, it's easier to look in the corners and see the stuff that artifacts and is blurry and things like this. But I will say, like, I can tell the difference between a DLSS 3 enabled screenshot and a screenshot of regular gameplay natively. It is way sharper when it's native, absolutely. But to be real, DLSS 3 and the frame injection system that they have is outrageous. It's so stupid good. Like, there's a little ghosting on certain objects, but man, it's good. If your core frame rate is at like 127 with DLSS 3 before you add the frame injection, you can get up to like 200 frames easy. It basically doubles it, and there's no real artifacting. It's outrageous. It's ridiculous. Now, I think this is one of those reasons why Cyberpunk took so long, was so broken when it came out, because when they built it, they were building it wanting this. They wanted this to be the vision that people could see. They wanted it to be the most graphically intensive and also groundbreaking game of all time. They wanted to really blow people away with it, which is a great goal to have, but it just wasn't practical in 2020. Even in 2023, like, you have to have a 4090 with DLSS 3 on, and I don't know if this also includes frame generation, but if it doesn't, that's even more impressive. But with a $1,500 graphics card, you're getting 140 FPS at 4K. That's crazy. Is this from NVIDIA? Yeah, you can see the whole video here. I can post it and share it. Oh my god, the copy and paste thing isn't working on this all of a sudden. I don't know what the deal is. Anyway, it's absolutely outrageous. It is outrageous how well this thing works. There it is. And I mean, we'll see. I don't think we'll see many other games that run like this, but what I will say is that I think what they're doing is they're building Cyberpunk in a way where it can be the future-proofed title. It can be the game that in 3 years you finally get working in a playable way on max settings. They want this to be the game that sets the standard for an amazing technological showcase, and they want to have it be something that is future-proofed. So even in 3-4 years, once you get that new hardware, you can finally boot up Cyberpunk and play it at those max settings for the first time. Like a lot of other really high-end games that are future-proofed. You know, even games like Batman Arkham Knight, you know, you couldn't really push that game to its limits until a year or two after it had come out because it was future-proof. They had stuff that was so high-end and graphically crazy that you couldn't really benefit or use all of it until the technology had caught up with the software side of it to run it in real time at a practical way. This is marketing for 40 series GPUs, not Cyberpunk. I mean, I would say it's marketing for both. I think it does both. I think this gets people excited about Cyberpunk updates with full ray tracing, and it also is a great showcase for what the 40 series can do. One of the top comments on the tweet about this, though, gave me like instantaneous heartburn. Malorix 4, I think it is. I can't wait for people to realize that this is just another scam. Lol. I see people throw out the word scam so often, and it drives me insane because it's like they don't know what the word scam means. What is the definition of scam? Definition of scam: a dishonest scheme or a fraud. Okay. So it specifically, yeah, see the huge spike. People start using it a lot. So specifically, in this case, I guess what he's saying, where is it? No, I will not chill. In this case, I guess what they're saying. Did I just totally lose the tab? Oh, because I Googled. I don't know what I'm doing. In this case, I guess what the thing he's saying is that it's a scam because they're telling you to do this and you won't be able to run it, maybe? Or like, it's not actually ray tracing. Like, what is the scam? What's the dishonest bit? I don't understand. Drew, thank you for subbing, by the way. Drew Beats. Boom. We're making progress towards our sub goal. We can do it. I believe in us. So, yeah, I just, man. It's, I think what he's saying is that our ray traced stuff is not worth the investment in the hardware. So eventually they'll pull out of it. Eventually they'll stop doing this. They'll no longer be doing the ray tracing thing, and they'll move on to another sort of gimmick to market their products. Because if you recall, back in like the early 2010s, it was all those like NVIDIA hair physics or physics hair, whatever it was. You remember that? That was even in The Witcher 3. They had the physics for the Geralt's hair was like one of the super high-end features that you could crank. And then eventually they moved on and they started doing ray traced stuff with the 20 series, and then they moved into DLSS and the AI upscaling and stuff like that. And I don't know what the next generation of stuff will be. Personally, Mark, I would say take this as a prediction. This is my guesstimate, okay? So feel free to clip this so that we can look back on it in the future. I think what's going to happen is the next big thing in gaming that NVIDIA is going to start pushing is AI, because NVIDIA has made massive investments in artificial intelligence processing, and they've already expressed interest in partnering with Microsoft for OpenAI stuff. And I would guess that in maybe 2-3 years, we'll start to hear at NVIDIA showcases less about ray tracing and a lot more about how they can now compute realistic language algorithms to have conversations with NPCs based on what the writers have built out on their character archetypes and things. I think you're going to start to see some crazy stuff. And graphics cards, like the 50 and 60 series, you'll probably start to see graphics cards that come with AI specific chips built into them that are specialized in that type of computational process. I think that's what's happening. That's my prediction. Yeah, the word scam is becoming meaningless, like the words literally, objectively. Yeah, I would literally agree. I think it's the same thing when you hear people say like NFTs are a scam. It's like, you got to be a little more precise. The common implementation of NFTs is a scam. But as a technology, they're not a scam. It doesn't make any sense. It's like I said, microshare real estate is not a scam. Are timeshares a scam? I'd say probably more likely, more than anything a scam, yeah. Or like those weird, you remember back like early 2000s, you could sign up for one of those, you pay $1 and then you get signed up for an unlimited number of DVD or CDs, like different music CDs. You see the commercials on late night TV. You pay $1 and we'll send you CDs all the time. And then, you know, you pay $1 and then they sign you up for a $30 a month program. Then they send you all these CDs and it's impossible to cancel and everything. Like, that's a scam. But would you say a music membership or a music subscription service is a scam? Well, no, that's not the case. It's just people will just throw that out. You already have AI accelerators on the 40 series. Yeah, like it's I would agree. What I'm saying is that I think that the whole marketing push is going to tie itself up into AI in the future. I don't think that they're going to be marketing ray tracing as the flagship thing for the next graphics cards. Like for the 40 series, it's improved ray tracing and also improved like DLSS 3, the image upscaling for video, and like you guys have probably noticed, any video that's like 720p or below or 1080p on this monitor with this gaming computer, it does that like super scaling thing that we saw the Linus video on to upscale it to 4K. Sometimes it looks better than others, but it can make it so you can watch like a 30 or a 360p video and it'll upscale it all the way to 4K using DLSS stuff. It's crazy. But I don't think they'll talk about that stuff actively. That'll still be on the cards. That'll still be supported. But I think their new feature is going to be pushing AI stuff. I think that's what they're going to go and do. Do you think the sponsor for your gaming PC could build a good gaming rig for around $1,000? Yeah. Absolutely. They, actually, if you go to the link, it should be !Apex, I believe. It's not going to work. Oh, I probably built it on. I probably built it on the YouTube side of things. Here, hold on. This. If you go here, the base level is yes, I'll allow that. Okay. The base level starter is 1,065 is what it comes out to. And you can customize this stuff however much you want. Unlock 6% off your first order. Boom. So you can go in here and you can tweak this. If you want to swap it out, maybe you have your own SSD. Maybe you want to swap out, I don't know, you want to go Intel instead of AMD. You can swap that out. All you have to do is hit customize. And then in here, you can change all this stuff. Tweak it. And it'll also give you like guesstimations for performance. So you can figure that out. and figure out how the game will run based on what you think. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. Do recommend them. I've had a handful of you guys actually order PCs through them in the last few weeks, which is crazy. So thank you. Appreciate you guys. Let's see. We can watch Maddie's thing real quick. New Fallout 4 Steam branch called New Vegas 2. Ooh. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. We'll keep it with Cyberpunk. Let's see Maddie's thing on this Cyberpunk expansion, because I've not heard any of this. But apparently there's news. Apparently there's something to discuss. Interesting. Let's see.
Here today, sitting down to talk about Cyberpunk 2077. It was just about almost 2 weeks ago we sat down to talk about everything happening between Steam Deck verification, this new overdrive mode, and some of the...
Dude, I swear, Maddie and the JRPG music, every video, it gets me every time. It's so funny with his JRPG music. I love it.
Silence from CD Projekt Red surrounding Phantom Liberty, the upcoming Cyberpunk 2077 expansion that was announced at the end of 2022 in September during a bit of the resurgence. And now folks are wondering, when are we getting news? We now have that information on top of a couple of other interesting updates which signify how Cyberpunk has really made a turnaround and why CD Projekt Red is going to continue to invest in this franchise. So ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of exciting stuff to talk about. Even if I saw the media, you know, taking a couple of jabs at what was going on here, but I got some thoughts, so let's dive in. If you're new here, you're into CD Projekt Red, Cyberpunk 2077, you're in the right place. Consider subscribing. Let's begin at the top with what I think is the biggest news thus far, and that's the...
Yes, go sub to Maddie real quick. I'm going to plop the link to the video in chat right now. Go give him a like. Show him some love. Tell him I sent you. Yeah, Maddie, friend of the channel. Always a great guy. Does great work.
Announcement of an announcement, if you will. This is the information I'm referring to that I saw a lot of the media poking fun at, saying, oh, CD Projekt Red announces an announcement. But personally, I find it to be a welcome update, and I'm actually happy they're taking their time with things, which is something I mentioned in our last Cyberpunk upload. So let's get to reading a little bit, and then I'll explain a little further. So over on the Cyberpunk 2077 Twitter account, they posted exciting news. Chooms. In June, we'll start to share more information about the Phantom Liberty expansion. Stay tuned. This news comes alongside the CD Projekt Red financial results report, where they said during a presentation that they are at the final production phase of Phantom Liberty with 340 developers on the project. Now, ladies and gentlemen, they're certainly scaling up and they're entering that final phase, which is leading to what I said last time around. I'm a little bit nervous about, where I think we're going to see, people are talking about the Spider-Man and Starfield face-off. I think we're going to see Phantom Liberty and Starfield face off in September, personally. I don't know how long-winded they want to make this marketing campaign, but what I love more than anything here is that we know starting in June we're going to get information, which I think sets it up for, at the latest, a fall holiday release. And to me, that says they're taking their time. And I know CD Projekt Red had a reputation for that in the past. We know how they got ahead of themselves. The board got ahead of themselves and rushed the game out the door in 2020. I don't think we need to go over that tragedy once more. It's pretty common knowledge at this point. But what this is showing to me is they're learning from it. And they're also keeping us updated in a wise way. So while the media wants to kind of make fun of CD Projekt Red for announcing an announcement, I like that it indicates to me you announced it in September. There's a lot of poppin' video games happening right now in 2023. It is a super competitive year, no matter where you're releasing pretty much. But CD Projekt Red is taking their time and saying, you know what? We will talk about it when we are ready. And it looks like they're going to do it during maybe Summer Games Fest, which is happening in June. We already know E3 is canceled, so it wouldn't be too surprising to me if we finally get maybe a release date attached to that first bit of information.
Dude, it's still so sad to hear E3 canceled. And not be a joke. Like, we were joking for a long time. Yeah, E3's canceled. Lol. Lol. But now it's true. And now I'm sad. Big bummer. Big bummer chungus. I mean, so the question, like, with all this is going head to head, people get weird about it. People are like, oh, you're going to release Starfield at the same time that you're releasing Phantom Liberty and the same time that you're releasing this game and that game. I think it's fine to go head to head within a month. The question is just whether or not you can stand out in the media and if that even matters. Some games are big enough that it doesn't matter. Like, if they get zero press, they'll still do phenomenally well. Like, because the fans already know about it. Because in the case of, like, Tears of the Kingdom, I think you're probably looking at a game that, like, is going to sell very, very well regardless. Just, like, regardless of how many YouTubers are talking about it and streamers are playing it. Just because it's, like, the one time people have the chance to play on their Switch again. So, it's like, oh, yeah, finally I can play it. But I don't know if I don't see CD Projekt Red being worried about that. I don't think they're the type to be worried about it. Plus, I think they've said Phantom Liberty will be like 20 hours more, like 20 hours to 25 hours of gameplay. For a lot of people, it'll be one of the first times they've gone back to the game since 2020. So they're going to be going back to a game that is relatively fresh in their minds. A lot of people, I would expect, probably start fresh playthroughs. I might even do that myself. Just start from the beginning and go all the way through the DLC, because why not? Why not?
By a red stream of some kind, sort of like what we get with every Cyberpunk 2077 patch. This one I'm super excited for because we already have seen that CD Projekt Red is investing the most they ever have into this expansion compared to anything they've done in the past, right? They're putting the biggest actors like Idris Elba and Keanu Reeves into it. They've even said themselves that this is the most they've spent on an expansion, which I think should indicate some sense of scale, but this is super exciting. So June is the month you should be looking for new Cyberpunk information. Up until then, I doubt we're going to get very little. A lot of today's information is coming from the quarterly earnings report, as I already showed you, where they're scaling up the production and bringing more members onto that Cyberpunk team. But otherwise, prepare for a drought. At least now we know when we're going to hear more, and I would again put my finger on the Summer Games Fest. But continuing on, we have more information that reaffirms why CD Projekt Red continues to invest in Cyberpunk. You see, after the spectacular launch, if you will, there was a real downward trajectory for the company. They had made a lot of money at the launch of the game, but they were supposed to make far, far more. Analysts were predicting some nutty numbers riding into the launch of the game. Now, obviously, following the bugs, glitches, delisting on PlayStation, and so on, it didn't necessarily go that way. And in 2021, we started to see Cyberpunk 2077 in the bargain bin for $5, for $10 at respective storefronts. They were just trying to get the game out to anybody. It really wasn't until, as most of us know, the next-gen update dropped that Cyberpunk started to have its 180, then Edge Runners brought the attention to the series, and a lot of people gave it that second chance. Why is all of that lore, if you will, important? Well, we learned here through this chart that actually the revenue for Cyberpunk 2077 is higher in 2022 than it is in 2021. Now, is it significantly higher? No, but it's still a noteworthy bump. And you can see this in other CD Projekt Red games like The Witcher 3 and their expansions, where despite it coming out in 2015, in 2019 it got a bump that was higher than.
It's just crazy. Like, look at that. The Witcher 3, millions of Polish zloty. The Witcher 3 at its peak with its expansions versus Cyberpunk's peak. Like, that's outrageous. Even in their worst month, worst year, 2021, they still were making some pretty good money. Probably like well over half, maybe even 2/3 of the revenue that they were bringing in from The Witcher 3 and their expansions in 2015. Just really shows you how freakishly huge Cyberpunk was. Even though it flopped technically, not technically though, but like in the eyes of the public, I think. But still, like, that's crazy, dude. It's why, like, somebody got mad at me the other day because I said, they were like, have you forgiven, or are you going to give CDPR a fresh chance with the expansion that they're dropping? And I was like, no, I'm going to be very skeptical of all of this. I'm not buying anything they're selling. You kidding me? No. This is ridiculous. Like, this was one of the most disgusting displays of corporate greed and rushing a game out to an audience that they knew would pay for it anyways that I can think of, other than like Fallout 76 as the close second. Like, it's outrageous. It's just ridiculous. And then you're going to come in and be like, oh, well, actually, you should give them a second chance because they really tried. Give me a break. Dry up. I don't care. They sold this product to people. They knew it was a broken pile of garbage. They did it anyways, and they didn't care. If you're not okay with that, or if you are okay with that, fine. But I'm not. I'm going to stay upset about it, okay? I hope they win me over. I hope they release this expansion that's so good. I'm like, okay, you guys did it. You won me back. But I'm not going to just roll over and be like, oh, well, actually, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. It's a big deal. Should be to you as well.
2018 and 2020 was roughly the same. In fact, what's really cool about this is Cyberpunk 2077's renewed sales made 2022 CD Projekt Red's second best year ever. I find this to be incredible because it does show that single-player games don't need to storm out the gate in the traditional way with sales up front and diminishing returns over time. What it shows is the impact of TV, movies, and anime. And CD Projekt Red certainly has the secret sauce right now with Netflix.
I was hoping that he would come in and be like anime. Like, he's the boy from New York, the white boy from New York. yeah, it's important to like come in here and do this, this, and this. And TV's also important. Movies are important. And anime is also really important. I love it when people do it. Sean, thank you for another 2 gifteds. Thank you, my friend. Welcome, Moonspawn, to the sub club, and Leon for Jax. Welcome. Welcome, guys. You've made it. Because when you're here, you're family.
They did so
Unlimited
with The Witcher on
breadsticks.
Netflix. We
Thank
saw
you, Sean.
that on The Witcher 3, where it had its highest player count multiple years after launch. And Cyberpunk 2077, its resurgence, while I thought the game was fantastic, is mostly
What was
thanks to
that?
people loving Edge Runner.
Was that just me?
And Cyberpunk 2077, its resurgence, while I thought the
No, there's just a random fade to black in the middle of the video. Okay. I can't say a lot because I also have random bugs and stuff on stream. It's just funny. I thought I was having a stroke or something. My vision's going out. Oh no.
Witcher 3, where it had its highest player count multiple years after launch. And Cyberpunk 2077, its resurgence, while I thought the game was fantastic, is mostly thanks to people loving Edge Runner so much, talking about Edge Runner so much, that they went, I want more of this, and went to the game and were surprised with all of the updates. It's a beautiful tragedy turned into something very nice, but also shows the long-term plan can pay off with single-player games, and that you can win back an audience. I think part of that does stem from the fact that a lot of people still believe in CD Projekt Red. They have made consistently incredible games, and in fairness, in the spirit of forgiveness, Cyberpunk 2077 was their sole mistake, if you will. And even that, I felt, was pretty dang good. But I know some...
Yeah. This was something that I disagreed with Maddie on, specifically when we did that collaboration video and talked about Starfield. And for me, my perspective is they knew the game was a broken pile of garbage. They released it anyways, and they didn't care. And for me, I kind of draw the line there. I'm not willing to just forgive after that. I think they have a lot of work to do to win me back. You know, I'm not just going to roll over after they do something to screw me over and be like, oh, well, it was a happy mistake. And, you know, you've done a lot of other good stuff too. It's like, no, screw you. You knew what you're doing. If a good friend of mine from college or high school, like, stole my wallet and then spent the money in it and then gave it back and was like, you know what, let's just go back to the way things were. This was my one mistake after years of friendship and years of us not having problems. Just chill out. Let's just go back to the way things were. You'd be like, no, screw you, dude. You just stole my wallet. Like, if you want to win my trust back, you're going to have to work for it. Like, you don't get to just get my trust. You're not entitled to it. And with this, I can understand what he's trying to say, where he's like, yeah, they've done some work and Cyberpunk's better than it was. And they've only done one really bad thing with Cyberpunk. Witcher 3 was pretty good, so they only made one big oopsie. And when we talked about this, he was saying he was excited about Starfield because Bethesda's made a lot of good games and he's willing to kind of give them the benefit of the doubt that this time it'll be different. And for me, the skeptic that I am, I'm just not willing to do that. And maybe you know what? Let's do a poll. Rocky, can you run a poll real quick? I want to run a poll specifically on whether or not you should give companies like Bethesda and like CDPR the benefit of the doubt after they've made these big oopsies. Because to me, I don't think you should. I don't think you can. And I think if you do that, then you're going to set yourself up for some major disappointment. And it's going to be a big oopsie poopsie. I think Rocky stepped away. I'll do it. Should CDPR and BGS be given the benefit of the doubt? Yes, no, maybe. Let's do this. This is specifically about, there we go. This is specifically about whether or not you're going to like basically trust what they're telling you and go with it, or if you're not going to buy it until there's more evidence, until you see the reviews, until you hear what your favorite YouTubers or streamers say. This is all tied up into that. For me, I would vote no, they should not be given the benefit of the doubt because they have to earn that back after they lost that trust. For me, they lost the trust, so they don't get that benefit of the doubt anymore until they have earned it back, which is something that it's going to take a lot. For me, for Bethesda, it'll take more to win me back than CDPR, because he's right. CDPR made one big oopsie, and that it was a big oopsie, but they've only done one really bad thing, and then they've done a lot of work to try and fix it. With Bethesda, they've released broken game after broken game, and then Fallout 76 came out, which was horrendous, and then they doubled down on all of it for like a year and a half, 2 years, with every other merch product being a pile of garbage and also sort of a scam where they were telling you, yeah, it's a glass, like frosted glass rum bottle, and then it ends up just being plastic around a regular beer bottle, like it was a joke. Or the canvas bag debacle and all of that stuff. So for Bethesda, it's going to take more to win me over than CDPR, but I mean, for this, yeah. Okay. So 58 or 56% of you are saying no. 38 are saying maybe. Those of you who said maybe, I want to know how many of you are like, what that means. What is the maybe? What would make it so they would get the benefit of the doubt? Like, what is the thing they have to do to win your trust, to get it so you would give them the benefit of the doubt? If you give it to CDPR, why aren't you giving it to BGS? Or maybe you're giving it to both, in which case, why are you giving them the benefit of the doubt? What do they get? What is the key? Only if their leadership actually changed. If it's the same people in charge, it's just PR talk because they did what they intended. Okay, so if maybe the executives, the game directors and stuff have changed, in that case, I think both of them, you couldn't give them the benefit of the doubt, because ZeniMax was sold to Xbox, but ZeniMax is still a thing. Bethesda Softworks is still a thing. BGS management is still a thing. None of that's changed as far as we can tell. So for BGS, it wouldn't have changed. And for CDPR, nothing has changed. It's the same company, basically. So I don't think that would work for at least these. Let's see. CDPR fixed their game and now we all love it, I think. So def get a pass. So if you make a big oopsie and like kind of scam your customers and your fans, if they remedy it, if they fix it and make amends, then they get the benefit of the doubt again. I could see that. That one makes more sense to me. I'm still a little iffy because I think, who decides that it's been fixed? For Fallout 76, I mean, I think that one you could probably argue has been fixed, or at least is way better than it was at launch. But for me, it still just seems odd that we're going to have companies that do horrible stuff and then they fix it after the fact. And then we're like, okay, we're good. Like that gets weird for me. That gets weird for me. Yeah, it does seem odd. Well, and I guess it depends on what you mean by benefit of the doubt. Like if you're saying that then you're going to pre-order their next game because you really loved the other games that they've made. Like let's just say hypothetically that the next like Armored Core game, it releases a broken, buggy disaster. Like it's just a horrible, horrible release. And From Software, it gets like a ton of crap for it and it's a nightmare. And then they come out with Elden Ring 2. A lot of people would probably give them the benefit of the doubt, if we're being honest. So, but that's because they have that bias of that original game that they really, really liked. So if they fixed Armored Core after it released super buggy, would that then make it so you're justified in being hyped or stuff like that? Yeah, Trappin', as long as we agree, no pre-ordering, then I think we're good. I think hype is where it's kind of the confusing term, because hype could mean for some people pre-ordering the collector's edition, getting super, super hyped on it, taking days off work ahead of time to play the game, all that stuff. So I think that could be it. But if you just mean like, I guess it just depends on what you mean by benefit of the doubt individually. I think that's the key. To me, CDPR released such a magnificent game with The Witcher 3. Then with Cyberpunk, it felt like they rushed it out because they made promises they couldn't keep. I'd be willing to give them the benefit of the doubt if they didn't hold so much back and are more honest with their next releases. That's the tricky thing, is that you don't really know if they're being honest or if they're holding stuff back or if they're not over promising until the game comes out. Like, we didn't know that CDPR was lying about what was in the game, or at least was not being clear about what was in the game and what had been cut, until the game came out and we saw what had been cut. As far as I'm aware, I don't think they did any clear statements leading up to it outlining all of the things that had been cut. I think people had noticed, like, hey, wall running's not in the game anymore. And at that point, people were like, oh, okay, well, that's a problem. You know, so it's kind of tricky. What do you think about No Man's Sky? I mean, I think at this point, going on, what, 7 years? 6-7 years after its launch, they're still providing free updates and DLC and stuff. That, for me, I think is convincing that they have earned the trust back, because their actions earned it. They proved it. And with CDPR, the work they've done to make Cyberpunk more stable definitely makes me more willing to forgive them than like a BGS, because a BGS, for like a year or two, they doubled down on the garbage that was Fallout 76, and just when you thought that it couldn't get worse, they came out with like Fallout First, like $100 a year subscription service for the game that was still pretty broken. Like, they just managed to find a way that made it worse. Let's see. From Software doesn't have a history of in-game transactions trying to get more money from the customer. I agree. I agree. No, what we were saying there in that example is I was bringing up Armored Core specifically because Armored Core is coming from Software, and they're a company that has a great history, a great track record. So if a company with a great track record came out and made a big oopsie and released Armored Core just totally broken, it was horrible. It was like The Last of Us on PC, but all of the versions, it was just garbage. Just didn't run. It was broken. What would it take for them to win back the trust for Elden Ring 2? Like, to get people hyped and excited to the point where people are going to be pre-ordering it, getting the collector's edition, blah, 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 blah. Because I know a lot of us might be like, oh, we're not going to pre-order. But let's be real. The moment a game starts to get hyped, all of that goes out the window. People start to pre-order. People start to pre-download because they get excited. They take time off work. It's a thing. It's a thing. I pre-ordered RE4 because the review embargo lifted 1 week prior to launch with universal praise, and every RE Engine game launched in great state. Well, exactly, Stony. So at that point, your confidence level reached so high that you were very, very confident this game was not only going to be good, but it also was going to live up to your expectations. And at that point, it's a green light, you know. And honestly, like, if a game's reviews come out a week beforehand and then you pre-order it because you've seen, and again, your confidence has risen to that level, I think that that's totally fair. I think it's totally fair to pre-order at that point because you've waited for the reviews, you've heard what people you trust have said, and then you're good. That rarely causes problems. The only time it causes problems is like with, in some cases, the Cyberpunk 2077 thing, where some creators and influencers, streamers and reviewers got access to the game and still continued to hype it up even after that point, calling it a game of my dreams and stuff like that. And, you know, we won't name any names specifically, but I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. And for that, that's where I have a problem, because those people irresponsibly hyped the game up even after that point, to the point where people then pre-ordered it and ended up wasting their money and buying a broken pile of garbage because they just trusted what some person told them, right? Then you get into an oopsie.
People felt pretty burned by it, and understandably so. But it just shows that when you can stick with it, you can recover the project. It's much of what I've said with something like Fallout 76. I know we're not going to really sing the praises of 76, but I respect that Bethesda hung with a pretty tragic launch and actually made something somewhat respectable out of it. Same thing here with Cyberpunk 2077. Tragic launch, respectable end product. Now, we mentioned how Cyberpunk 2077's team is scaling up, and as part of these quarterly earnings, we've learned just how they are allocating all the resources for their teams. And you'll see a familiar chart that we covered in our last video, now updated to see where things are going. So we learned two pretty important things from this chart. Number one, you're going to see that the light blue, the aqua blue color, as it progresses, has expanded more and more as they're piling more and more employees.
I did find this kind of cool. They actually show how they allocate their teams. Support for Cyberpunk and the next gen version started really big, smaller. Witcher 3 next gen version, smaller subset of the team. Gwent, not a huge proportion. They've kind of let off the gas on that. Spoko, I don't know what that is. Phantom Liberty, you can see it's slowly revving up, but it's been a priority for them for 2 years, basically 2.5 years. And they've also been revving up production on the new Witcher game. And once this expansion goes out, this light blue section probably drops to about the size of this purple, and then it gets taken over by this new Witcher game. All this goodness. Well, it'll be like all this is the Witcher game. I'm down.
Into the Phantom Liberty expansion. What you'll also notice is the Molasses Flood project has marginally increased in the last couple of months, but compared to June, it has had a pretty decent bump. Perhaps most noteworthy, though, is that the new Witcher game, Polaris, has seen a pretty noteworthy expansion as well. So while a lot of people are talking about Cyberpunk 2077 and its Phantom Liberty expansion, which we'll get back into in a moment, what I want to note here is that CD Projekt Red seems to be moving toward that goal that they were trying to accomplish when they announced they want to do parallel AAA game development. It was a dangerous promise to make, in my opinion. We'll see long-term how it plays out. I still trust CD Projekt Red, but the reality is they had a pretty bad launch, and they're coming out saying, now, after all of this, we're going to develop not just one big game at a time, but two. Since then, we've seen them expand into North American territory. They've bought up studios. They have been pretty aggressive in their growth, quietly so. Whereas the conversation with acquisitions has really circled around Xbox and Activision, and understandably so, it's the biggest acquisition in video games history. CD Projekt Red has quietly been grabbing talent all over the globe and naturally expanding their footprint, where now they're setting up this new Boston-based studio to work on an entirely new Cyberpunk video game. So when you look at all of that, combined with Polaris expanding, it looks like they are achieving their goal of parallel AAA game development. What does this mean? Hopefully it means that neither fan base is starving. I always find myself making these Bethesda parallels with CD Projekt Red. This may be a sign of some kind, but one thing that I wish Bethesda Game Studios did, as a team that, of course, works very hard and has a lot of attractive IP, is try to strike a balance of, instead of one project at a time, they did look more into that parallel AAA development. As a huge fan of both Fallout and Elder Scrolls, and possibly even Starfield now, we're going to have a pretty big problem if Starfield's a banger, right? Where we're going to try to figure out, okay, why do I have to wait another decade to get a new Starfield game? It becomes tough. So I like that CD Projekt Red has noted that there has been a wait for The Witcher, right? The last true entry we got was in 2015, but I think that's a soft number because you got to think of the big expansions we got afterwards, the next-gen updates, the re-releases, the Netflix show. Like, the IP has been extremely active. But if we're talking mainline release, a new Witcher...
Another random fade to black. What is happening?
Next-gen updates, the re-releases, the Netflix show. Like, the IP has been extremely active. But if we're talking mainline release, a new Witcher experience, it's been a while. But now they have the remake...
A double fade.
Announced. They have Polaris. They have, of course...
A triple! Wow, dude. A triple fade. What is happening?
Molasses Flood project. Then you have, of course, Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, and you also have the sequel to Cyberpunk, I would imagine. So they're doing a good job, it seems, of keeping all the pistons firing. And I find that future exciting, if not a bit daunting, because it's a pretty big promise to make. It's a pretty big ask of yourself and your talent to see if you can get those two moving along.
I do think they need a better healing system for Cyberpunk. I'm seeing this gameplay and I'm immediately taken back to how stupid those inhalers were.
And what I'm guessing is going to happen is, as they're moving along, like we see here in this chart, the reason it all comes full circle is you'll note that the Phantom Liberty team has expanded as it got closer to launch, and they even mentioned as such, 300 plus employees on Phantom Liberty is quite significant. So what's going to happen is, for example, some members of, I would imagine...
Xfinity! I'll look forward to seeing you when you come back. Be safe.
Players are going to fall off as they get closer to the launch of Phantom Liberty. They got to test things, bug fix things, because they're probably done making actual content for it. They're in the polishing phase. That would be my guess, personally. And so...
Look on Fade to Black Watch. Dude, I can't stand it. In this case, like, this is clearly like an editing oopsie. I think maybe what it is that his editor has like a default transition. So his default transition for clips is a fade to black, and he just forgot to go back through and either clear them out or something. But it is really funny. Yeah, the fade blacks trigger the crap out of me.
So they're going to start to pull members off of that team just to round things out. And once that's launched, then you start allocating those members of the Cyberpunk team off of support for the expansion and onto Polaris gradually into 2024. So this is a much more telling chart than I think people initially received it as. But personally, I'm very excited for the future of CD Projekt Red. They got a lot going on. It's exciting to talk about them. I think they...
A channel point fade to black would be cool. I'll have to look into that. I'll see if I can figure it out. That would be really, really freaking funny. If just you can redeem like 5,000 channel points and the whole stream just fades to black for a second. Oh, that would actually be pretty funny.
they have the chance to surprise people while we're all talking about the Witcher remake and a next Witcher game and, of course, Phantom Liberty. I think something like a Molasses Flood project can come out of nowhere and really surprise us. So there is
another one, dude. Okay, something's wrong with his setup or with the editors. I don't know what's happening. There's so many.
a lot to be excited about here, but back to square one, the main focal point of this video. Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty getting a lot of focus. It's gearing up for more information in June. We'll probably get a nice gameplay dump, a reg stream, and I would imagine a release date. My guess is September. I don't think they want to keep it too long-winded, and I think the idea of saying, hey, this thing you're excited for is coming in 3 months when it's an expansion works a lot more than your traditional, we'll say 5 to 6 month marketing cycle nowadays, where they launch sometime in November. What I will say is that November release date could be possible, December release date could be possible if Cyberpunk does need a bit of a delay. And I think for a lot of folks, that would be super encouraging. If they saw them delayed, it would truly mark a turning point for the company in a very strategic manner, where I would almost argue a delay, even if not necessary. My conspiracy theory side of my brain is saying that would really benefit them optically speaking. So I
don't know, but they also delayed the crap out of Cyberpunk too. You know, like they didn't just like waltz in and like, how many delays did it get? Hold on. How many delays did Cyberpunk 2077 have? It was announced in 2012. First trailer teaser premieres in January of 13. First release date was set April 16th of 20. And they said it was coming April 16th of 2020. Yes. And then they delayed it to September 17th. And then they delayed it to... Like, I get the sentiment like, oh, now they're going to take their time. But for me, that it doesn't actually say anything because we don't know what the state is. I think, honestly, if they just did more to like publicly announce, hey, we're going to get it in the hands of creators, influencers, and reviewers and media. And we're going to get it in their hands a month before. And we're going to, and I'm not saying this because I would necessarily be invited. Okay. I'm saying this because if they can instill the confidence that, listen, we're going to get this in front of people well ahead of time and let them test it and try it and poke and prod. And then we're going to allow you, of course, to check all of it out. I think that would work wonders. Mine just cut out too. Oh, really? Was there a hiccup? I don't have any dropped frames. Hopefully you're not. It's not dying. I don't know. Let me know if we're back. Anyway, but I mean, the only thing they can do to instill more confidence in me is if they came back and they said, listen, we're going to make sure people try it well ahead of time, and then we're going to let them share their footage. This is something like Ubisoft did this with with
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
They did this where they gave the game to us like 6 months before launch. We got to play it, and then we got to share our gameplay footage from that session. If they do that here, I think we're golden. I think I'm much more convinced. Had to restart the app, but it seems good now. Weird. Who knows? Anyway. In other news, this is an interesting tidbit. Bethesda or Microsoft have added a new branch to the Steam build of Fallout 4 named New Vegas 2. Interesting. 3-cent Steam trading card says it'll be a Creation Club pack. I swear to God, dude, if that's what it is, oh, I'd lose it. I don't know, man. I don't know. It seems like a weird... So it's in the files of Fallout 4. Or a Steam build file brand, whatever it is. It's in Fallout 4. That's probably more likely to be a DLC, right? Or a mod or something. Because I don't know why that would be in Fallout 4's source code. Unless, well, no, but it's a branch. This doesn't make any sense. Is anybody in here like a developer or a coder or something? Does anybody have any idea what this would mean? Because my understanding is like if it's a branch, it's like a different variant in like the file structure. So it's a separate basically like folder that can be independently updated, but I don't know why that would be in the file folders of Fallout 4. And like, to me, that doesn't suggest that it's a Fallout 4 I don't think it's a standalone game. To me, it seems more likely that it's a DLC or something for Fallout 4, right? I'm so confused. I don't know. I have no idea what this means. I don't see how this could mean that it's a DLC or that it's a standalone game. I don't really see how this could be a DLC. Maybe it's like a mod or something, but I don't know what mod would be New Vegas 2. I don't know. Honestly, it more than likely, I would guess it's a Creation Club thing. I don't know why else this would be a thing. I really don't know. This doesn't make sense to me. But if anybody has any insight into coding or has done any work with Steam or mods or anything, you should let me know. My 76 canvas bag just arrived too. Happy day. Good, Elvanka. Yay. Happy day. Happy day. My goodness. Oh my. Okay. Real quick, I am going to run upstairs and I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then I'm going to come back and we're going to keep going. Okay. But we're just going to take like a quick little bathroom break. So everybody refill your water, refill all your stuff, go use the restroom yourself, do whatever you got to do. I will be back. I'll run some ads while I'm gone just so that it's not total dead air, but I'll be back within a couple of minutes. Okay. Hang tight. We'll be back. We'll keep going. Hugs and kisses. Okay. I'm back. I made it. We survived. We did it. How are you guys? Are you bored? Yay, ads. Yeah, sorry. Oh, man. Anyway, let's continue along the journey in the path of righteousness. I still have no idea what that means. That freaking tweet. I have no clue. Let's see. Oh, in news of in the latest edition of news that doesn't really make sense and blows our minds for no reason. Apparently, there's a new patent for a PlayStation controller that could change its temperature. For example, the controller could get warmer when the player picks up a hot object or get cooler to the touch to simulate an icy environment. Okay. Now, to be fair, a lot of these patents, it's just companies like whenever somebody has an idea of something that's like kind of weird or obscure, they patent it because they're like, we don't know if we'll ever use it. We don't know if we'll ever need it. Let's just patent it so nobody else can use it. Like, let's just get ahead of it. Why not? And it's honestly not like a terrible way of handling things, but I wouldn't expect this to be a thing. Like, I don't think they're going to come out with the PS6 controller and have cooling pads on it. I just don't know why they would do it. Wow. Yeah. What's the benefit of this? I don't see what this does for people, but I don't know, maybe it does something. I mean, I could see some people losing their minds and thinking this is super, super cool. But for me, I'm like, I'd probably end up turning it off. Like, it's just, I think it would be more annoying than anything. Like, imagine you're just playing the game like God of War or Ragnarok or something, and then you go into an icy environment and then you have to, like, it gets cold when you're holding the controller. Right. So it becomes more uncomfortable to hold the controller. I just don't see, sweaty hands. Yeah, I think it'd be miserable. It just heats up. I don't know. I don't see the appeal, but maybe I'm lacking imagination. Maybe that's the problem. So this is random, but I just saw this on Reddit. It popped up for me on like the front page, and I thought it was really funny. If you play video games more than 2 to 3 hours a week, you're wasting your life. Oh yeah, it helps you relax. Congratulations, you're on the same spiritual level as a functioning alcoholic. Then it replies, you've been on Twitter since October 2020 and have 20,700 tweets, which means you're averaging 40 tweets a day. And then he just leaves it there. He's just like, dude, how sad is that? How sad is that? You're going to rage against people playing video games for the escape, and then you're going to send 20,000 tweets. 40 tweets a day. I struggle to put out like 1 to 2 a week that are original stuff. Like, cause I'm like, every time I'm about to tweet something, I'm like, this is stupid. I'll just delete it. Like, it's not worth it. Who cares? But man, this guy, dude. Wow. I struggled to keep Twitter installed. The only reason I still have it is because everybody I've spoken to who like really knows social media, it's like, well, you got to keep it. You got to keep it. It's important. It's a big platform. It's a good thing to have. I'm just like, I don't get it, dude. Speaking of things I do get and will get, they revealed some details about God of War Ragnarok's New Game Plus, and it actually looks pretty cool. Spartan Aspis new shield will be included, remixed 13 existing armors with new color combinations and styles that were previously unavailable, new level cap, expanded Niflheim area, which is awesome, gilded coins, engraving and badge enchantments, berserker soul drops, stat boost enchantments, burdens, negative perks for tailor-made challenge. Interesting. Black and white render mode, endgame bosses have been given new moves in New Game Plus. Ooh, baby. And new progression paths. I don't really know what that means. Maybe just more stuff on the skill tree. And 4 new armors. Boy. Looks pretty fire. The game was so good. That game was so freaking good. It's just not even okay. It's just outrageous how good of a game that is. Oh, man. Oh. I'm playing it right now. It's great. Yeah, dude. It's so good. It's so good. And I love that they're adding more stuff. Daddy Chell. They're adding more stuff than just like the bare minimum for a New Game Plus. Like they didn't have to do all of this, but they chose to add some extra stuff, which is awesome. I respect it. I respect it. Oop, close the pop-up. Random news here. This is something I think Rocky sent me earlier. I haven't looked at it. Twitch streamers criticize platform's new sponsorship system. Once again, at the center of a heated debate as it seeks to revamp its sponsorship system. In recent years, Twitch has experienced an astronomical surge in popularity, becoming one of the most widely used live streaming platforms worldwide. I think it always was that, but whatever. With millions of viewers and streamers, however, as Twitch's rapid growth continues, it has faced mounting criticism and controversies regarding its policies and practices. These issues have ranged from disputes over Twitch's revenue-sharing model to allegations of unfair treatment towards specific creators. I don't think those are even allegations. Like, it's... I mean, I get they have to say allegations, but as far as I can tell, it's like pretty hardcore confirmed that this is... Like, this happens. There are creators that get away with certain things. Like the one I saw just earlier today. Apparently, Hassan was on stream, and I think he was on stream, and then he was like browsing Reddit, or I don't know. He was doing something, and then he accidentally pulled up a video of a guy that like died, like of a guy getting killed, and watched it, broadcast it on stream. And was immediately like, oops, crap, oh no, and then got it off screen. But it happened on stream. It was revealed there and broadcast. And XQC was like kind of livid about it because he's like, dude, you know for a fact that if I had done that, if I had broadcast that on stream, it would have gotten my channel deleted. Like, I would have been banned instantly. He's like, I have zero doubt. I don't know if that's the case. XQC seems to get away with a lot. Like, he did those gambling streams, which were really on the edge for a while. But who knows? Maybe that is true. I don't know. But I don't think they're allegations even at this point. It seems pretty clear to me that some creators get treated better and get away with more than others. On April 4th, Twitch announced that it was testing a new sponsorship system that would allow sponsors to pay streamers for using... would allow sponsors to pay for streamers using gifted subs. This new feature could potentially open up new revenue streams for streamers and provide a more direct way for sponsors to support their favorite creators. However, many streamers are apprehensive about this change, with concerns that Twitch may take a cut of these gifted subscriptions. I mean, I'll tell you right now, already this sounds freaking weird. So, dude, my throat, I don't know what that is. Take a drink. I don't know what this even is. They're saying that, like, Oh, weird. The stream just dropped out for a second. That was weird. We're back. We're back. I think I need to restart the modem and router. I think it's about time. I think like what I'm seeing here, or what this would tell me, is that they're saying like, I guess that if I have a sponsor that comes and like, let's just say there's like $1,000 that comes in, and they're like, I don't know what the sponsor would be, like, I don't know, Lego comes on and they're like, we want to sponsor you and we'll pay you the equivalent of $1,000. They're saying that you could have the sponsor pay you through gifted subs, which could be nice, because that would in turn mean that you get the equivalent of whatever that comes out to. What would it be? Like 1,000? Is that? Wait, hold on. By 5, 200 subs? Yeah, 200 subs. So it'd inflate your sub number by 200. That wouldn't be bad. That could be nice. But it's also like, if Twitch is going to take 50% of that, it's the equivalent of being paid 500, not 1,000. So how is that like a good thing for the creator? The only reason sub numbers like matter, and the only reason why creators care about sub numbers, is because they want to be paid. But if your way of paying them is just to like, yeah, we've added this way where we can take half of your sponsorship money, how does that make any sense? How does that help anybody except Twitch? Like, what? The announcement has sparked strong response from popular streamers who have voiced their concerns about Twitch's new sponsorship system. Pestily, known for his Escape from Tarkov streams, called out Twitch for attempting to take a cut of sponsored content. Paladin and Amber expressed a desire to manage her sponsorships and income herself, while Beerkey asked Twitch to find a way to stop taking half of his income. Rust streamer H. June expressed disappointment at seeing no integrity around Twitch's response or promise to increase pay for creators, while JP called the idea of sponsors paying gifted subs awful. We're testing a new experience to connect streamers and brands by making sponsored streams work better for our community. We're in the early stages of seeing what works, but we want to give you a sneak peek. This month, you may start seeing sponsored streams, including streamer red ad support streamers. Streamer read, hold on, I don't know what they're doing here. Streamer red ads support streamers in delivering branded talking points live and across multiple streams. This test is a part of our ongoing work to help streamers deliver ads natively in-stream themselves. Sub codes let brands pay for subs and share codes with viewers off Twitch. Okay. Viewers redeem the codes on Twitch and receive tokens that they can use to subscribe to their favorite channels. Sponsored gift subs allow brands to buy and gift subs in chat to viewers at scale. With both, we're testing new ways for brands to fuel streamer earnings. But again, like this might sound fine, but this is just a way for them to like come out and then take half of what the sponsor would pay you. Like, and I think the fear for everybody is, with this being like a Twitch thing, the fear would be that they would then make it so you cannot have sponsored content that doesn't work through this system. And like that's concerning. That gets really, really weird. That gets weird really, really quickly. Yeah, it just sounds to me that Amazon doesn't like being cut out when streamers get direct sponsorships. Well, and I mean, imagine, so like what the vision that they're projecting here is like, okay, well, you'll come along and you get a sponsor like Logitech or G Fuel or something. And then they come in and they can just gift subs. So your audience gets excited and it's like a G Fuel sponsorship. And then they just gift 1,000 subs to the chat. Wow, that's awesome. But 1,000 subs would normally be like $2,500 with these 50-50 splits. But if it was a sponsor, you would think the creator would just prefer if for the sponsored content, they just got paid the full 5,000 instead of having the sponsor pay 5,000 and then Twitch gets half and they get half. Like it doesn't make any sense. It's just Twitch's way of taking half of sponsored content again. And So I don't know. This is weird. This is weird. And especially I don't see a way that Twitch does this where they don't eventually make it so this is the only way you can tackle sponsored content. Because pretty clearly that's what they want. They want to take half of all of it, not just some of it. Because if you have the ability to just do regular sponsored streams, everybody's going to prefer to do those regular ones. So the only way this becomes worth doing is if Twitch makes this like the only thing you can do. Well, all of this to say, I don't know what the hell they're thinking with this. Like sponsored sub discounts where just basically the sponsor pays for a portion of Twitch's cut of the sub. The nice thing is that, yeah, more viewers will get subs. That's cool. That's great. But it's also like, I mean, let's just be honest. I think most creators would just rather have the sponsor pay everything. Like, just pay them the full amount. Like, it's just, this whole thing, again, is just an example of Twitch coming along and being like, yeah, we just want more of your money, please. Whatever you're making now, we want a bigger cut of it. Because these streamers, big streamers, are getting sponsored segments and are getting sponsors that they pitch on stream. Like, that's already a thing. And then companies like, I know like Chipotle does a thing where they'll sponsor people and then you can redeem like the code for that streamer, and then the streamer will, the streamer gets a cut, but then you can buy like a Chipotle burrito at a discount. What Twitch is doing here is like, they just want a cut of that. And that just sucks. And it starts to make you really go like, okay, well then, like, what are we doing? Like, if your value add to me as a creator is just that you're going to take more of my money, like, then what are we doing? Like, you're not actually helping me. You're just taking more of my stuff. Eventually you're going to have to pay them to stream. Well, I mean, I would say you're basically already doing that. By the time you get any notable audience on Twitch, they're taking a good cut of things, and they are making money off of you. This only really works, if we're being real, this only works if Twitch gets more out of this than you do, right? Like if Twitch gets more from you watching than you do. You might get something emotional out of it, but in terms of time spent, in terms of money spent in all of this, it only works if Twitch actually benefits. And that's true of all of these platforms. It's true of YouTube. It's true of Mixer. It was true of Mixer. It's true of Kick. I almost said Grindr. It's true of Grindr too. It's true of all of these companies. Like, it only works if they get more out of you than you get out of it, you know, on your end. It's why I don't buy into the Kick. Like, Kick is magic and will somehow take on Twitch and overthrow it. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. If something doesn't make sense, and if you're looking at it and you're like, I don't understand how they're making money, then you should start to like really, really be like, well then if I can't figure out how you're making money, then maybe you're not making money. Maybe that's the simpler answer. That's the easier solution. Oh man, this is, and then they try to like double down on it. All of these are very early experiments with the goal of finding what works best for streamers, viewers, and brands. Depending on feedback, some of these may change or scale further as we move into next year, and some may not. This work will continue for several months, and we're looking forward to sharing more in the future. In the meantime, you can read up on how we're experimenting with new sponsorship experiences in our help article. Why would I want to give you 50% of my sponsorship money, Twitch? Yeah. Hey, streamers, now your work on sponsored streams can also benefit and pay us more. Congrats. No thanks. I like to manage my sponsorships and income I personally drive from that work myself. Cute idea, though. My brother in Christ, please tell me you're not also taking 50% of these sponsored gift subs too. Dude, they are. Oh, it's Bruce. Boop. He's the guy I played with in the finals thing. Bruce. Doubling down on a 50-50 sub split right now makes Twitch feel like they're out of touch with what partners and affiliates need to have longevity on the site. Although it's hard to say what value these features will have, it's not what people want. Please read the room. Listen, Twitch should focus on expanding Twitch Turbo. I agree with that. I have Twitch Turbo and I love it dearly. Increasing sub revenue split, yes. Increasing bitrate beyond 8,000, yes. I thought it was 6,000. I thought that was the max, but maybe not. Better viewer experience for ads. Yeah. I mean, again, perception's more important than reality. Right now, the perception is that Twitch ads are toxic and terrible. And if that's the impression people have, that's a problem. That's a problem. That's an oopsie. And until they fix that perception, they got to deal with it. I know some people that are more in line and like really, really, really like Twitch will say, well, the ads are technically no different than what you'll see on YouTube and other sites. But like, even if that's true, the perception is that Twitch ads are worse. And I think it's because the stream doesn't pause. It doesn't stop. It will keep going. It's live and that's it. And so for a lot of people, it feels like they're much more interruptive than they are on like a YouTube stream. Because on a YouTube stream, if it goes down or if an ad pops up automatically, then you can just rewind 30 seconds and then catch up. Easy. You know? So I think it's more about the perception. If things really aren't profitable, and as you said, we're all in this together, give everyone a 70-30 split. Have streamers run ads for 2-3 minutes per hour. Subs get no ads ever. I thought that was standard. Is that not standard? I thought subs by definition don't get ads on that stream. Unless they're saying that like subs, if you sub to a channel, then you have Twitch Turbo. I don't think that works mathematically, but whatever. We need the industry baseline. If you go under the baseline, you are going to lose streamers and viewers to competitors. You will also never have the goodwill of your creators. Every tweet is a PR shit show because you aren't offering the basics. This confused me greatly. And anyway, what happened to the bounty board? If you'd offer better pay for bounties, it might be more successful. My bounty board offers are insane. Stream a niche indie game to 2,500 people. Get full payment. The full payments are usually way below what my rate for regular ad is. Okay. No offense, but you're already taking so much of the profit. Why would I let you dip your hand in another portion you don't get what you're saying? Well, and again, like... Oh, dude, this guy's upset. This is an awful idea. You want to insert yourselves into a process that doesn't need you and then get the brands to pay streamers through subs, of which you take half. I'm not sure what worries me more, the fact that you came up with this idea or the fact that you think you are doing this to help streamers. Sponsorships don't come around very often for many, so some streamers may see this as an opportunity to gain more income, and that may be the case in the short term, but the long-term effects of this practice could have on you will ultimately leave you worse off. If you really wanted to help streamers and brands talk, just be the conduit. Streamers being able to talk to brands directly will help build relationships, which is super important. If this process goes ahead, you will just be streamer number 98 to the brands. That's regarding text for them, or that's reading text for them. And once they have dropped their sub bombs on your stream, they will move to 99. Yeah. I mean, that's true. I mean, I guess maybe that's what they're saying. I didn't even think of that. So what he's suggesting is their goal with this is basically for a brand like Chipotle or Cash App or something to come into a category like just chatting or a new game that came out like Starfield, and they just go into random streams. They set up a bot and then they drop 10 gifteds or 100 gifteds in chat randomly through streams. And it comes up with a pop-up saying, Chipotle just sponsored this and gifted all these subs, and then fireworks and bells ringing and confetti. I don't even know. A water gun sprays you or something. They just go crazy with that. Maybe that, I mean, if that's the vision, that it will literally just mean more money for people, okay. But we're not that stupid. We're not that dumb. And we know, like, it doesn't take a genius to put it together, that this is entirely crafted around Twitch trying to come in and take 50% of these things. And what they'll do is they'll say, hey, if you're a big creator, sponsored streams have to go through Twitch sponsorship portals or whatever. And so if you want to have a sponsored stream, it has to go through and you have to be paid out through our means. Which would mean those big streams from like XQC or Nick Merckx or one of these guys that have Cash App sponsoring their stream, they would have to go through the Twitch portal, and then the sponsor would have to pay the streamer through that to gift subs. So what you would see is like a streamer with probably 100,000 subs. But that's only because they had to get paid for that sponsorship through gifted subs. So they'll be making like half the money that they would otherwise. If for some of these big streamers, they will get paid $100,000 for like a month. Hey, put our logo on your channel and then we'll have the chat bot spam it all the time. And if you're like Chipotle, they make it so you have to eat Chipotle every day or something like that, or 3 days a week. They do that, they'll easily pay 7 figures or 6 figures. 7 figures maybe if you're huge, but like 6 figures is comfortable. I would not be surprised at all by those numbers. And all Twitch wants is to take half of that and then be like that. And this is what like is mildly infuriating. This is what drives me crazy, dude. It's like Twitch, you have a better chat system. You have better integration. You've got things going for you. But my God, you make it so tough sometimes. And I feel like every time that we're like, okay, well, maybe Twitch isn't that bad. Something like this happens. And it's like, oh my God, dude. Oh my God. You're just actively making everything way worse. Oh, dude, I don't even know. My brain hurts. It's the people at the top that want more money, even though they have more than enough. I mean, for this would constitute, if they actually go through with this, they're saying that this is something they'll test into next year. So this probably is like a 2-year thing. It's off a while. Is this something new Twitch is starting with? This sponsors program that they're describing? Yes. But if this is really something that they want to do, again, what they're saying is that they basically want to have their own little system. They want to have their own little thing going on where you can go through the Twitch system for sponsorships, where sponsorships through Twitch go through gifted subs. So they go through gifteds. Yay, gifteds. Or you can go through your own private portal. And I guess what I can do is I can go like this. So what this would mean effectively is that your actual take home is 50%. And then Twitch would get the other 50%, right? What this private, like boop, boop, boop. So this is if you manage it yourself, private. I can't do this. Private. Lovely. Private. What this would mean is that you just get a check. A check. Or cash money. Let's just do cash. Cash. And what that would mean is with this rectangle, all of it is green cash money. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that this option makes a heck of a lot more sense for the streamer who's deciding which of these options they want to pursue. Makes a heck of a lot more sense for the streamer to pick than this option. This one doesn't make any damn sense. This is just a way to lose money for no reason. Why would you do that? Other than like, oh, it's fun, we'll gift some subs. I get it, gift some subs. That's super fun. But like this doesn't make any sense for a major like 6-figure deal like some of these big sponsor or big streamers are having. So you have to wonder, okay, well, if this is what Twitch sees the future of sponsorships as, they know nobody, it doesn't, again, a dummy could tell you, this doesn't make any sense. So how do they make people use this so that they can make money? Easily. They make it so you can only do sponsorships through their official means. And what they'll say, they'll issue some press statement that says like, oh, we're making We're making the platform more inclusive. We want sponsorships to benefit the streamer and the audience. And because we're all in this together, we'll all benefit from sponsorships equally so that we all get to live in harmony and are all happy and satisfied. So if you want a sponsorship, you have to go through this system that we've built, which again lets us all win and be happy together because we're all in this together and we're totally not acting in bad faith and trying to just screw you over little by little. You're welcome. Oh, man. And at that point, I mean, at that point, I think that's the last straw. I think these big streamers are probably willing to put up with like 20% being cut. I think that makes sense. Like, well, I mean, YouTube or Amazon Prime subs are very, very nice. For some of these big streamers, they make up like 40% of their total subs, especially if they have younger audiences. A lot of younger people will get their parents to sign in to their Amazon Prime account, and then they'll use those as their sub for the channel that they like. Like XQC has something insane. Like I think 48% of his subs are through Amazon Prime. So for those huge streamers, they can deal with the 20% cut from 70% down to 50. They can deal with that. But with something like this, where all of a sudden those sponsored streams don't work anymore, that's when the big streamers are like, get out of here, dude. We're not doing this. This is BS. Because I'll tell you right now, if I have a company come to me and they come to me and they're like, hey, we're going to do I don't know, like let's just say it, keep it easy, $1,000. We want to sponsor a stream for $1,000. I'm like, awesome, let's do it. And then we look into it and it's like, oh, if you want them to sponsor a stream, they have to go through the Twitch portal, and then Twitch will take 50% of the revenue because they're going to take half of the gifted subs. Or the sponsor can pay the difference to offer, like, save 20% off of your sub using promo code Chipotle wagon. That's not actually like a huge, like that doesn't actually help. Like, and this is just once again another example of Twitch just being so freaking out of touch. And I think this guy put it really, really well when he said, I don't know what scares me more, the fact that somebody put this together as an idea, or the fact that you guys thought that this was actually a good idea and you thought that this would help. Yeah, I'm not sure what worries me more, the fact that you came up with this idea or the fact that you think you are doing this to help streamers. Either they're so out of touch that they honestly are like surprised that people are upset about this, or they know full well that this is not for the streamer and this is purely for Twitch to get a bigger cut. I don't know. Wow. So if that happens, are they going to ban streamers if they show sponsors on the stream? How many big streamers are they willing to ban so they can scare off the smaller ones? I mean, I don't know. And to be fair, they haven't said in this article, for one, if this will even be an official policy, or two, when it's coming, or three, if it comes out, if they also will go this route of banning the other means of doing this. They haven't said that. However, like I said, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that this is the only real option that makes any sense for the streamer, which is why this whole system for Twitch would be totally unused. And if it's totally unused, I mean, looking at it for 20 seconds, I can tell you that no streamer will use this system. Nobody will. They will go to the sponsor that they talk to privately and say, listen, we're going to work direct. You're going to just pay me direct, and then I'll do the sponsorship. It'll get a better value because I'll talk about it twice as much. I don't care. But we're not doing this thing through Twitch where they get half of the money. No. And the sponsor will probably be like, no, yeah, we're not going to do that. I've had sponsors like tell me, no, we're not going to pay you this way because we know that they'll take a bigger cut. Like one of the sponsors I worked with was like, we're not going to do, this was years ago. It was like one of my first sponsorships ever. And I had no idea what I was doing, but basically I was like, so do you like pay out through PayPal? Cause I think it was like a $200 sponsorship or something. It was tiny. And I was like PayPal, maybe you send like PayPal. And they were like, no, we're not going to do that. Cause you'll get a lower cut of it. Just send us like the wire info. We'll wire you the money that way. Then you'll get the full amount. And so usually sponsors want you to get the full amount. They don't want to like see some other middleman take half of it if they can help it. And this is just, I mean, again, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that nobody will choose this option. Everybody will choose this option, which is why the only way this works is if Twitch makes this a no-go and doesn't allow this to be a thing anymore. And again, I would just expect them to drop a statement kind of like this one, where they come out and they say, oh, it's because we're all in this together and we want to make sure everybody is on board together. Everybody's happy together because they're so happy together. Man, like I said, again, like this stuff is just, I know I'm like totally bipolar with this stuff, with like the Twitch streaming versus YouTube streaming and all of this. But my God, if we were hoping the new CEO would be shaking this up and would be like changing things and bringing a fresh perspective, no, it's pretty clear. The CEO that took over and is in charge now is the guy that's been running the show for the last few years. Nothing's changed. Yeah, we're all in this together, as they handcuff themselves to you. Yeah, and then shove you off a waterfall. Wow, dude. Finally got my answers from partner support. I wrote a small novel about my concerns, some of which are voiced in the pictures below. I got a brush off response, but at least it was from a human being this time. Nail in the coffin type shit. If this is the most blatant, obvious example of Twitch failing creators, their revenue source, then I don't know what to say. This is a failing business model, and the only way out is to take more from their only current source of revenue. You. I just wonder how many of these big streamers are going to bail this summer once their contracts run out. I don't know. You might see big guys like Nick move over. You might see big people like Pokimane and XQC bounce. You never know. Did I see the Redfall trailer? No, let me pull it up. Telekinetic threat. Look at this. Is Apex your stream sponsor? Yes, one of them. They and like it's a great team. They got me the PC built out, like, and I believe in the product. I use the product every day. Like it's great. My fear would be that like with this type of thing, Twitch would be trying to shut down this type of thing. Like I don't have any big stream sponsors like, you know, the Chipotle or Cash App things where it's like, you know, something where they're paying thousands every stream or something. Like I don't have anything like that, of course, but these big streamers, I think if they were looking at this, they're going to be like, okay, I see what Twitch is trying to do. I don't know, man. To be honest, I get it. If they're a business, they need money, but also they don't need money. Would be insane if they leave. Yeah, I mean, but people also thought that when like Tim the Tatman left. Tim the Tatman was one of the biggest streamers on the platform. Then he left for YouTube. Same with Ludwig. Ludwig's huge. Then he bounced for YouTube too. So, I mean, it sounds crazy until it happens. And I wouldn't put it past him. And Lupo, yep. A lot of these big guys, and Doc, but Doc didn't really have a choice. But with a lot of this stuff, these huge creators are just, it's a business to them. And honestly, when you've been streaming for like a decade and you have a super loyal audience, they'll follow you. They'll follow you. Does YouTube actively go after the big streamers with contracts, or are they just letting them move by themselves? Like 2 years ago, it seemed like they were going after a lot of them with contracts and deals. And then it seems like since they started focusing on YouTube Shorts, they've just totally given up focus on that. They just don't even really care. Which, I mean, maybe honestly, at this point, they probably don't need to care to still be successful, because it seems like a lot of these big streamers are just going to go where the money is. And it seems like step after step, time after time, day after day, Twitch is just trying to find ways to make people less and less excited about it. Like, you know, at the beginning of the stream, this is why it's so bipolar. At the beginning of the stream, I was like, oh, well, it's nice to have a more robust, varied form of income. Because, like, if Twitch, or if something happens on YouTube, I can go and I still have the Twitch payout, right? That's nice. But if Twitch is, like, actively every step of the way cutting the payouts because they can't make money otherwise, it makes it really, really hard to justify it. Like, oh, yeah, I'm going to be their advocate. I'm going to be a Twitch advocate. I'm going to bring my audience to Twitch, and we're going to stream here and talk here and hang out here. It's really hard to justify that with this stuff, you know? We still don't know what happened with Doc, right? Yeah, as far as I'm aware, we don't know. I think people have their suspicions. It might have something to do. I think his first one was that, I think the first thing was that he like peed on stream because he brought his stream camera into the bathroom with him at E3 2019 when I was there. And that was like, that they didn't allow that. But I think honestly, they were looking for a reason to ban him. I think they were looking for a reason to ban Doc. And so the moment they found an opportunity, they jumped on it. And all we know is that Doc sued Twitch, and there was a settlement. And as part of that settlement, they agreed that he couldn't disclose anything. But all he said is that the reason that they banned him was laughable. It was pathetic. Like, it was ridiculous that they banned him for whatever it was. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was just something like on stream he said something outrageous while being Dr. Disrespect, and they banned him. They can't make money. They are owned by the 5th biggest company in the world. Well, I think it's just that they have to have a certain margin. They want to have a certain amount of money flowing in, and they aren't getting that. And as they've said, the cost for their infrastructure to have a streamer, a single streamer that has 200 concurrent viewers a month and streams full time, 200 concurrent viewers on average, and streams for full time. They said the cost for their servers was $1,000 a month. And so you think about that, you think about how many subs a 200 concurrent viewer streamer has that streams 40, 50 hours a week. You're like, okay, well, that starts to add up. I could see how, you know, they probably make that money and then a little bit extra. But that's just server infrastructure. That's not, you know, any of the extra stuff. But I think what Amazon is doing is they're like, Twitch is a software platform. It's an entertainment platform. We need to meet this threshold, figure it out. And that's what the executives at Amazon are demanding. And then Amazon, they like, those executives don't know anything about Twitch or streaming, and frankly, they don't care about the streamers. They're just like, figure out how to make the money. Figure it out. And so then the executives at Twitch are like, okay, we'll figure it out. We'll take 50% of all their sponsorships. We'll do that. And then we'll also start requiring them to run ads all the time. And we'll also cut their pay so we can take a bigger split of the big guys, where most of our money comes from. And honestly, I think to a large extent, they're just daring a lot of these big creators to leave. Maybe they won't. Maybe they won't. I think Nick Merckx, it was a year and a half ago he was about to leave. It was whenever Timmy left. Tim left, I think, a year and a half ago. Or just about a year ago, maybe. But Tim the Tapman left, and I think Doc was close to leaving, or not Doc, Nick was close to leaving with him. Because I popped into his stream right around that time, and Nick Merckx was like, yeah, man, we're talking with them. We're trying to figure out what we're going to do. Because I think he's also fed up with Twitch, and then he was like, we'll figure it out. And then, you know, this they signed a deal. They signed a special deal promising him probably 70% and a signing bonus to get him to stay. And with YouTube, maybe they approached him, maybe they offered him something and they just couldn't offer him something that nice. I don't know. But he decided to stay to Twitch. But what they've said is that they're not doing those deals now. They don't do those anymore. OTK members will stay with Twitch, no doubt. I would think so. I mean, but again, you just never know, especially if... I think the whole org would probably do it. The whole group would do it if they were to leave. The one exception being that, like, Asmon, I don't think Asmon gives a crap. I don't think Asmon gives a crap about money specifically. I think he'll just do whatever he thinks is like, makes the most sense. The moment that if they tried to implement this thing and take 50% of all sponsorships and make it so you couldn't do any other sponsorships that way, I think people would lose their minds. But I think that's probably, like, again, a 2-3 year out thing. I think they probably introduce this system where sponsors can pay through that in a couple years or in a year and a half. And then they let people get used to that for a little bit. And then they'd come out swinging with something crazy like that. Asmongold did the math on how much he costs Twitch while he streams on his second channel that isn't an affiliate, and it doesn't make any money because he runs no ads either. It came down to about $170,000 per month while he flows in zero money from them. Ooh, baby. Is there a clip of that, of him doing that math? Asmon runs the numbers maybe on how much he costs Twitch. There's got to be a clip of that or something. I don't know. I don't see it. There is. Here you go. Oh, thank you, Chrissy. Whoop. Hold on. So many Asmongolds. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's just an ocean of Asmongold. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, Asmon actually looked at this very thing we were checking out. That's funny.
For our community, we're in the early stages of seeing what works, but we want to give you a sneak peek. This month, you may start seeing sponsored streams, including Twitch should focus on expanding Twitch Turbo. I definitely agree with this. Increasing sub revenue split, definitely agree with this. Increasing bit rate, I mostly agree with this. Better viewer, yeah, this is what they need. Absolutely, these things matter. Why do I want to give 50% of my sponsorship money to Twitch? This confused me greatly. So, hopefully they won't be mad. Twitch talked to me about this feature, and I gave them feedback and consulted with them about it.
Oh, they talked to him already.
It has nothing to do with taking streamers' existing subs and existing sponsorships. It has literally nothing to do with it. I'm not going to explain anymore because, like, you know, but yeah, it has nothing to do with it. That seems obvious. Yeah, it's completely separate. Trust me, bro.
I mean, I respectfully, Mr. Asmon, I don't think it has anything to do with it right now. But again, I don't know how you look at this long term and see how Twitch wouldn't eventually make this the mandatory option. Because again, every time they have an opportunity to do something that makes streamers better off, they make it worse off. So I would respectfully disagree, but I'm down to hear him explain a little bit more. Maybe he can change my mind. I'm not sure.
Trust me, bro, or wait and see. Whichever one you prefer. I'm not gonna explain, but no. I mean, like, listen, like, maybe I'm lying. Maybe I'm lying. Maybe they lied to me. Maybe they're gonna take everybody's sponsorship money. Maybe that's gonna happen. But that's not what I talked to them about. That's not what they said. That's got nothing to do with it. And I highly doubt that's what they're gonna do. There's a reason why people ask me to, like, do stuff. It's because I don't just go and run my mouth about all the little details about it. I could explain, like, everything about it, but in general, I think it's a good idea. I do. And I again, if it comes out and it's bad, I'm gonna look like a fucking idiot, right? So let's wait and see. And if I look like a fucking idiot, it won't be the first time and it won't be the last. But yeah, that's not what it is.
Again, I think it's not what it is right now, but my concern is after they introduce it and put it out, nobody's going to use it. And then after like a year, they'll probably announce, hey, we're going to start phasing out independent sponsored content because they're going to say some crap like, we want to retain the value or retain the quality of sponsored content, so we're going to supervise it through our portals, and you have to go through our tools where the sponsor pays you through that. And I would not be shocked one iota if they chose to do that. Rari, thank you for the 100. I promise you in 3-4 years, Twitch will make this mandatory. We all know corporations care about money. Twitch making this idea worse than them. Thinking of this idea. Because actions speak louder than words. For us, for Twitch, money talks and streamers are the secondary priority. I truly hope what you say ages poorly, but it's wishful thinking on my part. I hope it, I mean, honestly, I hope it ages poorly too. I hope it ages poorly. I hope Asmongold looks like the genius and I look like the conspiratorial numbnuts. Okay, I hope that that's the case. But I would say if you look at the track record of Twitch over the last 5 years, there's very little reason to think that they are introducing this purely out of the goodness of their heart. And even then, I don't like, again, if the goal, maybe they just need more clarity. If the goal is truly to just have sponsors that roam chats randomly with bots and toss out like 10 gifted subs randomly to like little streamers with 5 people in chat or 10 people in chat, I think that's awesome. I think that could be great. A great way to encourage growth and excite people in the smaller streams. But I don't see that as what's being pitched here. Sub codes let brands pay for subs, share codes with viewers off Twitch. So like you buy a bag of Doritos and then inside you scratch it and then there's a sub code. I'm sure there's going to be stuff like that. Like that's the idea at least, I think. Sponsored gift subs allow brands to buy and gift subs and chat to viewers at scale. So I can see a way where like some implementations of this could be better. But again, I think that this just sets up a precedent for them to have their foot in the door to start taking sponsored content and get their cut of it. And again, every time Twitch has had the opportunity to become less involved and interfere less and less, they get more and more involved, you know? Snake Doctor, that was really weird. Every time I clicked follow, about a minute later, it unfollowed me. It wouldn't let me post in chat either. Finally got it to work. No clue. That is really weird, Snake Doctor. Huh. Twitch is upset we're talking about this, apparently.
I will tell you this. If they were taking sponsorship money, I would say like 80% probably move to another platform, probably Kick. Like if they started taking like sponsorship money for sponsors that I did on my stream that I got on my own, like I would say like 80, 90, probably 100% if they started actually doing that. Like I don't like to ever write blank checks, but like, yeah.
I mean, I would agree. That's why I think it's a terrible idea. But that's why they ease their way in with this. They're not going to come out and say that that's the plan day one, because of course everybody would lose their minds. But they're going to slowly drip this in.
Absolutely. This is the first step and there's more to come. I think I'll let them explain. Yeah, that's really what I would say. I'll let them explain. A lot of words from Twitch, just be middleman for getting money for nothing. That's actually not true. So a lot of people think that it's money for nothing. So
what I think he's about to go through is something I agree with. There is an expense associated with hosting this platform, and I'm okay with paying that expense. If that expense is paid by ads, if that expense is paid by Twitch Turbo or me paying for a sub that they take a cut of, I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to pay for a service I receive. I think that that's fair. But where it starts to feel unfair is when it's just taking. And especially with something like this, where like it's hard to feel bad for like the giga millionaires on Twitch that are making stupid amounts of money. However, for like the littler guys or the people that are towing the line a little bit more, it does start to feel as though Twitch is just gobbling up more and more of their money right as they make it, quote unquote, right as they make it and are comfortable financially. Then Twitch comes along and will try to take, more by cutting the revenue split or this or that. That's what it starts to feel like time and again. Watch the Asmon clip before you continue to get some more insight. Okay. Let's do it. Chrissy's like, Luke, shut up. We got to get back on track.
I think a lot of people that building and developing a relationship with a brand and a partner takes a lot of time and effort, and just like not just time in terms of that specific deal, but time in terms of like building trust. And if Twitch is able to create that, the value that they provide is not having to worry about talking to the brand, interacting with the brand, emailing back and forth, negotiating a price, figuring out a time, deciding on deliverables. There are a million fucking things that you don't have to do. Like, I have an agent and they get a percentage of the money that I make. And you know what? I think that's fucking great because I never have to talk to them. If there's a problem, it gets solved. It's totally fucking fine. So you can say that being a middleman is getting money for nothing, but I don't think that's true at all.
Yeah, I agree. I worked though, to be fair, I worked as a broker. So I worked as a middleman in commercial real estate. So like, I would agree there's a value add. Not all middlemen are created equal though. Some middlemen do not bring value and are a waste of time and are getting paid effectively for nothing. Others do bring value. I've mentioned them before. My management team, 28th Avenue out of Los Angeles, they do an amazing job. They've done some incredible work and I am just floored every time I talk to them. Like they just do amazing work and it still is surreal. Like no joke, their work, even though they get paid on all of the deals that they bring me, even though they're getting a cut, like a pretty good cut of everything that I bring in and all the projects that we do, they still are probably going to double my total income for this year. Just the work that they're doing. That's insane. And I could complain, oh, they're taking a cut of my money. Oh, woe is me. But no, they're bringing value. So it works. What they're describing with this, I can understand if, like, I think it just depends. Like, this message is so unclear. If the pitch of this thing Twitch is talking about is that they want to be that broker, they want to be that middleman, where basically you can come in and you can like, you can effectively just go to maybe a portal on the website and then you press a couple buttons here and there and then all of a sudden you have it approved. So, you have an offer from G Fuel and they'll come in and they will send 100 gifted subs during, a stream when you are at maybe 200 concurrent viewers and playing this game. Just because of that, you press that button and then they'll come into your stream and automatically gift those subs just to be exposed on the stream as boom, we are gifting these subs. I could see that as a thing that would be cool. I'm not sure how that works. It would be the first time anything like that had ever happened or got to the point where it was working, but like that would be cool. But again, it doesn't change the fact that I see this as a way to get their foot in the door to get involved with streamer sponsorships. And that worries me. That worries me. Because every time Twitch has gotten their foot in the door gets open further and further and further until they've just stormed inside. And I mean, the fact that so many people are having such a knee-jerk negative reaction to this, I think really shows how Twitch has totally eroded all the trust they have with their creators. They've allowed a lot of people to make a living. Okay, not a lot. Like a small select group of people to make a living doing this and streaming and creating content on their platform. And the fact that so many of these people instinctively really distrust Twitch and assume that it's in bad faith, I think that reveals a lot about the damage Twitch has done to their brand. They've got to get ahead of that.
Doing a lot of this work and making it easier for other people is actually a tremendous value. And again, you might think that it's nothing, but you can't look at value as an object. Value is sometimes intangible, like the time that you spend doing something that somebody else doesn't have to spend doing it. That's why, for example, pre-built computers sell well. That's also another reason why people pay for oil changes. It's the reason why people pay other people to mow their lawn. And again, it's a mixture of peace of mind, expertise, and opportunity cost. So
I'm still a little surprised that maybe I'm just naive as a small creator on this space. But is it normal for Twitch to just reach out about little announcements like these through Twitch support of features that they're going to be testing in the next 2 years? Like, is that normal for Twitch to contact big streamers about this in advance of announcements on their Twitch support Twitter page? That seems weird to me. And it would seem to suggest to me that they probably are also, or they at least anticipated, a little bit of confusion around this. And so they figured they'd get ahead with it and talk to the big creators about it. Because that's what I would do. Like if I were sure that I was going to announce something that was going to be a little bit controversial or confusing, I would get a hold of the people that I don't want to misinterpret it, because if they leave, I'm going to lose money. I'd get a hold of them and then explain it to them in more clarity or detail. And that seems to be what they did here, which would explain why a lot of creators that are, you know, smaller than Asmongold are freaking out about this. Meanwhile, Asmongold is very calm about it and isn't too worried. Kazuma, we're looking at some stupidity with Twitch. Asmongold's not worried about it. He's not stressed about it, and we're trying to figure out exactly why. One of us, either I'm being conspiratorial and overly negative towards Twitch, or Asmongold is drinking the Kool-Aid, and like one of us is wrong. Like one of us is wrong here. I don't have a reason to trust Twitch on this stuff. Basically, they want to get involved in sponsored content and allow tools for sponsors to come in and like pay for sponsored gifted subs and stuff. And I view that as their foot in the door to start causing drama, or their foot in the door to get further involved in sponsored content, which will cause drama. Whereas Asmongold just sees it as them pretty much trying to create a marketplace for sponsored content, which isn't really what most of this describes.
Don't have to worry about.
Asmon usually has a very level-headed take on things, and he's always wanted to call bullshit on things. Well, I agree. That's why I'm kind of surprised that he's so chill with this so far. I think them reaching out to him is a good sign that they wouldn't want to steal your money. Or, I mean, again, to me, it just, I can't help but wonder why they reached out to him. Unless they do this all the time. Maybe they reach out to him all the time about all these little announcements they make through Twitch support on Twitter. Of things they're testing over the next 2 years. But to me, I think that indicates that they probably were aware that this might get some blowback when they announced it, and they wanted to get ahead of it by explaining to him what it was in a little bit more detail and get some feedback, which is cool. I think it's great to get some feedback. My fear, again, is just that this, in its initial form, it might not be bad, but it definitely opens the door.
It being done incorrectly or something going wrong whenever somebody else is contracted to do it. Number two, it sometimes is just cheaper to do that overall than spending your time. That's the opportunity cost. And also, you're not stressed out about it. I think I just made 1 point twice, but overall, there's a lot of advantages that. And you don't have to spend the time investing into doing this. You can do what you're good at, and then somebody else can do what they're good at, like a video editor. I think that's another example for that. Or, you know, buying vegetables at the store. You could grow them in your backyard. Absolutely, a lot of people do. Some people grow certain vegetables in their backyard, but there is a lot of people that don't, and they just go to the store and they buy them. So, I think that providing that type of a value is extremely important and helps out a lot.
But again, I don't think we're worried about the marketplace idea, but I don't like. What they're describing is branded talking points live across multiple streams, test ongoing streamers, delivered ads natively in stream. Yeah, sub code, sponsored gift subs, sub discounts, offering stuff like September. Like this stuff has nothing to do with a marketplace, which is kind of what he's describing, where Twitch would act as the sponsorship broker. But it reminds me, like, YouTube even has something like this that they announced like 3 years ago, and it still has never made me a penny. They have like a tab on the monetization tab for YouTube partners once you reach like 100,000 subs or whatever. And you can go onto that tab and you can, in theory, go and select a sponsorship that they've done this with, where they've negotiated with a sponsor a deal, and then you just click, yes, I'll accept that one and do it. And it's never had a single deal offered for me in the history of me being on YouTube. Since they announced it, it's never done anything. So maybe Twitch will be the first one to do it. I don't know. But I don't have a problem with the idea of a marketplace of sponsorships. Like, that's fine, but that's not what this is about.
So yeah, that's why services can be immensely valuable. Yeah, I know. Guess how bad the split's going to be, though? Let's assume it's 50-50, okay? Which I don't know what they're going to do in the back end. And I really mean this. I have no idea. I think it probably depends on each individual deal. There's probably a million different variables. So if it's 50-50, and this person, let's say they make $5,000, and the brand and Twitch makes $5,000. If this person is able to do something that is relatively no effort, low lift for them, and this person says, hey, do you want to make $5,000 and I'll make $5,000? I created this opportunity. You take advantage of it, and we'll split the money. Well, I think that's totally fair. Because if a streamer isn't happy with that price, they can go and try to find the price somewhere else. They can hire an agent to try to curate a better deal. They can just simply not choose to do it. So I actually don't think the percentage matters really all that much. What really matters is, like, is it valuable and is it useful for that individual person? So for example, like, there's a lot of people that doing something for 50% would not be good, but there are some people that it would be good for them because they simply don't want to put any effort into it at all, and all they have to do is click a button, something pops up on the screen, or it's some sort of fucking advertisement, and they don't have to worry at all.
Yeah, I would say there are some people that like the low effort stuff, absolutely. But one of the things I've learned is that, for one, it's really important as a content creator, and this is a little bit of advice for those of you who might want to one day do this. It's very important for you to have a brand that has a specific value tied to it. I used to charge a lot less for sponsored content than I do today. And I used to charge less because I could get more sponsors. And I was like, oh, cool. That's great. But since then, working with these managers and stuff, it's become very, very clear to me. All of these companies, all of the brand reps, everybody, they all talk to each other. They all talk to each other. If one like ad broker comes to you and says, hey, I got to deal with this company and they're going to pay $1,000. If you accept that deal for $1,000, he's going to tell his buddy that works at the other agency, oh yeah, we did that deal with Luke for $1,000. And then that other guy at the other agency is going to bring you another deal and is going to offer you $1,000. And if this time you're like, actually, I need 1,200 or I need 1,500. He's going to be like, they can only do 1,000. In reality, they're paying 1,500. He's going to take 500 of it. He's going to take his cut. But he's going to say they're locked in at 1,000. And he knows that you already accepted 1,000. He knows you will, and you'll cave to it. So you say, screw it. I just got paid 1,000. I'll just do 1,000. Yeah, sure. We'll do the deal anyways. And you go through with it. I only started to receive really significant sponsorship offers once we started really turning down a lot of deals. I had turned down a couple. There were a couple brands I worked with way back in the day that made like insultingly low offers. Like, well, we're not going to pay you, but we're going to send you this like $50 product. And then you can just like put it in a video for like a couple minutes. I was like, who do you think you're dealing with? It's like, what are you talking about? Even if you have a channel with like 10,000 subs, that's a bad deal. Don't do that. Okay. Unless it's a product you really, really want and need. But even that, they're getting a lot more out of it than you are. And you need to understand that. But yeah, easy content, sure, is a thing. But one of the fears with, again, accepting deals like this from this Twitch portal or Twitch marketplace that can offer them would be that then your standard pay, it becomes clear you're willing to take that deal for $2,500. And as a result, these companies are just going to bring $2,500 deals to you because you took the $5,000 deal. Twitch got $2,500, you got $2,500, you're happy. And then you're thinking, well, they paid $5,000, so I'll just, if I'm going to negotiate it independently, I'll charge $5,000 for it. Well, guess what? No, now they know that you're willing to do the deal for $2,500 in your pocket. So now your standard price has dropped. So you've got to, yeah, you have to be careful with this. You have to be careful with this. I hope they roll this out to all creators, not just partners. My thought is that they are going to probably roll this out, and then they're going to have a portal, if this is what is being described, like the YouTube thing, where a sponsor can go in there and basically create like ad offer, and then you fill in a blank space that says, I'm willing to pay $1,000 for every 100 concurrent viewers. And the segment has to be 10 minutes long. And I will gift these subs in this way. And, you know, I want it available only to streamers that are playing this game on these dates. And they have to talk through these talking points. And then they do that. Twitch sets up the deal. You hit accept. And then on that day, you get that number of viewers. And then you read the bit. And then somebody at Twitch verifies you did that. And then you get paid. That's, I think, the vision for this. So some people would qualify. Other people wouldn't. I guess, or I would guess that most of these deals would probably still end up with like the big channels where they only start paying for it with like 1,000+ viewer streams. I would guess. But who knows? I mean, maybe they honestly are talking about something where it's like They have a bot that crawls through little streams and pays, gives out 50 gifted subs to tiny streamers. You never know. Maybe, but who knows? If this is extra, or if it is extra, Twitch signs sponsorships on top of private ones, even for smaller streamers, then why not? But the whole situation can become very slippery very fast. Well, and that's where maybe I'm just at this point too negative towards Twitch in general. I would say that is in and of itself remarkable because it shows a real lack of trust in the platform. But I mean, again, if we look at the list of things that they outlined here that's gotten people upset, everything that they've described, this doesn't have anything to do specifically with a marketplace. Everything Asmon is talking about so far is this marketplace idea, with gifted subs being sort of the end result of that marketplace, of that conduit that connects the two, the streamer and the brand. So I'm not doubting the marketplace's usefulness, so long as you're also allowed to do your own independent stuff. I agree. I don't have a problem with that. My fear is that it's, once again, another kind of first step towards them getting more and more involved in it.
So the value that creates is not a defined number.
Thank you, Kiwi Kratos. Only halfway through, but very well, or very objective and well reasoned. I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you. Glad you're enjoying it.
And I think the best thing about having and I think this is a free market, because Twitch is not saying that you can't have your own sponsorships with this. They're not saying that at all.
I agree. Right now. That is conspiratorial. That is me, injecting something into this that we don't know. Totally agree. I want to be very clear about that. I'm not saying that this is a thing. My point is exactly, yet. Because just like I showed in that MS Paint masterpiece, there is no way that you can have both of these options for big deals that are significant, or at least, let's be honest, for any streamer or creator that is not super lazy to the point where they're like, I'll give up half of the money of this deal in exchange for the ease. Maybe when you're Asmongold and you are made of money and you can swim in it in your bathtub, maybe then you don't care about losing 50% of it. You just care about the ease of it. For me, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I knew that I'd given up. Say this is something, say they came along and offered me a deal, a life-changing amount of money. They offer me, some brand comes and offers me $100,000 for a huge sponsored month of streams or something. Life-changing money. Crazy amount of money. I could do it direct, or I could go and get 50,000 through Twitch. And it would be through gifteds and sub discounts and things. And so Twitch would get half of it. And maybe you could argue there is some benefit to this, because if you get a ton of subs, you're actually more likely to gain more, because people see a lot of subs on a stream and they assume that basically it's a better stream is how some people look at it. So maybe this 50,000 actually turns more into 60,000, because you'll get a lot of popularity and maybe you'll get a couple of articles written about you, oh my God, Luke had the most subs in a single day in history or something. Who knows? Yeah, exactly, Chris. I think it would turn into a lot more from chat. However, it still would almost certainly be less than just doing it direct. And unless you're just swimming in money, I don't know of a single person that would choose this route over this. Now, the exception to this is if there are deals specific to Twitch that you could not get elsewhere. I don't know of a single one or a single instance where that would be the case. I really don't know. Unless they do something really weird and quirky, okay, guys, if you spam Cash App in chat, if we get Cash App in chat 1,000 times in the next 5 minutes, then Cash App is going to give each of you $5. Let's do it. Something interactive like that. I could see that being a unique deal to Twitch that you couldn't just negotiate yourself. Maybe that works. It's not a bad idea, but as of this point, we just don't know. But my experience with all of this and my impression of Twitch is that if they're looking at this, they are just going to be looking at trying to cut off this portion so that you have to go their route, which is what scares me. Chrissy, it's entirely possible Twitch signs an exclusivity contract with brands where they aren't allowed to work privately with creators. Yeah, and that's what I wouldn't be shocked by that at all. I mean, if they sign a deal where it's like, hey, Logitech is only promoting this product through this portal, through the Twitch creator portal or whatever they call it. And in that case, I would say that it's kind of like taking the deal. It's kind of like cutting this off because now you can't go the direct route. So it would be the same. Rory just got gifted a sub from Brandon. Thank you, Brandon Reyes. Appreciate you. Thank you. And welcome, Rory, to the sub club. You did it. You made it. So anyway, that's what I would expect. That's what I would expect. That's why I'm concerned about this. Pure speculation. I totally agree. Totally agree. But that's why.
So you can curate a sponsorship for the exact same thing at a higher price point if you choose to. There's no market fucking like control. There's nothing. Like, this is completely fair. So yeah.
For now.
Matters. You don't see a big picture. From now on, all companies are not going to contact streamers anymore for paid sponsorship. They'll just go to Twitch because it's easier, and Twitch will reach out to the streamer, and Twitch gets free money because that's what's happening. Everyone's going to go to them. Well, thank you very much, Mr. 47. I think 47 followers or something like that. That's not true. How do we know that's not true? Because bounties are for video games, and streamers still get bounties for video. They still get sponsorships for video games.
Isn't this the whole thing though? Is that bounties have pretty much dried up in the last 6 months? Is that like a whole thing? So nobody uses them? I mean, I'll be real. I've been approached by a handful of companies to like play random mobile games and stuff. And honestly, the pay for the trouble is always like, you don't want to become the stream that only plays random garbage. You don't want to be that streamer. Nobody wants to be that streamer because then your audience will give up on you and move on. So like, I can see why the bounty thing is, again, kind of a cool idea, but I don't know if it works too well. But I mean, this point by Asma, I mean, the bounty system has kind of flopped again because it's just not a thing, not a great point. It could work for smaller streamers that normally will not get sponsorships. However, what kind of sponsor would choose small streamer over a bigger one? What kind of big streamer would choose to give half the money? So then the question is, who will use it? I guess mobile game sponsorships? Overwhelmingly, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of platforms already that provide a marketplace for sponsorships, and they are flooded with random indie games you've never heard of that are mostly just ports of mobile games and mobile games. Overwhelmingly, like, they're just flooded with it. And once, like, I used to look at those deals when I was a really small channel because I was like, wow, $100 for this bounty, for this sponsorship or sponsored video or whatever, that will help me pay rent this month. That was something I looked at when I was a tiny channel and I was desperate. Once you become established and you have the ability to say no, you're not going to mess with any of that stuff. You know, you really won't.
So like, just by using your own logic, it doesn't even make sense. So we already have this existing already, but that's not happening. So then what's the problem? And also, think about it from the business's perspective. Okay, let's look at this logically. All right. So let's see here. Let's say 10.
Bringing it out, bringing out the notepad.
$1,000, $5,000 to Twitch, $5,000 to streamer. Okay, and then second one is going to be $8,000. And let's say it's going to be $6,000 to streamer, $2,000 to agent. Which one do you think? Which one do you think the brand is going to want to go with? Do you think they're going to want to go with paying $10,000, or do you think they're going to want to go with paying $8,000? Well, they're going to go to want to pay with $8,000. So that means that if Twitch is taking a large enough percentage, and that percentage becomes so bad that people are seeking deals independently and not taking Twitch's deals, again, this is a free market, by the way. Isn't it great? People can just simply curate them themselves.
Maybe this is something Asman is not familiar with currently because he's been a big streamer for a long time. I just in the last like year crossed over this weird threshold of big brands won't talk to me, don't consider me a big enough channel, to big enough that big brands will talk to me. It happened right around the turn of the year. Okay. So I just crossed that threshold. Last year, if I tried to contact, say, a Logitech or MSI or Nvidia or somebody like that for a straight up sponsorship, wouldn't hear from them. Wouldn't talk to them. They wouldn't talk to me because I wasn't a big enough deal for them to deal with. And they can't, to be fair, they can't just do negotiations and deals with every single wannabe YouTuber and streamer that comes along. So I get that. However, since crossing over that threshold, I don't know what the threshold was, but I crossed it. Now we're getting sponsorship offers from some huge companies. This freaking monitor, they sent over this very like $1,700-$1,800 monitor and paid us a pretty good chunk on top of that, and paid the broker, my manager, on top of all of that. LG, a sponsorship with LG. That is not something I could have done last year. It's wild. It's crazy. But they wouldn't deal with the little guy. They dealt with the big channel, but they didn't want to bother with the little guy. It wasn't worth their time. So with this, like, you can say it's a free market. Free market for the big guys. Free market for the big guys. It's not the same. Like, it's just not the same. And I know for a fact that a lot of these brands, like, you know, maybe the Ridge wallets, maybe the, you know, some of these VPN providers, maybe some of these other companies, instead of trying to juggle all this themselves, have their own department, their own influencer marketing department with like 10 employees that juggles all of this. They'd rather have one person do it, and then they just work with Twitch. They're like, oh, if you want to promote Gibbledy-Goop VPN, click on the thing in the Twitch portal, and then you put the logo on your stream. Maybe it's a built-in like browser source that you can put on your stream overlay, and boom, you're done. You know, it's not this simple. It's just not. Deep, I appreciate you. Thank you. Congrats, man. You deserve it for all your hard work and consistency. Keep it up. You'll have more deal and sponsorship coming your way. Only thing, please stay course of critical thoughts and rational thinking. Thanks. I agree. You know, it's fun to get conspiratorial sometimes. You know, I forgot to tell you guys, I did join the Church of Scientology since that last stream. I started looking into it. It started making a lot of sense. Dude, I was so close. I was so freaking close. It would have been so funny if I had done it, but it just didn't work with the schedule. We had done that, like, I think it was Monday. I spent like the whole last hour of the stream or something going on and on about Scientology. We were watching that undercover video and everything. It was pretty fun, honestly. But yeah, it was very weird. It was very weird. But we went on to all of that, and I was like, okay, Tuesday I need to stream because we have to launch that Resident Evil video. So maybe I should just like come on stream, and I'll be wearing the like white button up and the vest, and I'll try to like overnight Amazon, or I'll make out of like some tin foil. I'll make one of those Scientology crosses, and I'll come on. I think I have a copy of Dianetics somewhere in this house. I ordered it once on Amazon because I was interested. I was like, I wonder how crazy it is. And it was like, it's honestly very boring. But I was like, I'll pull out the book, like Dianetics book, and I'll have it subtly like sitting on the desk, and I'll just not say anything, and then wait until somebody says, Luke, you kind of look like you're kind of dressed differently. What's going on? It would have been so funny, dude. It would have been so funny. Then just totally play it straight as if I'm just all in Scientology. I'm like, guys, Elron makes a lot of sense. I'm just being real with you. It would have been great. Oh, man. Oh. Proto, you should try the new Cyberpunk Ray Tracing thing on your PC. Yeah, when they launch it, I totally will. I totally will. The fact that it only runs at 16 FPS before you turn on DLSS and stuff, that makes me kind of excited, weirdly, because I'm like, okay, finally, we can put this thing through its paces. It's going to have to earn its frames. Let's do it. So, Luke, would you say you make more money off Twitch or YouTube right now? Well, so a lot of people have been asking why we've been like bouncing between YouTube and Twitch. Honestly, it's because we've been kind of testing it. I wanted to see what the numbers actually look like in comparison, because so many people talk about it just like, oh, it's probably more like this, or it's definitely more on Kick, or it's more like this, blah, blah, blah. And so I was like, okay, let's actually like test it, get like a week or two of streams on each, and then compare them and see where you can actually make more. And from what I've seen, on Twitch, you get a lot of gifted, or you get a lot of Prime subs. That helps. That's something YouTube just doesn't have. They don't have a comparison for it. However, on YouTube, it seems surprisingly so, super chats and donations are far more common. It's weird. In the last like 2 weeks of occasionally maybe doing 4 or 5 streams on Twitch, I kid you not, other than bits, you can count bits, but like other than bits, not a single dono has come in through Twitch, which I found very surprising. And I think it's because you have to go to an outside link and then you have to do the whole Streamlabs tip thing. It's like very kind of disruptive, right? Whereas on YouTube, the super chat system just works. It's just boop. It's very, very easy, very effortless. And so that's one thing that surprised me. The ad rates also laughably terrible on Twitch. For as disruptive as the ads are, they were making so little money, I turned them off everywhere I could because it would maybe make like $3-4. So over the course of the lifetime of like one of our big streams, if we do a decent stream that has maybe 5, 6, 7,000 people come out over the course of it, and then maybe it gets up to like 8 to 10,000 in the playback after the fact, maybe that stream bounces and makes like $15 through ad revenue. On Twitch, that VOD maybe generates like $3, maybe. So far, in our testing, going into trying Twitch for a while, I was ready for Twitch just to dominate, for Twitch to be like way better monetized, all this. Like, yeah, you see the Nightbot thing pop up being like, hey, try this. Nightbot's been trying. But even with that, it's surprised me at just how much better YouTube has been at that, which is crazy. Because I thought, you look at all the pieces like, oh, well, Prime subs will probably make a ton of money. And then you see all the donos that flow in from all these other platforms. And no, YouTube, weirdly, in practice, way better. Our average YouTube stream will have anywhere from like 60 to $150 come in donations over the course of like 4 or 5 hours. And then like $16 of ad revenue. So you think about like 5-6 hours of work. It's not really work, but 5-6 hours of work for like let's say like it's a really, really good day, $160. If we're saying it was like a 5-hour stream, then 160 divided by 5, whatever that is, 32. So it's like $32 an hour for that. That's pretty good. On Twitch, our average stream has made, and I kid you not, over the last 2 weeks, my pay per hour on the stream on Twitch the last few weeks has come out to well under 75 cents an hour. Which is really,
wow,
really funny. Now, if you were to like come on and like, if I was to like fudge the numbers a little bit and be like, okay, well, let's not include this portion of time. Let's like be the most lean. All told, like it probably comes out more like $4 to $5 an hour. But yeah, it's very different. It's very different. Let's see. Proto, I tried to do the gift sub instead of donations so that you would have more subs, and I imagine that's better long-term revenue for the stream. Honestly, I don't know anymore, man. I don't know anymore. It's really, really hard to tell. I wish I had like a clear answer, but I don't know. And like the gifted subs are nice because it's like gifting memberships on YouTube. Like somebody gets access all of a sudden to the critiques early. Somebody gets access to all of these private things. Like it can be really, really nice. But I guess we're going back to YouTube. To be honest, nowadays Twitch viewers expect to be entertained and have the incentive to give bits or subs. Creators have become very sneaky with how they prompt chat to give them money. Yeah, and I guess I'm just not sneaky enough. I don't know. I'm also really uncomfortable with it. Like if people want to donate, that's awesome, and I appreciate that, of course. But I also don't want to be like, money, please. Like, what's her name? Mona Lisa in Parks and Rec. Daddy, money, please. It's just so gross to me. Yeah. But I mean, at the end of the day, like if I'm gonna sit here for 6 hours, 5-6 hours, then it is something where it's like I've got to figure out a way where it at least makes sense, right? Like it has to make sense. Otherwise, like what are we doing? Like I could just spend this time making more videos, like for the main channel, right? The ultimate goal is to make it so the stream is more profitable than the main channel. Like that would be the goal, right? Like that would be the goal. But it's kind of tough. Proto, how do you sustain yourself streaming with this ad revenue on either YouTube or Twitch? How much more do you think you need to grow to make this into a long-term career? I mean, honestly, on the YouTube side of things, this like the stream clips works and does a lot of lifting. In the last few weeks of bouncing between Twitch and YouTube, I have been surprised at how different it is. Like the big thing and the whole theory has been that Twitch would just generate more money through like primes, and that the Twitch culture around donations and subs and gifteds and stuff would generate more revenue. But that hasn't been the case. It really hasn't been. So now I'm like, okay, well shit. If that's not the case, then it doesn't really make sense. So I don't know, man. I'm having like a existential crisis. Let's see. I'm just confused. So yeah, main channel obviously makes the most income now. Yeah. Oh yeah. Without a doubt. But I mean, the goal is to, like, we had, I think maybe it was February. I think February was a very good month for the stream in terms of like revenue. And that we were on YouTube the entire month, and that like the stream itself maybe made like, I think maybe $2,000 all told with ad revenue, because we had a couple of streams that just exploded because of Hogwarts Legacy. There were a few streams we had like 1,000 to 2,000 people in chat. It was crazy. And so those streams, exploded. Those streams did very, very well. And then we also had crazy number of gifted memberships, and we also had a crazy number of donations and super chats. One person super chatted like a total of close to $1,000 all told through the month. It was amazing. And then March, I mean, it like the stream maybe generated like $400, $400 or $500. So huge spike, and then way down. And so you got to be cautious. Don't assume that the growth will continue ad infinitum, because it won't. Oh, we back? I think we're back now. I don't know what's happening, dude. Oh, dude. I think we're back. Okay. I don't know. I need to reset the router. That little thing is just freaking out. It's having so much trouble today. It really is. Anyway. Luke, at what age did you discover YouTube? Just his website, and then did you decide to upload videos there? And I probably started uploading videos back in like 2014, 15, maybe. I think. I don't know. Time to move to Kick. Yeah, the Kick thing, again, maybe one day I'll look like a total moron for not being on board with the Kick train, but the Kick thing right now, I'm just like, I'm so not sold on it. It seems like such BS to me. I'm like, why would you believe anything that a casino is selling? Well, and especially the thing that really makes Kick funny is that Kick is sold on being a better platform for creators because they're not as greedy as Twitch. I'm like, guys, they're literally owned by a casino, like a company that is greed. Like a casino is just a greed machine. That's all a casino is. And they're just like, yes. These guys, though, this casino's better. This casino will be okay. It's so dumb to me. It's like, guys, no. Like, if that's your one selling point, that's going to make you believe them over every other one of these platforms. Like, that's a bad reason. That's a really bad reason. So I don't buy it. I think Kick probably gets sued into oblivion and they shut down. But it's going to be quick. It's going to be like one day it comes out that Amazon sued Kick last night and then they shut down the website the next day. It's going to be something like that. It's going to be hilarious. Nico Knight, I would I would love to see a documentary where you transition from YouTube to where you are now. Or like the back and forth. Yeah, I don't know. You should do like timestamps or something for your stream, like 2 hours. You just talk about gaming news and things. Then you do reactions for us for the stream. You game something that would help. Yeah, Kazuma, we've actually, normally we do something a little more structured than what we've done the last couple of streams. And I think it's just because I'm so fog brained right now that I'm having trouble keeping like very, very structured. But what we need to do is we need to just do like first hour is just chatting. We just hang out, catch up on chat, talk, hang out. The next hour is like gaming news, whatever's going on, whatever we get through, whatever stories we get through that. And then the next hour is like reactions, and then maybe 2 hours gaming or something. I think that is what we need to do. Just add a little more structure to it. I totally agree. Rari, thank you. The Spider-Verse trailer has protect trans kids flags in the trailer. What are your thoughts? It's on Twitter. I mean, I don't care. That just made me shocked. It doesn't shock me at all. I mean, I think it'd be weirder if there was nothing kind of like that in the trailer. But I don't have a problem with it. But I also like I'm so burnt out on superhero stuff nowadays. I don't really care to begin with. Just like okay, it doesn't make me more or less likely to see the movie. It's just like it's a sign in it's a flag in the trailer. Like, I think that the whole concept of boycotting is generally pretty stupid. It's like, I'm going to be really loud and call attention to this thing I don't want people to see. And we saw how that worked with Hogwarts Legacy. Like, boycotts don't work for either side. If you hate X and you try boycotting it, most of the time it just calls more attention to that thing. So, like, what was the point? What are you doing? I just believe politics should stay out of entertainment. I'm still gonna watch that. I don't even find that political. Like, I don't know. Well, we don't really get into hot button issues here. At least we try not to, unless it's Scientology, because Scientology is funny. Then I'm down. Problem is the sub percentage split that they are doing will only last for so long. Oh, for Kick, yeah. I mean, if Kick lasts long enough to change their split, then yeah, it's going to catch up to them and people will be upset when they cut that, because when Kick is built on a higher split and then it no longer has the higher split, then people are going to be like, wait, then why am I here? And then things will go belly up for sure. I will agree. Do a gaming channel where you post the gaming walkthrough, but only funny clips people here really enjoy the gaming hour. Yeah, and we actually, if you go to the Luke Stevens Live channel, the clips channel in the About section, if you go there, we have, I think Jacob just posted a very long highlight reel of our Resident Evil 4 playthrough that we did. And that was kind of an experiment to see how people would like it, if they like the highlight reel kind of really, really lean thing. And we'll see how that goes. We're going to keep experimenting with it moving forward. Hopefully it does well. I think that'd be awesome. Because it's fun to play the games on stream and then to be able to turn it also into something like, a Let's Play, basically, that's 4 or 5 hours long with all the bloat cut out. I think that could be really, really cool. So if you're interested in that, go watch that video and like it, because then I can actually see it. Luke, you got to start making some live stream fail-worthy clips. You will get to grow like crazy if you get featured on that subreddit. Yeah, we got to think of something. Maybe I got to light fireworks in here or something. Got to do something like that. I don't know. I will agree. The way to grow is to like find ways to do viral content. And for me, I just have never been consistently good at figuring out what that recipe is for the viral video, which is why my growth has been so slow and steady through the years. But somebody like IShowSpeed is amazingly talented at finding what those things are, what generates that viral content. And I just have to figure out what that is. XQC also amazingly talented at going viral for random reasons. We just have to figure out what that is. You know, it's kind of tough. The recipe is cringe. Got it. Viral content makes the streams way less relaxed, though.
Cheeto.
It's true. Well, and I think there's ways to do it without it being that chaotic. You really only need to have one or two clippable moments. It's why, like, I think what we're going to do is we're going to do like a bounty basically on things that we could turn into TikToks. So like if we can just do that, where like, hey, if you clip something from the stream and it will make a good TikTok, then I'll pay you like $5 or $10 or whatever. Yeah. Best clip of the week or month gets a prize, a cash prize. Yeah. Something like that. I think that would be great. And it's tough for me to figure out how to exactly do it. I don't know how other streamers do it. If you know, let me know in the chat, because I don't know what the standard practice is. Like, do big streamers tend to pay per clip, or do people just clip it themselves, or what? Because my thing is, like, I'm here doing my thing. I might not be aware that something could work as a TikTok or could work as a YouTube clip or short. But clearly, like, the big guys are able to do it. Some of these channels, I'm only aware of them because they showed up in a TikTok somewhere. And so, you know, clearly that's something we need to be doing. Yeah, didn't one kid get famous overnight because every time someone donated, a bunch of sound effects would come up and he was wearing a space helmet? Yeah, there was that kid, and then there was another guy, another kid that did a stream where when he won a round of Warzone, I think he was a Warzone streamer, when he won a round of Warzone, he would set off like this insane display where in his bedroom, like, strobe started going, a smoke machine started going, like little flares started flying, like it was insane, like it was crazy. I don't even know where to look for it. I guess just on YouTube. Kid live stream crazy, man, I don't know. This kid, yeah. It was really loud, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, every time he gets a kill. He did this every time he got a kill. Okay, this is how he would celebrate. He had a flamethrower. And like lasers and stuff. So he went viral. I mean, 9.9 million views. I don't actually know. Is he still... I don't know if he actually still streams or something. I don't know. Did they even plug him? That's not cool. They didn't even plug the poor kid. Wow. That's not cool. Imagine his dad coming in at that very moment and saying, "Are you winning, son?" Oh, man. Oh, man. I don't know. Wow. Yeah, we gotta get that. I'll tell Nick. Oh, Nikki, really, it's an investment, really. Oh, what's this? Oh, an Asmongold clip. Hold on.
5 on the website on my alt stream, and I have streamed a total of hours streamed 256 hours this month on my alt stream.
Oh, so wait, let me get this clear. Chrissy, correct me if I'm wrong. Asmongold Asmongold as a stream channel is partnered, but he has Zach Rohr, which is not partnered, not affiliated. It's just a Twitch stream, no partners or anything. So as I understand it, I don't think he can get subs, right? He has no subs on this. He can't get bits or anything like that. it is just like a place for him to stream where he makes no money, right? No sub button on the second channel. Okay.
So let's see. So if the ratio is 100 CCU at 200 hours, and so that's how much every 20 hours is, or sorry, every 50.
Oh yeah, no ads either. Okay, so he really is making zero from this stream channel.
50 hours a month you're streaming, but we're going to multiply it by 5 because I'm not streaming 200 hours. I am streaming 250. I am costing Twitch $158,000 this month. They're not going to like this at all. Like, I think after this stream, I'm getting banned. I'm pretty sure I'm getting banned after this fucking stream.
That's hilarious. Wow. And you got to admire his integrity to just be like, yeah, I don't need the money. I'm good. Like, that's crazy, dude. And still, just his YouTube channels alone. I'll tell you, based on like his Asmongold Clips channel. Let me just look at these. Hold on. What would it be? What is? Oh, what the hell is the name of that website? Social Blade. Social Blade. Asmongold Clips, I think, is this one. Then he has Asmongold TV. So just this. So this one, where's the views? Monthly video views, last 30 days, 53 million views. In my experience, in my humble experience, every million views should come out to about $5,000. Now, he might have a lower CPM. He might have a higher one. I don't know. But at 53 million, let's just round down. Let's say it's 10. Okay, so he has 10. Well, it would be, what was it? It was, yeah, I mean, let's just round down. I think that's going to be easier. So just from that, about, no, wait, that's not right. What the hell am I doing? Okay, so 53 million divided by the 5 million, or what? Every million is, oh, I can't talk, motherfucker. So every million is about 5,000. So it's 53 times 5,000. I just, my brain is fried. 5,000. What the fuck? No, 10. It's. Okay. Oh God. Yeah, let's we're making this more difficult than it has to be. My goodness. I need a nap for real. This Red Bull ain't kicking in, dude. Yeah, we just got the LSF clip. Just like my brain melting while trying to do this. I can see every equation. Oh my God. Okay. So anyway, what I was saying, 1 million views roughly equates to $5,000. If he has 53 million views, we can roughly say 53 times 5,000 is what this should be generating in revenue with a CPM similar to mine on the main channel, right? We all on board? We get that? Math checks out? Okay. Jesus. So just with that, this Clips channel could be generating as much as $250,000 a month. Now, it's probably less than that because CPMs and the videos are shorter, blah, blah, blah. My videos on the main channel are typically pretty long. You never know. But you look at that, and we also look at like Asmongold TV. I think is his other one. No. I think it's Asmon TV. Asmongold TV. Okay, this one. This channel generates about 46 million per month in addition to that. So like, even if we round it out, he's probably making in the realm of like $500,000 a month off of these two channels. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't even run both of these. Maybe only one of these is his official. But with those, yeah, and the man lives like a badger. Exactly. Like, but with those, numbers, you can understand why he doesn't really need to do it. But also, like, this is why you can just pump this stuff out. I mean, look at Asmongold clips. Look at this. Oh, it's the official channel. Boom. So with this, you can look at just how much he's pumping out. Like one day ago, Asmongold finally found a decent game. Charlie's situation, the best WoW recruitment video ever made. Asmongold is unperturbed. Destroyed with facts and logic. Asmon, you have no idea what you're talking about. Like just with these clips, they've generated so many views. Some of these are only like 40 seconds. These are all like, some of these are stupid short, but, so the revenue is going to be way less than what I said. He's probably making with both channels like $250,000 a month, but that'll do. However, all of that set aside, you can see just like how much content gets pumped out and just the sheer viewership is insane. This is why the YouTube strategy of just pumping out clips is working, because you just go volume and it can make ridiculous amounts of money when it works. His editors are on steroid. Yeah, dude, for real. I mean, the nice thing is that a lot of the time it can just be like a straight clip and you can just take it, cut it out. You don't need to do any extra editing,
I'm trying to decide how real I want to be with this. We're going to be 100% real today. I know some people aren't going to like it, but it's true. There are a lot of guys that put no effort and time into their appearance. Their main personality traits is being extremely opinionated about politics. You will learn that I will be right every single time. They put no effort into working out or being healthy or cultivating any sort of a positive lifestyle. They're rude.
I'm sorry. He drinks water and acts like it's disgusting.
Let's see. We have a game developer in chat entitled, so what am I wrong about? And just in general, belligerent.
Just bans
And
him.
I think that if you were going to rate them on a scale of 1 to 10, like we all do, they would be somewhere between a 3 and a 4.
Oh, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. I'll give him that. The part where he's just like, what am I wrong about? Before he even responds, he just bans him. Oh, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Oh man, if we add another day or two on stream, and we got to figure out. So much of this is tricky. Like you just got to figure out stuff to talk about on stream. It can just start to get a little. Like what even do we discuss? Like what even is left? It's crazy. You have to find ways to fill it, Yeah, bro needed a chaser for water. Nothing. I mean, that was freaking hilarious. He takes the swig of water and it acts like he just drank vinegar. Like he smells the Fiji water. Like one of the most bland waters ever.
Or cultivating any sort of a positive lifestyle.
Goes back to the soda. Look at all the A1 sauce he has. This is awesome, dude. He's a goblin. He's a goblin, and I love it. It's so great. Oh man. He did a tier list of fruit because he had never had anything other than an apple. Of course he did. I love it. RS Nas, hey Luke, I just had my son. Just wanted to give you the satisfaction and tell you were right about the working out your lower back. It hurts so bad. I told you, dude. Congrats. That's amazing though. That's great. I told you. That's wonderful. Oh man. Oh, let's see. You shouldn't start. Hold on. You should start playing games with other streamers. That will fill in content too. Will bring you other categories of Twitch, which might bring in more viewers. I am a dumbass in this area, but I feel like if you got diverse, or I feel like you got to diversify. I agree. We just need to do those collabs and stuff. And part of it, this is something I actually heard another guy talk about, where like if you do just chatting and you're kind of like a personality driven streamer or YouTuber or whatever, and then you go from just chatting to a game, usually viewership will about half, which is what we saw with Resident Evil 4 remake, where we'd be chatting and then I'd go and start playing the game, and all of a sudden viewership would just disappear. And I was like, oh my God, that means I'm doing something wrong. It's not necessarily the case. Like sometimes viewership fluctuates. Sometimes you'll be doing something on stream people are less interested in, so you'll have half the viewers. And then other times you'll do something people are interested in and it'll spike. It bounces around, you know? And that's okay. That's okay. We doing a podcast? Maybe. Maybe to avoid spoilers. Yeah. Well, that's the reason games like Call of Duty Warzone or Apex do so well in streams, because like there's no spoilers for that. You know, like unless it's a brand new season or something, you can go in and you can play Warzone and like what you can like be the last team in the circle. Like you're not going to startle anybody, you know? And it's repetitive enough that people can kind of half pay attention, and it works. It works. But for just chatting, people tend to be more engaged, you know? And then on the other side, like if you're playing something like Resi 4 or The Last of Us or God of War, you know, on stream within a day or so of its launch, people are going to come in and be like, I don't want to watch. I don't want it spoiled. I'll play it for myself. You know? So it just don't. And then people are like, well, if you stream it a week or two after it launches, then I can come in and I'll hang out, and that'll be good because I will have finished the game. So there won't be spoilers. But what inevitably happens is if you try that a week or two after launch, people come in and are like, I've already seen this. I'm good. And so then they're like, I'm good. I'm bored. Which I get, you know, so it's damned if you do, damned if you don't, which is why you just kind of have to do whatever you want. You just have to do what you're going to do. You know, you as long as you're like so focused and obsessed about the numbers, it's just not going to sit right with people, and people are going to, it's going to be something that annoys them, and people can see through it. You just have to do whatever you want to do. And if you want to play a game, if I want to play chess on stream, we're going to play chess on stream. And that's the attitude I think we just have to have. That's probably because you're not taking or talking as much during gameplay. I feel like you're focused on doing better in the game rather than doing commentary on the game. If you're doing bad at the game, but doing fun commentary too at the expense of it, I feel like people would stick around. Yes. And it's also, I mean, with something like Resi 4 Remake, I think it definitely was partially spoilers. A lot of the people that bailed said so, and they were like, I'm going to go play it myself. See you on the other side, you know? So that was to be expected. But I agree. I think endurance-wise, it will help a lot with the stream once we start, you know, doing the last 2 hours where we game or something. I think that makes a lot of sense. Let's see. But this is kind of the beauty of gaming too. You can appreciate the mechanics of the game and still and the side content, etc., even though you saw the story already, even if the game is well done, of course. Looking at first Pokemon, yeah, that's true. You don't get to just assume that, unfortunately. Solution: play multiplayer co-op games like Overwatch, League of Legends, R6 Siege. Siege, they're mean to me because I'm a noob. Learned that the hard way. They do not like noobs in that game. They get pretty mean. League of Legends, same thing. Overwatch, I do like me some Overwatch. We've had fun with Overwatch. I'll be real with that. We've had a good amount of fun with it. Yeah, new God of War update does look cool, for real. RS Nos missed a few of the last couple of streams due to having a baby. Is the switch to Twitch permanent? Are you still playing with both? We're still playing with both a little bit. I'm gonna do probably actually. So speaking of the podcast, like I said, we have a podcast. Let me just be clear. We have a podcast coming. I'm not going to say too much about it just yet because I figure you can hold this stuff closer to your chest. But we have a podcast coming, and the goal with the podcast was to broadcast it live, and then to do live, and then to upload the VOD and clips and everything from there. The question that still has to be answered that we're not sure about is whether or not that is going to happen on Twitch or on YouTube. And honestly, I don't know. There's pros and cons to both. There is not a right answer. Twitch has benefits. YouTube has benefits.
Wow.
but I don't know. So what I'm going to do is pretty much after this, I have to film a sponsored integration. First, I got to do my her. Got to do my her up. But then I'm going to do a sponsored integration, film that, send that off to Jacob to edit, and then send off to the sponsor to approve, hopefully. And then I am going to be reviewing a bunch of stuff, a bunch of numbers and stats and stuff from the streams on YouTube and the streams on Twitch the last like 2.5 weeks. So hopefully by the end of today, I'm at a clear answer of which is the better alternative for us specifically. And we'll just go from there. It's clear you can grow on both. There is no magic nectar. There's no magic solution to any of this. Neither platform is a panacea to cure all of your ills and woes. It really is just a matter of what's the better fit for your, you know, your particular situation. So look forward to the breakdown. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I was fully expecting Twitch to just like blow it out of the water and be like, okay, for the live content, we make way more during the stream on Twitch. That's just not been the case. And the only real reason we would go to the trouble of fully moving over to Twitch is if it was more financially stable and if it offered a benefit. And unfortunately, it looks like there isn't a lot of benefit, which is surprising. And then I don't end up a mod for a day. I know, Chrissy, you're fine. We'll add you as a mod on YouTube either way. Like, we have to get you added over there. Speaking of, send Rocky whatever your Discord or send Rocky on Discord whatever email account is associated with your YouTube account you will be modding with, and then from there I can add you as a mod. but Pepe's. Yeah. Well, there is a way you can do it on YouTube. You basically will have to download the truffle extension that Ludwig built that adds all of those emotes in and then automatically syncs it on screen and all of that, so it'll work. There are some Pepes on YouTube. Yes, and we have a bunch of the emotes already as like membership benefits and stuff. Truffle works great too, though. We'll watch wherever you decide to stream on. I appreciate that, my friend. And like I said, it's not a decision that's being made lightly. We are very carefully evaluating things before fully committing. We went over to YouTube in a bit of a huff 6 months ago. And now that we've evaluated both as a partner on Twitch and as, you know, a full partner on YouTube, seeing which one fits better, there's no clear answer. It's just kind of a bunch of pros and a bunch of cons, and then you figure out which one you care about more, right? Proto, I feel like your personality is very likable for sensible people, but I imagine for Zoomers who have tons of time and daddy money need more upbeat cringe content. Yeah, so maybe what I need to do is I need to find my like you know, Penn and Teller. You have your two sides of the same coin. Maybe what I need to find is I need to find a creator who is cream of the crop, cringe, ridiculous, meme crazed, a wild freak of nature. And then I'm the other side of that. I'm like the level-headed one. And then we just go through and like play games together. It's like the, you know, Tim the Tap Man playing with Nick Merckx. You know, where it works because they kind of complement each other in a weird way. Like they're both outrageous in their own way. I think that's maybe what we need to do. No sellout, please. Yeah, you're going to see me turn to the camera real quick and just, you know. Hey guys, what's up? Welcome to the YouTube video channel. And today we're going to make sure to smash that like button and sub to the channel and give lots of love down to peace and love and lots of donuts. And make sure to buy my new merch if you make sure that your daddy loves you. Hugs and kisses. See you soon. Ring the bell. Sorry, ring the bell. Damn it. Fuck. Yeah, I forgot that. That's the most important part. Reach out to Mutahar. You could do a collab video. He did mention in his video, good opportunity to bounce off it. Yeah, I think that actually is a really good idea. I'll probably try DMing him on Twitter or something, see if he wants to do something. And maybe we can frame it around like YouTube reviews or video reviews are broken or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Because, like I said, I'm going to start testing games on the secondary PC that has lower tier hardware so I can experiment with it and find out a little clearer what works and what doesn't. So we'll start doing that. But anyway, we've been going for about 5.5 hours. We normally go for 4, and my voice is starting to go. So I'm going to call it there. Thanks for chilling with me today. I know it's been a weird one. This whole week has been a little weird. I don't know what it is. It's just I'm all over the place. Nikki stream when? I honestly don't know. I'm gonna get everything set up and plugged in and built out for her so she can do her thing, and then it'll just be up to her to figure out when she wants to do it. I'm down for whenever. I think it'll be fun. But when it happens, I'll probably link it in Discord or something, or maybe we'll stream, then she'll start streaming and I'll host it, and so everybody can move over or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. She probably will want to do like a test stream where she streams on Discord or something to everybody, like to the friend group, and we see how it goes. I think it'd be pretty funny. She's pretty excited about it. She keeps bringing it up, and it's pretty cute. We'll see if we can make it happen. It'll be fun. Anyway, thanks for chilling with me, everybody. Stay safe. Thanks to all the subs, the donos, everything. Like I said, we'll run the numbers. We'll evaluate every equation. We'll figure out what works best and what makes the most sense moving forward. I love you all dearly, truly. Much love. And I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye. He took my thing. Red flag.